This is a confession. This is a confession. This is a confession. This is a confession. I killed those people. This is a confession.
Waiting for the next surprise. Skeleton Jack might catch you in the backpack. Make you jump out of your skin. This is Halloween. Everybody scream. Please make way for a very special guy. Our man Jack is king of the pumpkin patch. Everyone hail to the pumpkin king now. This is Halloween. This is Halloween. 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 That's our job, but we're not mean. In our town of Halloween. In this town we call home. Everyone hail to the pumpkin song.
Ooh. How's my mic sound?
Sound good
Okay.
for now.
For now.
Homo raid.
I'm assuming if you're rating Pomo, it's because you came prepared to talk about this movie.
Yeah, you watched The Orphanage, right?
I like the name of the stream or the stream announcement from Jared because that was my first reaction when I started watching the movie.
Spooky Dookie?
No, low res
what was-
spookies.
Oh, yeah. Why was it so low resolution on Amazon?
I double checked and like even was like thinking I needed to go reset the router or something. I thought that it was just feeding me 480p.
Nope. That's just the movie.
Oh, nice. Wendell, you watched The Orphanage as well?
Hell yeah.
Goddamn, I thought I
Nice.
was the only one who was like troubleshooting his PS4.
I genuinely thought that I was having internet problems.
I actually that go live message was actually an accident because that was what I used for I'm scared.
Oh, really?
But it does
Oh, well,
apply
it
for this.
works out for-
It
applies
is.
to this
It
one,
is
too.
appropriate.
Yeah. Oh my god. I have I have opinions not necessarily about the movie, but the Amazon version essentially.
Yeah, like, yeah.
What
just,
the fuck
we
was
can
that?
talk about that.
Why
We
are
can
the
talk about that,
subtitles
'cause I
baked
know-
into the movie? Why? Oh,
What that it seemed like a ripped version on
did.
Amazon.
Yeah, and they're
I
like
felt
the
like I was
worst.
on 1, 2, 3 movies.
They're like the worst subtitles ever. Like they're hard
They're-
to see. I got
they're
used to
hard
them,
to-
but
yeah.
they're pretty hard to see.
oh my god. I tried to like go into the things and was like, oh, like Amazon has subtitles. And I turned them on and it's just closed captioning. So it was just closed
Yeah.
caption subtitles that were sharp, right on top of the fuzzy ass yellow barfy subtitles baked into the film.
I paid money for that. What, the fuck?
Wait, you only had Spanish or Portuguese subtitles on yours?
Oh, I'm assuming.
Oh, I guess if you watched it. But
I'm
if it's
assuming
in
he did,
Spanish
like,
already, then why do
solo
you have
movies.
Spanish subtitles?
Just so you can read the Spanish.
Okay, so you can read more Spanish.
Extra Spanish. Spanish times 2.
Spanish plus.
Mas Spanish, por favor.
Si vous plaît.
S'il vous plaît.
Beer me dos Long Island iced teas, s'il vous plaît.
We've still never been able to say that anywhere.
Damn.
Oh,
Even when we would win Long Island iced teas at the Dragon Lounge.
I don't think I've ever had a Long Island iced tea. Whenever that happened,
those
in Dragon
you
Lounge,
didn't
it was
fucked
always
us
you guys.
up, Steven and
I
I.
think me and Jared got,
You got
Probably
all
one of
time.
the worst hangovers I've ever woken up with. We were all out of
my
it that morning.
Dude, that day,
Yeah.
that day we were like actually sick from drinking.
That's not as bad. No, that wasn't the worst day. The worst day was
not?
when I had 2 beers and I felt like I was poisoned in the morning.
Oh, that's
I
right.
think, like we got like roofied that night.
It feels
Yeah,
like
we
it.
were-
I got sick like in the morning, and that never happens. Usually, I
That's
get sick
right.
at night.
We had to struggle to get to like an Einstein's Bagels.
We were trying to
Yeah.
keep Steven
I was
alive.
just like- yeah, I was just
should
dying
should
in the
Steven
back
even
of the
be in the
car.
car right now.
Well, probably not. Should have stayed home.
Well, we had to like get back to our place because we were at Jared's,
Yeah.
but both
I
just
think by
debilitatingly
by
sick.
that point, because I took a nap at Jared's.
That's right, yeah.
We had to. We couldn't we couldn't leave. We needed to.
I
get
wasn't
to, like,
about
a
to-
stable point.
I was about
leave.
to like drive for 45 minutes and feeling like that.
Oh, wait, hang on. If you're sending parsec things, go
Oh,
ahead.
I'm very much sending parsec things.
I've been sending parsec since before you were born.
I've been sending parsec for a while.
Look, we just got into parsec.
Oh, Pomo's liking your shirt, Jared.
Hell yeah.
It's got the,
This is
the
Halloween.
OGs. And they're chroma keying out because
I can't see anything.
I figure you're on the.
Can't see
Hang on
anything.
one sec.
Halloween. Halloween.
Puggies.
Man, what a terrible movie. and I mean The Nightmare Before Christmas.
I know.
Yeah.
Oh, I should be wearing my I have a Nightmare Before Christmas shirt. It is falling
Do you?
apart because I've had it since like high
It
school.
looks like that Pokemon shirt is also falling
It
apart.
is.
unless
Oh,
that's, like,
this stuff is like
Is that old or is it just
See-through.
made to look cold? Oh,
Yeah.
goodness.
yeah, this
Okay.
shit is super
just
thin.
worn.
But it's still newer than my Nightmare Before Christmas shirt because I had that since like
that
high
one's
school.
super old.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite shirts just because on accident it featured in I think 3 of my profile pics for Facebook.
Oh?
Oh yeah,
And-
the Jack Skellington
The
shirt.
Jack Skellington
Notorious
shirt.
shirt.
That one.
And
Yeah,
after I
I remember.
noticed
Oh, I
that
actually know this shirt.
after I noticed that, I'm
It's
like,
the-
I'm never
the
changing
classic.
my profile pic unless I'm wearing this shirt in the picture.
Yo,
You've inadvertently stepped into a rule.
so I'm
have
gonna tell you guys right now, Nightmare Before Christmas, pretty subpar movie.
I'm gonna have to rewatch it
Okay.
again. Okay, so here's the thing: is like, it holds a special nostalgic place in my heart.
And it should.
Yeah.
That's a movie that
honest-
deserves to be nostalgic. I'm okay with
Honestly,
that.
like the part like this is Halloween, that section
Banger
of the movie
shit.
is the best part of the
Banger
movie. Like
shit.
it's a really good song, really good visuals.
I like the other
But it's
songs
really-
in the movie,
Yep,
but
the
this one's
songs-
definitely the
okay, the
highlight.
songs-
Like,
the songs are good and the visuals are good. The story is dog shit.
It's the worst part of the movie
That's-
is the
every-
movie.
like,
the story
every-
is
yeah, like-
serviceable, I think. It's nothing
I thought-
exceptional
well,
though.
it's-
It's
I thought
cliched
Boogie
and
Woogie was completely unnecessary.
I
but
hate
aside
him.
from that,
I hate
like,
him.
everything else was super well done. Like I didn't hate the movie, but it was just like we got done watching. I'm like, well, why does everyone love this movie so much? I mean, I guess it's because of just
The aesthetic.
how
The
iconic it is, the aesthetic of it. Because that was
I will not argue that like the aesthetic is not memorable or nostalgic, and the music. There's a couple of really good songs in it, but damn it, that story is dumb.
when did you guys see
Yeah.
it for the first time?
On an airplane.
Well, we did watch it on an airplane, but it was like last year.
Okay, so this
It was-
wasn't
it
even
was
a
one
movie
of
that
the
you
last
grew up with at
flights.
all.
No,
we have no
watched it
nos-
the
no
first
nostalgia
time.
for this.
Actually, it might have even been like within this year. Or
It was
like
one of the
Christmas or
last
something.
flights you and I were on before you.
Yeah.
I can see
if
if
it
it was
wasn't-
like hyped
it
up
was
to
like
be
the
like an
wedding
iconic
flight.
must-see Halloween movie that it would disappoint.
Yes.
Yeah, and I was like, oh well, I'm
He's a
not
straight up sylph.
Still.
skeleton. I'd like to fuck.
Like the characters, they're all cool. The atmosphere, it's just a Tim Burton collage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you like Tim Burton, like you're just gonna like the movie.
Oh, of
but-
course, like it's got Tim Burton written all over it, and that's
Yeah.
the best part of the movie. But you know, there's only
Battered with
there's only so
characters.
far that can get you.
Yeah.
You mean bone? Yeah.
Hey.
Can you bone him?
Can
Answer
you
the
bone-
question. Can you bone him? There he is.
There he is.
Hola, amigo.
Hola, hola.
And I have
He's
to.
saying hola because the movie we watched was in Spanish.
Fun
Yeah, right.
fact,
So-
I didn't know that going
Exactly.
in.
Nor did I.
I'm
like,
I
oh,
didn't either.
look
Like
at that.
when I saw that the IMDb like
I didn't read
picture was
anything on the
in-
IMDb or anything.
I just assumed I'm like, oh, that was just like some random like Spanish version of it for some reason that like
Yeah.
took that as like the screenshot. Didn't think anything of it. I'm like, oh,
And then I just saw Guillermo del Toro's name on the screen. I'm like, oh, okay, this makes
Oh,
sense.
I got excited,
Got
but then I
it.
realized
just
he
the
was just an
producer.
executive producer.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh well. I mean,
Same.
yeah, it's still interesting that he was involved. I
Yeah,
guess.
yeah.
Sure, sure.
Apparently, according to IMDb, he basically doubled the film's budget.
Oh damn. Well,
Yeah.
there you go.
Oh,
Yeah.
just from him being there, all he did was.
I think he fronted the money because he was
Oh,
a
he brought
producer.
the money.
Yeah.
Okay,
He's
got
an
it.
Executive producer.
And as I told you before, it certainly doesn't seem like so much Halloween-ish.
I disagree. I thought it was pretty spooky.
It's pretty Halloweeny.
Yeah. It was,
No,
it was
I mean,
sufficiently
like
spooky.
like
Nicky.
there was no like some kind of like a blood or flesh or stuff.
Did you not see that old lady get absolutely yeeted off the street?
Yeah, dude.
the nail. I mean, this is like
I want to go.
yeah, this was like my second time watch, and interestingly, it was the better when I watched it for second time because I realized something that was hidden meaning in the
Hidden meaning, you
something.
say?
Something.
You'll have to tell me about it.
Yeah, sure. In the middle.
Man, I have to be up early in the morning, just a heads up, which
Gotcha.
is a
Oh my
major
God.
bummer.
Oh man.
And
You're
for
bumming
work,
me out.
I have work tomorrow
Woof.
actually.
You just
I
say
have
no.
to I have to go to like a government facility.
Government facility. Oh my.
Well, maybe we'll save the post-stream surprise for
Ugh.
tomorrow then.
Oh no, it's
Yeah,
okay.
way to-
it's
way to ruin my Friday night, Andrew.
Yeah, exactly, man.
I'm just saying it out loud now, so I think of it because otherwise we stay up too late after
Sure.
we stop stream. It's
Jared, how
for my
long
own
do you
brain.
think we need after stream? Like
At
Probably,
least
like,
an
at
hour
least
or
2
two.
hours.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yep.
Oh shit.
Yep.
Okay. Now,
So-
now I'm bummed. You know what? Screw it. Forget I said anything.
yeah,
Yeah,
Why?
we'll see, we'll
Well,
Who cares about high
it's one of those
authority,
things where
huh?
if we tell you what it is, you're gonna want to stay
Don't-
up. So it's probably better that we don't.
Yeah.
Don't tell me what it is, but also I might just stay up anyways.
We'll see when we get there.
Okay, fair enough.
That's literally only pertains to us. Chat, it doesn't matter.
No.
Chat, because they're not gonna. It doesn't matter. Whatever.
Ooh, Pomo
Rush
coming
the
in with the
review
wrong
is mid
takes
anyway.
once again.
Rush the review. It was mid anyway.
Boy.
I
mean, I'm not going to be a fan of this movie, just by the way.
Oh, interesting. All right. So I guess full disclosure for me, I likely did not experience this movie in the ideal environment. I just watched it this afternoon. Amidst
in the daytime,
amidst a house of screaming children, which I guess is kind of on brand.
Wait, that's actually
pretty good.
environment.
It did make the dark scenes very difficult to see, though. I tried to cover up as many windows as I could. This movie was so fucking dark, man.
It was so low def that like the blacks, like the dark, like shadowy scenes, were turning red. I'm like, I can't see any.
What am I seeing? Like, what am I looking at?
I am shocked that is the best version
of the movie.
I'm shocked that that's the best version of the film you could see. Like, no way, right?
We paid $4 to rent
I paid money on Amazon for that. That's in their library of movies. It wasn't ripped off the internet.
Like 480p.
Says the guy who was recommending fucking Resident Evil, Pomo.
I know, right?
Actually,
We're not allowed to have that opinion, Pomo. You had the Blu-ray? Well, we don't have the Blu-ray, Diesel.
Yeah, why didn't you send us the Blu-ray, you jerk?
Thinking about himself, as always.
Exactly. It is so shocking. But yeah, for anybody who wasn't aware, for us raging like on the BRB screen, the only copy that we watched was the Amazon version, which is like a 480p version, and the subtitles are like piss yellow and baked into the film. You can't turn the subtitles off or like change the display of the subtitles. Like, you can go into Amazon settings and say like, hey, I want to like have like yellow text on a black background with this transparency or whatever. That only applies to like the closed captions. And I realized that when I turned them on, and for a while nothing was like sort of being said in the movie, but then it gets to the like construction crew like working on like the orphanage itself. And I heard, or it said in the subtitles, sawing, hammers banging, speaking Spanish. I'm like, great. Awesome.
The whole movie, they just say speaking Spanish. They don't actually caption anything. That would be really
Are you serious?
Well, I turned them off after that because they were actually covering the baked in subtitles. I'm just like, I don't know what they're saying.
I will say, like, I wasn't prepared to have to read subtitles because I don't like to eat dinner while reading subtitles.
I need to focus.
It's pretty distracting.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you can't take your eyes off of.
I got in there. I was like, oh well, all right, well, here we go. To be fair, this is gonna sound really sad, disgusting, but all I ate for dinner last night, anyways, was just like bacon cheese fries.
Nice.
Why is that sad? That sounds great.
It was delicious, but I felt disgusting afterwards.
Did you make them or did you buy them somewhere?
Yeah. I mean, I made them from like a bag of frozen fries, cheese, and I like real.
Okay. Bacon. Yeah. I mean, I've definitely done worse. The other a week.
I had like a really.
Yeah. I had 2 chili dogs for dinner, which. That's not the sad part. The sad part is I was still hungry, and then I made 2 corn dogs.
Nice. So 4 doggies.
That's not so bad.
Did you put chili on the corn dogs?
No, I didn't do that.
Now that sounds like a bachelor's Halloween weekend right there.
Hell yeah. You should get like a turkey baster and like inject
it into a corn.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Like some cheese whiz.
We might be revolutionizing the snack world.
Blowing minds over here.
Dude, an actual deep fried corn dog, come on. Even if you don't like hot dogs, you got to be into that.
Honestly, I don't love hot dogs. Corn dogs can get it though.
Hey, let me tell you about the bad food. I just had like a dumpling for the breakfast, and I was not sure if it is the what is that? The limit that you can eat that is like there is a wall.
Or the
No, no, no.
expiration, the expiration date?
I was not sure about the expiration date, but should I eat it or not? I'll risk it, and I had to go to the restroom right after I had it.
God.
It's the reason why I was late.
Jared asking about serving sizes reminded me of how I ate a family-sized thing of pasta.
Let's go.
Hell yeah.
On like Wednesday or something like that. It was just like one of those family-sized like frozen chicken parmesan Totally or something things. They didn't have normal ones, so I'm like, all right, family size. And I was like halfway through it, like, I could save this, or I could just eat it. And I ate the whole thing. It was.
I love eating the entire thing when something says family size. It almost becomes a challenge.
I'm not allowed to have like leftovers of a Red Baron pizza. That's just sad. So I have to eat the whole thing.
Even though it's meant for a family of 4.
I can easily eat Red Baron brick oven.
Oh
style.
yeah,
no problem. That thing's not.
But as soon as it starts getting to like the rising crust, it's too much bread. I can't finish it.
I agree.
Yeah,
with that.
dude, rising crust. Yeah, you're not going to be able to move that much bread through your body.
The saddest meal that I've probably ever eaten was leftover DiGiorno's because it was one of those rising crust pizzas. It's like, oh, I usually can down a whole one of these, but this bread's getting more.
Yep.
A lot of
that shit was disgusting.
Beautiful.
Yeah, reheated DiGiorno. Like honestly, reheated Red Baron's still fine.
I wouldn't know.
DiGiorno.
The thinner crust ones like hold up better for reheating. And honestly, like so typically like the rule is with like pizza joints, right? Like if you're gonna buy good pizza, that the thicker crust stuff for me is much better to eat old. Like if you get like a deep dish pizza from an actual restaurant, I like that.
Restaurant pizza I can get.
Jet's deep dish is better.
Yeah, it's a totally different story, man.
Exactly. Like those deep dish pizzas are better reheated, I think, than a thin crust.
What happened to our Transformers board here?
The reason why it is because you usually have it when you are hungry, the leftover pizza. So you're craving for it.
I don't think that's it though. I'm comparing like a reheated thick crust, Jerry, to like a reheated thin pizza. Like I see. Like if I had to choose, I would prefer the thicker reheated.
Andrew
I do like it old and
because it's crunchy.
Well, no, actually, reheated. I like that it's chewy and doughy, kind of like because when you reheat it, it's never going to be crispy. That's kind of the point. And thin crust pizza's got to be crispy, right? So having like reheated thinner crust pizza is kind of a downer.
You like chewy and tender stuff.
Well, I do like chewy. Dude, Steven, I've been getting a calzone every Sunday at 6:30 p.m. every weekend since you left.
Oh my god.
Do you think they're wondering where
your routine now?
I think honestly, Steven, I have gotten looks because we used to go to like the store all the time, like pretty regularly, like either the Safeway or to get pizza or whatever. And I feel like people think that either you were I'm pretty sure
they probably think we were dating, and then
exactly. I'm pretty sure Dan thought we were gay because I told him like my brother moved out. He's like, "Oh, that was your brother."
Everyone always seems surprised to hear that you're brothers.
They are, especially nowadays. We just look much more different. Yeah. And then I think at the grocery store, I feel like people think that you died or something. I get these looks at the way people talk to me. It seems like either we were dating and we broke up, or you were someone close to me that's dead.
Regardless, something tragic.
Happened to me,
and you should be pitied for it.
And what makes it more sad is that the only thing that has changed is that you're gone. Like I do all the things the exact same way. I buy the same groceries. Well, actually, no. My groceries have suffered, right? So like when you and I shop, we would buy ingredients to make things, right?
Yeah, you just buy pre-made things now. I bet.
The other day I went and I bought like a frozen pizza and shampoo.
Nice.
And that was like my week's worth of groceries.
Hey, I'm wondering, was there any occasion that you actually pretended like you guys were a lover and mocked them?
There was one time, Steven, remember at that like place in Novi or something, like that chick like thought we were gay and we played it up for a second and then made her feel bad.
Yeah, we started making out. It was hilarious.
Yeah, as soon as I got inside my brother, that's when the restaurant went crazy.
Well, they started going nuts because they're like, "Oh, you can't do sodomy inside our pizza restaurant." Like, well,
and I said, "Watch me."
And they did.
They did. I'm gonna make my own brick oven pizza.
Because I'm all bricked up.
All bricked up.
It's called laws.
This is what love looks like, you cowards.
Hang on here. I need to make another thread.
Oh, for the movies.
We're no longer gonna do spooky.
No more Halloween.
Spooky season's
technically, if you have,
I mean, if it's a good movie, you can do it. But
yeah, it's not exclusively like can't do Halloween movies.
I was actually wondering.
I'm still gonna do Hangman's Curse, obviously. So.
I'm gonna keep submitting till we watch it.
Do it.
I was wondering if we would actually want to do like any more themed things down the road, where it's like this week, like this.
We absolutely could. I would just need to think of some genres.
Yeah, or like this from this period of time or something like that.
We can definitely do Christmas movies. It's just like Thanksgiving doesn't really have movies, so
it's a good
until December.
choice.
Like, we can just do whatever. We want.
Yeah, I normally spam the thing because I want to see it, but I figure just in case mine gets picked, we'll take a break from a spooky movie this week. At least from my end.
Okay. I'd be okay if you kept the thing on there because I still want to see
my
it.
movie's spooky. It's spooky how good of a movie it is.
Is it Hangman's Curse?
No, it's Deja Vu starring Denzel Washington.
Oh, The Man on Fire?
Yeah, exactly. The very same.
I randomly put on like a newer Denzel Washington movie in the background the other day when I was drawing because just felt like it.
Mm-hmm.
So what's Denzel Washington in these days?
Up to these days? Do it making like Equalizer 4 or something?
Did they make multiples of those?
I think so. They made like.
Oh my god.
Oh, Pundak Saint, hell yeah.
Well, that's a classic. That definitely falls into the category of like everyone needs to see
man.
it. What? What are you all manning?
Have you seen Pan's Labyrinth? Or are you trying to think of it if you've seen it?
I've seen Pan's Labyrinth.
Oh, you've seen it.
I don't remember too much of it, and like honestly, like I wouldn't be upset if it got hit. Is the thing. So I don't know if I want to make an exception to my rule or not.
But those are the rules.
I've not seen your name. No.
Oh, Jerry,
I've been telling him to watch your name since it came out.
Exactly, and I keep forgetting that it exists.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. I'd be down to see that as well.
So, I don't know.
Parasite.
Currently, I approve of Pan's Labyrinth, Jerry, but in case people get upset about me making an exception.
Movie.
No, Jerry.
In case people get upset about me making an exception, just have a backup in mind. But I'm fine with Pan's Labyrinth being on the list because it's been a very long time since I've seen it.
I have a problem with it because Jared's seen it already.
All right.
Oh, because you've seen it already.
That was the whole point.
Fine.
Is to get Jared to watch movies he hasn't seen. If we break that rule, then what's the point?
I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
I'm just gonna put hackers on the.
I'm gonna put Back to the Future.
I could suggest another movie. People watching it.
So
you already suggested it, and it's canceled.
Sorry, Jerry.
Mastiff, how about this? I am not allowed to boost movie wedges because I have infinite points. But if you would like to boost my movie wedge, only my movie wedge, then you can.
My movie wedge.
You can redeem it and say
it's still going to cost you points though.
Right.
Because I have
10,000 per limit of 3.
I forgot to turn that reward on, so it's on now.
Oh. Well, I mean, we're not spinning yet, so you don't have to worry about it right now.
I'm going to boost your wedge so hard.
That's what we said in the pizza restaurant.
Boost my wedge, please.
You know what's nice? I don't have to just put Wakefield every time anymore.
There you go. Now you're just going to spam Deja Vu.
Whiplash.
Well.
Oh,
and then just throwing it in the grid.
You still want to watch The Grudge? We're not technically doing Halloween anymore.
I'm still down to watch it.
It's okay if that's what just to be clear. Like,
me too.
We're out of the Halloween theme now.
But you are more than welcome to. Ah, yes. Name a more iconic trilogy. Meet the Robinsons, Encanto, Coco.
You know, The Orphanage is basically Meet the Robinsons mixed with National Treasure.
And Encanto.
and Encanto.
Could it really be that simple?
With the Spanish people.
Oh, no. Goddamn. Well, should we get to talking?
I guess it's about time to start talking about the orphanage.
Yep.
Let's get this over with.
So the movie opens in a
Andrew
horrifying
hated
240p.
Yeah, that's the scariest part.
I really did. When I turned it on
bad
and I saw
movie.
the leaves in the tree, I was like, what am I looking at? What am I looking
When
at?
I turned it on, I just assumed like, oh, maybe my internet is just
That's
shitting
what it-
itself
that's
right
what I
now.
thought.
But then I saw the
and
subtitles. I'm just like, oh
shit.
no, that looks bad.
Yeah,
Why is this?
it definitely felt like it was just ripped off of a.
It felt ripped,
Streaming website.
like Amazon stole it.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Like they
it
went to
took it
Solar
from
Movies and got it.
Yeah, so I immediately paused the movie and Googled on my phone of like changing resolution on Amazon Video PS4. Turns out Amazon doesn't let you like select like visual qualities on PS4. It's just like whatever your internet can handle, we'll switch to it. I'm like, okay, I'll just give it a sec. Sometimes my internet's like choppy or whatever. It didn't get better.
It did not get better.
It did get to the point where I stopped noticing it, but like the first like 10 minutes of this movie, I'm like, what the fuck is this? Why is this the quality? What's going on here?
Yeah.
This is a movie made in 2008. Fucking
Yeah.
Wakefield looked better than this, like just like higher
Wakefield
res than
was-
this, and that was
but
2007.
yeah.
Like,
But
what's,
even
what's
I mean,
happening?
we've watched Alien from 1978 was better.
My
quality than
guess is that Amazon kind of just like stops giving a shit for like certain like foreign films.
Spanish, so.
Yeah, like
It wouldn't surprise me.
so there's like,
maybe
there it
was,
is.
it just wasn't popular enough to demand quality.
This was one of the
just
highest-
filling out the library.
I think this was an extremely highly grossing movie in Spain, at least. Hang on.
We had a budget of 3.4 million. Well,
Just 3.4 million
That's
plus
just not
Guillermo
good
del
enough.
Toro's personal bank account.
yeah.
They used his Bank of America, Bank of Spanish man account.
Where are the stats?
Oh, you
here?
graduated in 2008? That was so long ago.
You're so old. Oh my goodness, how old are you?
Graduated
Not as
in
old as
2008?
Diesel.
No,
That's for sure.
Diesel graduated when Alien was released.
Whoa, holy shit.
Hey, Gerard, have you watched the Harold and Kuma Go to the White Castle?
I've not. I've
Yeah,
not
what a
seen
weird-
that.
what a weird
Assuredly
question.
has not.
Where did that question come from?
That's what Jerry's thinking about putting on the list.
Oh,
Baby.
put it on, Jay.
So
I actually liked it.
here's some interesting
it's,
stats.
It's one of those classic stoner movies.
Here's some interesting stats.
Wow, I was in
The
third
budget
grade.
for this movie was 3.4 million euros.
Okay.
Opening weekends in the U.S. and Canada was $233,000,
Oh,
which leads me to believe that
Dang.
this did
So
not
they
have the widest
basically made their
release
money
in the world. Gross in U.S. and Canada was 7.1 million. Gross worldwide was 78 million.
okay.
So
I mean,
this was definitely a much bigger hit, like internationally, than in the U.S. by
it
a
doesn't seem like it
wide
was really
margin.
screened. It doesn't seem like it was
Well, I
really
know-
screened everywhere in the U.S.
It doesn't seem
and also
like it.
horror movies.
It's also just like subtitled movies don't go well with most Americans.
Especially at around 2007. Yeah,
Yeah.
ain't
yeah.
no way,
Well,
man.
even today, like,
doesn't really
what
surprise
movies? What movies are like famous now? that have
Parasite won
subtitles?
best film of the Oscars.
Yeah,
when
but
it released.
that's Oscars are different from what people are watching.
A lot of people were talking about Parasite like the year that was
And
released.
actually, a lot of people watched it. So many
People
people.
talking about the Parasite before the Oscars.
Absolutely, yeah.
Were they?
I
Okay.
knew what Parasite was before the Oscars.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hadn't heard of it, so
But yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's more support for foreign films now than there definitely was in like 2007. Ain't no one
Yeah.
going to the theater to see a subtitled movie in a language they don't speak. At least in the good old US of A.
Well,
Yeah,
to be fair, most of the movies in the world being made come from this country. So if you grow up your whole life not reading subtitles, and every movie you see doesn't have subtitles, like,
Yep.
I don't blame someone for not wanting to read subtitles. It
I just
kind of sucks.
don't understand like the mentality of like, oh, I don't like reading. And it's like a couple of like milliseconds out of your time to just peek
Well,
down
Jared,
and
you gotta
read
also
it.
think. You gotta also think about what movies those people want to watch. They want to watch like Transformers. So
They
the
want
idea-
to
the
Whenever
idea
I-
of
be
it-
brain dead. while they're watching the
Whenever
movie.
I hear that, I just think like do you not read like fucking traffic signs and shit? It's like, oh, words. Like that's about as much effort as it takes to read a subtitle. Like it's not that hard.
Jared, okay, I'm the one here with probably the least amount of experience reading subtitles and things, but I think you guys have been watching it longer, so you kind of forget that it's not an easy thing to get into. Like it took me a while to get comfortable watching things with subtitles. It wasn't like an immediate like, oh, like I can read, so this is fine. Because you're not just reading, you're reading and trying to digest visual content at the same time and hearing the noises and things. It's another level of watching. Like
Yeah, that's kind of like
just to be fair, because you guys have been watching anime for a long time, but a lot of other people, it's a rarity. It's a rarity for them to like read during a movie.
Yeah, that's because many people. The reason why whole world can understand American can read the subtitle is the American movie industry dominate the worldwide, and usually the outside of the U.S. world, the other people actually read a subtitle like a half of their time when they watch the movie, like half of the Hollywood movie and half of their own movie, like a Korean. So don't like blame them for not understanding it, because it is quite normal for them, and they can have a hard time not understanding how hard it can be.
Yeah, I'll agree that eating
yeah.
is definitely harder. Well,
the fact that like that should be enough there. Like the fact that I can't look away from the screen for even a second or I lose story. Whereas with other movies you can be more passive with it. Most people when they watch movies they're pretty passive.
Yeah, I mean I guess that's kind of like my primary like mode of media consumption is like 100% plugged in as I'm experiencing it. Like I can't unless I'm watching like a YouTube video or something. I'm like
something
plugged
that
in to everything that's going on there because I want to like experience the whole thing and I want to experience it in like the best setting. The whole point
of watching it is to experience it.
It's to actually like engage.
It's actually know what's happening.
Yeah. So I guess I just personally don't relate to it's like I can't look away for a second. I'm like, yeah, otherwise you'd miss part of the movie, duh. So
yeah.
I understand like the sentiment of like.
Do you eat when you watch things?
Not usually, no.
Okay, so that's the difference, right? Because even just taking a bite
if I'm eating while I'm watching something, it's something that I can eat without looking, like a bowl of ice cream or something.
Okay.
I'm not like sitting down with like a plate of food to watch a movie. Like I'll wait until I'm done eating.
Straight up dinner.
Yeah, I'll wait until I'm done eating to watch a movie.
I feel like something that uses a spoon requires looking at it most of the time.
Jared's good at this. All of his meals and
like if you said like popcorn or chips or something that you could literally just like reach and grab and it's like literally just with your hands. Like yeah. I feel like especially ice cream, you're like dripping on yourself and like look down. You're like,
how are you eating ice cream? Like you just
my hands.
I have tried. Okay,
I'm not talking like a cone of ice cream.
Sorry, what are you saying, Jerry?
Cone would be like with cone, like a normal person.
Oh, like yeah.
I'm not serving myself up a double scoop cone to have by myself in my house. I'm just putting that shit in a bowl.
A cone would be easier than a bowl.
No, because you constantly have to like maintain a cone and be looking around the cone and playing like Missile Command the entire time. I'm just like, oh, that one's coming down.
You really do that? No.
Yes.
I think spoons. Okay,
spoons. You have to like aim where the spoon's going.
Yeah.
Like, look at,
if you miss, just move the spoon. It's not hard.
Okay.
I imagine Jared
just
down there just like missing the bowl a bunch of times, and he just kind of just worked his way into the bowl.
How long time do you eat the ice cream?
Like his mouth a few times.
It won't melt in 5 minutes.
Peripheral vision exists. Like you can fucking watch a movie and still kind of see where the ice cream is. You're fine.
What about cereal though, Jared?
No, I wouldn't eat cereal while watching a movie.
That one I have to look at the spoon because otherwise I'm losing milk and stuff.
Right.
Like without a doubt.
You're saying that cereal and ice cream are these completely different things.
In terms of ease of eating without looking, yes. Are we really going to go down this rabbit hole?
I mean, about the subtitle, once you get used to it, it's just like stick in the scene so you don't feel differently.
Yeah, but
you need time to get used to it. Yeah,
you have to. Yeah, you can't. It's
gonna
you can't go
take some
from
time.
someone that just watched the entire Transformers saga, and that's like your movie repertoire.
Be
And then
careful.
There is
someone puts Pan's Labyrinth in
logo
front
in
of you,
Transformer?
and you're
I didn't
like,
know that.
oh, this movie's hard to watch. It's got subtitles, and then you're like, you fucking loser, you don't read.
You guys just need to train your eyeballs to have one look at the subtitles and the other one look at the visuals simultaneously. Like, how have you?
It's gonna take some time. Like, think about it. Like for other people, like when they were young, they started to training because they had to watch the Disney movie, like a Disney animation.
Mhm.
Like who all the kids usually watch the Disney animation because they were kind of like the best at that era. So, I mean, for example, I was get used to it, like while I was a kid and baby.
Of course.
Yeah. So it takes time. It takes time to get used to it. I assume.
That's why we were so proud of our parents for watching anime. That's mind blowing.
They were watching it subbed, right?
They were watching it with subtitles.
That is insane.
That's crazy. Like that's actually crazy.
Yeah. It is nuts.
And they still and they didn't just watch a couple episodes. They're like still watching it.
Yeah, they're in season 2, baby.
They were asking us if we're caught up. I'm like, I just watched like 2 episodes.
I watched like the 5 episodes I watched with.
They're gonna become sub-elitist. I can almost guarantee.
I think they will, like, because it is one of those things that once you do it, once you like read subtitles, like it is the way to watch that.
Yeah.
Unless you know the language,
if they
right?
accidentally load up an episode in English, I bet they'll just be like, why do they sound like that?
That's awful.
I bet they would. Actually, I think they tried it. Didn't they bring that up, Steven? I can't remember.
Kidding.
I have no idea. I don't think so. I have no idea.
Like a Japanese animation with a horrible English or
dub.
Korean dub.
Yeah.
Even Korean dub, I can't take it.
The dubs aren't, at least English dubs, they aren't that bad nowadays. But if it's not what you're used to hearing,
no, it doesn't fit though. It doesn't fit.
It all depends. Like I won't get upset at somebody for watching anything dubbed nowadays. But it's definitely it's just one of those things that you experience if you're just watching exclusively subbed and you accidentally happen upon an English dub and you're just like, they don't sound like that. Why is that? Like it weirds you out.
I like hearing the Japanese vocals, like just the sounds that their voices make. It's more or less like Eddie Vedder music. I don't care about the lyrics. I just want to hear the voice. I just want to hear that type of voice. You're not going to get that from American voice acting.
Because they exaggerate the feeling.
Yeah,
so
I like that.
it can strike your heart.
So what Andrew's saying
exactly,
Japan is the Pearl Jam of countries.
It is. It's the incoherent babble of country music.
Concrete. God damn it. So
I like that we're spending the first part talking about
needed to be said. We haven't talked about the movie at all.
We open up in 480p.
If there was any doubt about like our culture's ability to digest subtitles, we have just spent the first like 20 minutes of this movie talking about our ability to digest subtitles.
So yeah, we have like the opening scene of the little girl doing like basically red light, green light. And my immediate first reaction to that of like, oh no, this is about to be reincorporated, isn't it?
That's going to be the thing.
Right?
Sure enough.
Yeah.
And wouldn't you know it?
Interestingly about like, I think the thing that stood out most to me for this soundtrack that I'm still like trying to formulate my opinions on is like the soundtrack of this movie, which sometimes like it wasn't like a typical soundtrack that you would expect from like a horror movie, right? Like sometimes it was like
some of the songs felt out of place to me.
Yeah, like this horrific thing is happening and like I'm hearing like these passionate violin like strings and stuff.
Music or something.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell's happening? Like,
I don't think it was like bad, but like some of the times I'm just like that. Okay, like this music is doing a good job of like easing the tension right now, but I'm not sure if that's what it wants to be doing.
The music when they're like doing that first game, like treasure hunt game.
Yeah.
I was just like,
Yeah,
weird.
it was like a.
Yeah, it was National Treasure.
A fantasy yeah, it was National Treasure. I was like,
Yeah.
what?
It was so weird.
I don't know what the tone is supposed to be with this movie most of the time.
So that's
you gotta think.
that's just one of the first things I noticed in like the opening scene. It was like, okay, this is not the sort of like music that I would expect from a horror movie right now. Let's see.
Yeah. The thing is, the reason why I told you like this is not very horror-ish is like this is like not like the normal horror movie that we've been watching. I mean, I don't even think that this should be categorized as the horror movie. I mean, you can say this is kind of like a horror
I think
movie.
It's still pretty horror.
It still has plenty of horror cliches in it.
Yeah, exactly.
But as a horror movie,
it's not scary.
So what's your definition of like a traditional Halloween horror movie, Jerry?
That's a good question.
Like there should be some blood splatters.
Okay, so you want
there
gore and body horror.
No, not just the gore and body horror. Yeah, there should be some. There should be some. This is more like a psychological horror, but more like I would say psychological thriller. Horror.
Jerry, there were actual ghosts.
I'm gonna have to hard disagree with you on there in terms of like horror movies require like gore.
It depends on you.
I also disagree
you
with
accept it. There could be a ghost. There could be that. It could be just an illusion. It could be illusion, or there could be a ghost.
There are absolutely ghosts.
That is depends on what you decide. If there was a horror,
I don't know about that.
Ghost or not.
I'd say there's absolutely supernatural elements in this movie.
No doubt, there's ghosts.
Yeah, there was supernatural, but you can say it's a horror. You can say it could be in your head. We can talk about it later.
That'll be an interesting.
If the movie has a medium in it, it's a horror movie.
That's the rule.
I mean, this is all at the end of the movie, the stuff that like Jerry's referring to, but in my mind, there is no doubt. Like, unless the movie like is stupid and like and contradicting itself. There's no doubt that those ghosts are real. Like the plot and everything and the climax is all based around ghosts being real, not being. Now we can talk about this later. It could have been.
We'll get to it. We'll get to it.
But,
Yeah. So we open up with that. It's basically like establishing what this sort of orphanage is. Some little girl's getting adopted. I'm pretty sure that's the main character who's Lara, who's leaving the orphanage. And then it hard cuts to a admittedly very cheesy title sequence. I
actually liked that. It was so dumb.
It did not look great.
Nope.
It was fine for what it was, and it does some neat little like visual foreshadowing of like some stuff in the movie, but it looked like the opening to like what I would expect from like Coraline or something.
It was way too cartoony. Yeah. But the rest of the movie doesn't match that tone in any way.
Exactly. Yeah.
Which to Steven's point, like about the music, like here's where we start to see other parts of the movie being a little bit confused about what kind of movie it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Some of the hands were like struggling to like get this. Like, this is like we have one take for this, man. Gotta get
it. Yeah. One of the hands was actually Guillermo del Toro's hand.
Ooh. He did have a cameo in this movie.
Did he?
Yeah,
I was looking for him.
He was a doctor, and he was walking out of the room when she was like on that little hospital bed. I was like, I think that's it.
I was looking for him the whole time.
Yeah.
That
I wouldn't trust.
Man.
Did you look it up and know
I
that was him?
confirmed it on IMDb. That was him.
Okay. I was gonna say if you just thought it was him, I wouldn't believe it.
Yeah, no, and like Fred Armisen was also like in the background during the party.
I remember the part.
There you go. Yeah. Now I know you're telling the truth.
I saw it there first, and now I am D-Lever.
So after that title sequence, we basically cut to the family who, in typical like horror movie cliche, decide to like purchase and live in this orphanage, which
orphanage. To be fair, their plans. The plans were to turn it into like a special needs home.
Yes.
So I guess they needed the space.
Yeah.
Well, that's wasn't that what it was before? Kind of like.
I think it was just a general orphanage, and then some kids were kind of just
because they all had disabilities.
I thought kids.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just surprise.
I think that was just trying to make it like
More interesting. Like
either
these
they're trying
kids
to
all
make it
have some unique.
scary
It's like the same
or
way.
just
It's like
a
the same way that you
different
add like the
vibe.
wheelchair kid on the back of like a textbook.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, it's all
God.
inclusive.
It's
We got all
inclusive.
terrain kids.
We got the kid with the burned face. We got the blind bitch. That kid's got no elbows.
It's Laura.
It's Laura.
His name was Laura. She was a dancer.
Yeah. So we should we
But
go
why
to the
can
kid?
Why can they afford this? I mean, I know he's a doctor, but
Doctor.
What did she do actually?
but they they have money, right? But they like of all the places in Spain or wherever this takes place, like they choose this decrepit place.
Because she used to be in this orphanage.
Yeah, so it wasn't a matter of
memorabilia.
it wasn't a matter of they needed
Honestly-
space. Like she had some like personal motivation to get
Yes.
this place for some reason.
Yeah, she had sentimental
Honestly,
value to the place.
But why?
Exactly, yeah.
If the place wasn't haunted, it would be a pretty nice area. It got like
Dude, a
Jack
castle
said,
on the
yeah,
beach.
can see a lighthouse out your window,
Mhm.
even if it doesn't work. Like that's cool.
You have a cave
but,
right on the beach where you can just send your kid unsupervised into.
Hey, no one died because of that cave.
That's true.
I mean, if
That-
I were
Shockingly.
her, I couldn't
Well, no
even
one
think
died
about
because of
another
that
place
cave in
because
the
she
current
used to be in that orphanage.
Well, no one died.
She was happy
No,
when she was in there.
Simone didn't die, at least.
Simone didn't die in there. I just don't buy the whole like she grew up in the orphanage, so like she wants to live there. I don't get that. Like
Why
That's
not?
really makes-
I mean,
is that really
is there a
was it
reason?
like that fond of a memory that like oh these kids
I
that
feel
I was like 4 years old with, like really?
Yeah, like she remembers these kids so like vividly. Like I mean, I guess like I
guess
remember
there really wasn't
being
much to
orphaned.
establish like her experience in the orphanage and like how she like grew up there and who she connected with. It was
the only
mostly
one who
just-
got adopted and
Mm-hmm.
survived. So I guess that's her experience.
It show a little in the opening, like they were playing that, like.
I get that they were
That's
friends.
just what
Game.
kids do.
And
But I-
yeah,
played
they were
games with lots of
happy.
kids. I don't want to live in their house as an adult.
Got though.
But yeah, so they're living in this orphanage now, and the mom goes to check on the kid because he's getting all spooked. She tells him a story about like the lighthouse and things. It was like, oh, invisible light, look at this, and like goofs him.
Invisible eye.
with
And then
the-
Tricky,
somehow
you stupid little
impossibly
idiot.
creates that reflection.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know where the light's coming from and that how it's being so bright, but she
But
does
this
it. She's a
is
magician.
this is essentially where we get introduced to the fact that Simone can he has invisible friends, or he has imaginary friends.
Got the vision. He's got the sight.
At least how that's how the parents have been sort of interpreting it. But I think even like right from the get-go, he's naming like kids from the orphanage, right? Like who were there. I'm pretty sure.
No, his first two
No.
imaginary friends.
The first
no,
two were like
Pepe
completely
and something.
imaginary, I think.
Okay.
Or they
they
were
were like
ghosts
they were kind
that
of like
following
goofy
around.
names.
That's
Yeah,
right.
like
That's right.
they're-
Okay. I couldn't
It wasn't
remember.
until they started talking about Tomas that
Tomas
it
was the
like,
first one.
That's got to be a
Mhm.
real kid.
And then after
Yeah, it
Tomas,
was
like,
just, like,
we
the
would get a
movie- the
scene where he's
movie
like, I
felt-
have 6 friends now. And like they're
Like,
ooh.
where'd
like,
you
oh,
meet all
that's-
these? Geez, that's a lot of kids.
That's not great.
But yeah, so she's talking to him, and then I think we just this is I think no. Yeah, I think
She
this
had-
is where
hold
I
on.
tried to turn the subtitles on, and it goes to the construction crew speaking Spanish. I'm just like, oh, okay,
No,
those don't work.
Spanish shit.
Yeah, like when they're down, like playing on the piano, like
Yep,
having a conversation or whatever.
yep,
Yeah.
yep.
I
Because
don't know what's
little Simone wants to go to the beach.
And his like classic beach get up
Yes.
with like the like head cap and a cape.
Mhm.
yeah.
And he's
It's like what kids
taking
look like in commercials when they're going to the pool.
Yeah, this is where they sort of like introduce the fact that this kid needs like medication that he's taking constantly, these mysterious black pills, which seemed
My
ominous.
goodness, is that what HIV meds look like? Fuck.
Apparently, I'm not taking those.
I'm not taking this medicine.
So yeah, they're expressing concerns about this kid's like imaginary friends. I don't know. Did you guys ever have like imaginary friends growing up? I don't think I
Steven
did. Oh yeah.
Well,
Not-
Steven had
I don't really have-
imaginary items
I had
and
imaginary-
bunnies.
Yeah, bunnies. I just had
Ah.
good imagination, but
Ah.
I was never just like, I have this friend that's following me around.
I don't think
Have
I
to-
ever had like an actual friend that way.
I
was
certainly don't
cool. I
remember.
had real friends.
I had an imaginary girlfriend. How about that?
Oh, that's hot, Jerry.
No, just kidding.
That's hot.
That's sad. Is the imaginary girlfriend in the room with us right now?
Hey, she was hot. Okay.
Jerry, how old was she?
Oh. Wait, no. She was even though he was like 6, she was 18.
Oh,
cool.
Okay.
No. She was 15. How about that?
Jerry, I'm helping you out, man. Why would you make her young?
My man. You gotta stop on your head.
Listen, Jerry's too honest to be guilty of anything.
It's true. It's way too honest.
No man who's guilty would ever admit that.
He was a boy.
No man is
she
ever
was
guilty
15.
about the girl. Okay.
Can it be any more obvious?
Also need some imaginary.
Pixar, it didn't happen, boats.
Yeah, at most I would pretend that there was a bunny living in my parents' gas tank in their car.
Ah.
Yeah.
And then every time they would get gas, I'd be like, "Oh, hold on, let me go feed the bunny," or something. I don't know.
I think you used to take it out.
I have
That's
zero
awesome.
memory of this, so
Mom's the one that always knows.
Mom's
about
the one
this.
who, she's always bringing it up. And I'm like, I mean, that sounds cute as fuck. But
I must
Why
have been
can't
a
I remember how
kick-ass
cute I
kid.
was?
Kid. So Steven, where is that bunny now?
Oh,
It's
the bunny's dead.
Is dead. He has been looking after it for a while.
Bunnies only live for like, I don't know, like 10 years or something.
Listen, our sister already killed her bunny. The real one. There's pictures. They have that picture of her like holding that rabbit before they take it to like kill it. And she is like scream crying. And they have a picture of this that they kept.
We want to remember this moment forever.
Book. It's put in like a scrapbook, like a thing that they want to remember, like that time that like our little girl realized they were going to murder her animal. I mean, she's the reason.
Her first brush with mortality.
Yeah.
Oh no,
Kids.
there's this rabbit that I've been neglecting for like years and years and just don't give a shit about is dead. Oh no, I'm crying.
And now that rabbit is nothing. It's just whatever the new stuffed animals in the house are that also have beating hearts.
Oh.
No respect for life. Why is the rabbit so thin? Oh well, guess we'll get a new one.
God damn.
So where were we?
Yeah, Ma takes the boy to the beach.
Each time.
And she just lets him go unsupervised into a cave, which I thought
What
was
the fuck? Bad mom.
Not the best call, mother.
Because it wasn't just like a little shallow, like little carve out of the mountain.
This is literally a cave that they later establish like floods to the point where people drown in it.
Yes.
Yeah.
I assume she used to live here, so she knows a cave. Like, it's not like super dangerous.
I guess.
Well,
but why wouldn't she? Like, she's just collecting shells instead. I guess.
I don't know. Well, she's like just standing guard in front of the cave, so it wasn't like she was doing other things.
Why wouldn't
she
she
was
go
just
in?
waiting at the mouth of the cave?
Be out
like
here
a
when you're
fucking
done in the
psycho.
cave, sweetie.
Just go in with your kid. Why wouldn't you do that? That's so weird to me.
Especially your kid is like less than 8 years old.
A young boy, like, in a cave, like he could trip on a rock and hit his head, and you wouldn't know it until he didn't come out of the cave.
Or his flashlight could go out and it would be pitch black.
Yeah.
Ooh, damn.
So
and you don't know what like animals are back in there, or other people, homeless men that could be living vagrants.
So yeah, she eventually like goes in to look for him, and then she catches him just like whispering to someone or something and saying it's his friend. And at that point, if I'm the parent, I'm like, all right, we need to get the fuck out of here and get you to like a psychiatrist or something. Like that's, I ain't gonna be a part of this narrative, you small child. Nuh-uh. And then roll credits. That's what my movie would be. Like fucking.
When you start to see that level of commitment, like with the kid,
leave a trail of seashells for your new friend, and
little bitch.
That's a good idea.
I thought a lot of kids actually had that kind of imaginary friend. They actually make some kind of like a imaginary friend when they get to the new place. Many kids.
I wouldn't disagree that it's like not unusual,
but they were. Yeah, it's not unusual.
But why? Okay, so
that happened in real life, man.
So the movie is all about Laura loves this orphanage. That's why she came back. She loves it. She loves these. She loved the small group of kids. It wasn't like 100 kids. It's like 6 kids.
Yep.
And she loved these guys. Like they were the most important thing in the world. And when in this location, with the resonance that it all has in her memories, when her son says his name is Tomas, that doesn't do anything for her. Not a damn thing.
Tomas wasn't part of the group. He was hidden away. She never met.
Yeah,
Tomas.
I
guess she did. I guess it was like she never remembered him.
Yeah, she never knew he existed.
Oh, she never meets Tomas?
I think remember she had to be reminded of that one person who used to work there, old Granny Bushead.
Benigna.
Yeah, I think that was her. Tomas was her kid, and she was only there for a little bit. So like they had to show like
Laura
footage.
Was only there for a little.
No. Tomas and that old lady were only there for a little bit, and she's like, I don't recognize who that is. Like when she was looking at the pictures. So like I think Tomas's residency there was like short-lived.
If she here's the thing though.
She didn't previously know Tomas.
If she didn't meet him, then that's fine.
Yeah.
And Tomas is quite a common name, so
well,
even if your kid make the like imaginary friend's name as Thomas, you think about like, oh, Thomas the train
tank engine.
Yeah. Well, but if I grew up in an orphanage with this is in the scenario in which Tomas is a part of that gang.
Yeah.
And these are common Martin names. I would still be like in this location, like with all the memory resonance that it has. Even a common name would still jump out at me as like, oh my god, like that was my best friend.
I mean, if she knew him.
and then Batman just said, or Superman just says like it's a really common name. I don't know why you would get so.
With Thomas. Save Thomas.
But yeah, they're walking back and. Little bitch Simone is leaving a Hansel and Gretel trail for Tomas to come back to.
What an idiot.
Idiot.
And then after that, is that when the party starts happening? Right? Like it's the next day after that?
Lady?
No, not quite yet. Yeah, because the social worker comes.
Happens. The social worker comes.
The social worker comes before that. Yeah, you're right. So the social worker comes, and she gives like the adoption papers of this kid. And she's like, there's a lot of other alternative treatments to this illness or whatever. He's like, my husband's a doctor.
My husband's a
Thank you very much.
I think you would know.
I don't even need to talk to you, you stupid bitch.
I mean, to be fair, like this is a physical like disease that we later find out that this child has. This isn't like some what's going on in his head kind of mental illness thing.
No.
This is like kids got HIV. There are armies of doctors studying this thing right now. I'm sure my doctor husband probably has been staying informed on developments.
Something tells me the social worker isn't more adept at treating HIV than a doctor.
The more advanced medicine.
Yeah. So I think her frustration was justified there.
Yes.
So we cut to later in the night when Laura hears something like outside, and she decides to go out unarmed to investigate it.
You do not do this.
Don't do this. Don't do this, especially if you live in an orphanage. Like a decommissioned orphanage. Don't do this.
You live in an old orphanage that hasn't been cared for since you left.
So she
eventually makes her way to the shed.
Yes, she makes her way to the shed. She's exploring around a bit, and then she eventually discovers old lady social worker just hanging out in there.
Oh my goodness!
And somehow, I'll have to watch that scene again. I have no idea how she got away from her. But she just
runs into some trees.
It's the goofiest looking shit I've ever seen, and that's like where I'm like, I don't know, is this supposed to be like a scary movie? What is happening? Because the lady, she like makes this face when
the face is hilarious,
and she's holding a shovel, and she's just kind of like trotting along and just kind of runs into the woods. I'm like, what the fuck is happening?
She's clutching that shovel like all cute. She's got her Coke bottle glasses on that make her eyeballs look massive.
Just kind of bounces off into the forest. I'm like.
And Laura's just like, whoa, what was that?
Laura could have easily caught her and be like, yo. But so she goes back and finds Carlos, and then obviously she's gone.
Yeah. She's way gone.
What was the
tone? What was the tone that the movie wanted from that?
All I got was just like, I just started laughing because it's just so goofy.
The way she runs like a who.
Yeah.
It's so goofy, but I could understand that. But like the old lady was holding the shovel, which was a weapon, and she was like an armless. If I was in that case, I wouldn't follow her. I would call for help, like a
the reality makes sense. It's just the way it was shot.
Yeah,
the shot was ridiculous.
Because I would also be absolutely dumbfounded if like the social worker from earlier was just in my shed in the middle of the night, like, what the fuck are you doing here?
I was like shocked, and I wouldn't do anything. Yeah.
And if they ran, I probably wouldn't grab them either. Like that's all very true. But if they clutch the shovel up and like stick their head down into their neck and get really big goofy eyes and then like bounce away, I'm gonna be like, what? I'm more flexed than scared.
Mm-hmm. It almost felt like one of this, like the Wayans brothers scary movies, sort of like.
Like it should have had a goofy sound effect involved.
Bum, 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 bum.
Like, I was just like, I still can't tell what this movie's going for, especially with.
It doesn't know.
Yeah, I still wasn't sure at this point, because I also wasn't sure what direction that this movie was going to take in terms of like, is this going to be like a supernatural sort of thing, or is this going to be like a horrific, like real world horror sort of thing? I wasn't sure yet.
Yeah.
Because I'm still trying to. They're throwing a lot of threads out there that I wasn't sure where it was going to be going yet. Like obviously you have like the generically spooky kid who talks to things that the adults can't see.
Of course.
But you never know. Like especially in the beginning of the movie, I'm just like, all right, maybe this is just all in the kid's head, or maybe like there's some actual supernatural shit going on here. The whole point is that you don't know yet.
Yeah.
So.
But the problem is that it seems like the movie is creating confusion, like almost on purpose. Like it seems that way, but then it doesn't really do anything with that confusion.
It didn't seem that way for me until we go back through all of this stuff, and I'm just like, I'm not quite sure what that whole social worker was there for, like for the movie. I don't know.
Yeah, like, well, also, I mean, I have a lot of issues with most of like sort of the points of the movie, but the one that bothers me kind of the most is that this movie, in my opinion, is actually really generic. And then in the midst of how generic it is, it has these like weird like tonal shifts that are hard to follow, which makes me think either I'm stupid for not getting it and seeing past it all, or that the movie actually had nothing to show. And that's what made me most frustrated.
I mean, the social worker was like, if you're saying you don't know why she was in the rest of the movie or something, she was the Tomas's mother. If you weren't getting that,
I knew that.
I don't know. If
I think it goes deep. I think it goes deeper, just like to the whole like why did it matter? Like,
think about it. Think about it.
She was pretty like ingrained in the plot.
No, I know, but
I think my more concern is like, what was she doing in that shed? Was she trying to retrieve the bodies? I don't know. If so, why?
She had the shovel. She was trying to, because a new family's moved in, like they could discover where she hid the bodies, because she clearly killed all those kids. Because
she killed them.
Yeah.
Okay.
See,
yeah.
Okay.
I wasn't aware of like because she was. I don't think she was like the head caretaker, right? Like there were two people. There was like the head caretaker, and then she was there for a little bit, if I recall.
But she was Tomas's mom, and then when Tomas died because the kids like took him into the cave, she blamed them and she murdered them because of that.
That makes sense, because for some reason I thought like during that flashback, I don't remember what young her looked like, and they barely showed like the head caretaker, so I just assumed when they were all sitting around the table, I was like, oh, that's the head caretaker. Okay. But you're absolutely right. Okay, cool. All right, then that makes sense.
Let me tell her about a little more. So the kid, what was the kid's name? Kevin?
Which one? Simone?
The main kid?
Simone, yeah.
The other ones don't matter.
The main character's son. Simone, right?
Technically son.
When Simone was like reacting like crazy to her mom, she said, "I'm not your son," and like I have disease, I'm gonna die. Yeah, you don't love me. And you assume that was like because of the ghost, like told him.
What else
but I was thinking differently. How the ghost, which is Thomas, know about his status like he's not her son, or he's got this dying disease. Thomas doesn't know shit. Actually, the girl, not the girl, the caretaker, the killer actually told him like about her son and about his status because she was at that point she was the only one.
Don't try to look any deeper into it.
I'm pretty sure Tomas was in the house. Like they hint at Tomas being in the house before the caretaker gets there.
But think about it. Thomas was very young. Thomas was like a young kid, like a similar age as a kid.
It's literally just them being like, yeah, the ghost told him because ghosts just know things. That's literally what.
I agree that it's stupid, but that it is dumb. But it's basic like generic horror movie logic where ghosts
like, this ghost knows more about me than I know about myself, sort of thing. Like, how does the ghost know that? It's
the ghost found the thing that you locked in a drawer. No human could get to that document.
Yeah.
What I think is that's what movie want you to think. But in this case, I think
Jerry, I think the further along we get into this movie, the harder it's going to be to justify everything happening with like some sort of real world justification.
Nothing
like I'm not saying this is like correct or something, but there was a possibility that the caretaker was a killer and she's got grudge and she wanna hide something, so she's making like a kind of like a diversion, right?
Ain't no fucking way, man.
Diversion.
Ain't no fucking way.
I think you're expecting too much.
Let's hear Jerry.
I want to hear.
So she had a conversation with this Simon kid, and you can make a friend. There was a kid here, like a 6 kid, including my son, and you have this disease, and you are not their son. You can make a friend, but they don't love you, and you're not his son. But you can make a friend. They are like friends here. And this kid, as the movie shows, this kid can have an imaginary friend. He is capable ability to have the imaginary friends, so he can easily be tricked by that.
So wait, so did he one-on-one have a conversation with this caretaker, or was this caretaker like whispering from a balcony where the kid or Simone couldn't see her? Because Simone literally says like Tomas told me.
Yeah, and I don't, and I feel like if that was the case, the movie would at least hint at it.
The movie wouldn't completely hide it. There's no breadcrumbs to suggest that Benigna like had a one-on that Simone had any interaction. Like as far as we know, Simone doesn't even know that Benigna exists.
Yeah.
Benadryl.
Benigna?
Let's call it Benadryl.
Benoit.
Chris Benoit?
I'm just saying there was a possibility because she was the only real thing.
I would say that there is next to no possibility.
Jerry, I love your theory, but it's wrong.
I think that might have made it more interesting if she somehow did that, but it's just not what happened in the movie.
Wait, Jerry, when did she have a chance to get to Simone? When would that have happened?
You don't know that because when they had the conversation with their mom, his mom, it was like a daytime, and the next scene was like a nighttime. We don't know what happened in between daytime and nighttime.
Literally anything could have happened then.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
No, I could throw that argument into any sort of movie plot. Like they didn't explicitly show this, so that way this protagonist could have murdered an entire hospital of babies. You don't know that. They didn't show it. A whole day passed. You never know.
It's too extreme.
But that's what I'm saying is like if anything could happen, like
the movie has to leave some breadcrumbs to this.
I don't know. It's just not.
Let's get to the next day. Yeah.
Okay. I enjoy that theory, but it is wrong.
I appreciate it. But, it's just sadly incorrect.
So we get to we essentially get to like the opening party, right?
No, we still got a treasure hunt.
Oh, the treasure hunt. Goddamn.
Treasure,
the whole national treasure shit. First before that, we're reading Peter Pan. Which I generally always don't like it when movies do this. Of like, I am reading this well-known book. Let's discuss the themes of this book. I wonder if that's gonna be relevant later.
You're gonna pertain to what's happening in the movie somehow.
It's almost every single time like pretty heavy-handedly done when it's like revealed for like reading. When you see somebody reading a book, it's like, oh, okay, like so this is gonna come back in the ending, right? Like you're gonna find a way to twist this in there.
That's a very typical movie trope.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So they're talking about Peter Pan, and then he goes into detail about how he has 6 friends now. Take him to a fucking hospital, Mom. Like that's the problem. I feel like at this point,
it's
not cute anymore.
Yeah,
it's not cute anymore.
And he's drawing them with like there's a lot of details.
The last thing I ever want to happen is for a little kid to draw me in one of their photos, and like in the background you see like some shadowy figure thing like hiding behind a tree, and you're just like.
It could even be an accident from the kid, but your mind is gonna race. Please do not draw me in your pictures.
Yeah.
Did your granddaughter, your goddaughter, ever draw you like that? There's got to be pictures of you that exist that are probably freaky if you look at them.
Probably not that I've ever really seen. She's gotten to the point though where she like. I think I saved one picture where she was just like drawing like a couple of years ago, where she was like. Drawing herself with like deer antlers and had all these like deer characteristics.
Back when she was when the furry was born.
Yes, essentially. And this was like last year. So I'm just like, oh, you're gonna have a rough time in middle school. But you're gonna be stronger for it. Be strong.
It'll be better. Like 15 years from now, you'll thank me.
Mm-hmm.
But until then, anything could happen.
Just hold on. Just hang on. Or a scarecrow with the kid telling you, "That's my friend Tom." But yeah, they're having the she whips out the drawing of all of his friends. She's like, "Who's this? Who's that? Like, why are they holding these things?"
What are
like,
they holding?
Here's like they're doing a little scavenger hunt thing where they take something that's super precious to you, and they hide them. And if you follow the scavenger hunt thing, you'll be able to grant a wish by the end of it. So he's like, by the way, I have these coins that are super important to me. Let's go check them out. And he goes,
teeth.
Yeah,
they're gone.
Just goddamn teeth the whole time.
And she just casually just like pours those teeth into her hand. She's like, these are your milk teeth.
Wait, no, you understand that that was what was replaced. Like his coins were milk.
Yes, I know. Yeah, but she still opens up a canister full of teeth and pours them into her hand. She's like, these are your milk teeth. Why do you have these?
I like imagining that that's just his treasure, and he thought.
I thought that's what it was.
Yeah.
I thought he was talking about that he found stole these gold coins from an old man, but what he really took was this old man's teeth. I thought that's what it was.
God, why do you have these teeth?
What the hell, Simone? You deserve HIV.
a funny little thought, but
this.
Yeah, so like, all right, where'd you keep my teeth at, Mom?
At this point, like in the scavenger hunt, it kind of feels like this is just something that's orchestrated by the kid himself. He's like, oh no, like where do you keep the milk teeth and stuff? He's like, why is there sand in here? He's like, well, it's got to be somewhere near the house. Like it can't. He's like, is it at the beach? He's like, no. It's near the house. Like let's think near the house. So they're. I
don't know why, but at this point in the movie, I completely trusted that it was already supernatural.
Oh,
I didn't
really?
doubt it for.
The
movie gave me no indication.
Like, this is just like a ghost is doing this.
Yeah,
like,
I was still hanging on to like
all.
this is probably going to be supernatural, but it the way that this kid's acting, it feels like this is something he set up
that kid doing
until they find the key, obviously.
Yeah, well, the fact,
obviously
until
they find the key.
The pace at which everything was brought up just felt too like forced to not be like exactly what they wanted to do. Like he's just like, there's 6 kids. They play this game.
Yeah.
They're playing it right now. Want to play it with me? Let's go. We're doing it.
Obviously, Laura feels like there's something up because, like, despite the jaunty tone of the music going on, she seems deeply concerned everywhere she's going.
She's like, but she's running around and like she gets like kind of into it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
She's actually playing the game legitimately with
goes outside, gets all wet.
She does get
very wet.
Jesus.
Did you guys notice how fake all the rain was during the movie?
Very fake.
Like where you can see like sort of the source of the rain and how it's only happening right in front of the camera.
No, I guess I didn't really.
Did you not notice that? Okay.
I did notice. I did notice that like the amount of wet that they got didn't seem to correlate with the amount of rain that I was seeing.
Oh yeah.
Like their hair would be soaking, but their clothes would be like have a couple of droplets on them, sort of thing.
Yeah, that did happen a lot.
But yeah, so they find the key. And I'm just like, oh shit, how did that get there? Because they had already established that the mom had locked the adoption papers away. That also includes like his HIV diagnosis in that drawer. And the kid's like just running up to her, he's like, let's go find some
treasure.
And he honestly doesn't even like look at the file. It's like there's no big reveal of like him looking at the file. He's just like, gold coins, yeah, grant a wish, let's go.
He starts dabbing.
And Laura's just like, you bitch, what are you doing? It's like, shut up, mom. I'm gonna die anyway, and you're not even my real mom.
He didn't read it. So he already knew this stuff before they started playing the game.
Yep.
That's what was his motivation to suddenly lose it right then?
I don't know.
That's what I found a bit strange. Is like they went through this whole thing, and clearly he knew about this. But
why wasn't he mad the second she showed up?
There's a hard cut to like, and so she's like, no, you don't. These are mine. Like you don't take things that don't belong to you. Then like he gets like.
Because they realized how dumb it would have been to suggest that this like 6-year-old or whatever kid could actually read those documents and understand what they meant with any amount of time.
So I could read the documents and not know what they're saying.
But if an old lady told you after she visited your house.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
no, Jerry, that was a joke.
No.
He was actually thinking like, No, I'm not saying like this is like 100% truth, but it's like there was a possibility that old lady actually approached him, like explained that, and this is between us. You have
so Jerry, do you have any other evidence?
Your friends.
Do you have any other evidence that this might have happened other than it could have happened?
I don't know.
Was there any part of the movie that might suggest that she was the one that did this?
I mean, sure. The only existence of her actually proves that it's possible.
That's like anything other than it's possible.
The truth. Yeah, exactly.
No. Do you have any other evidence other than it could have happened?
So you guys think this is like 100% supernatural thing? Other than that, it doesn't make sense. Are you able to prove out it's possible that he actually planted it, or she actually planted it, and make it like a game for the mom?
Surprise! You're adopted.
What's her reason though, Jerry? If it's all real,
not the mom planted it. Benignia or something like that.
What's her reason? Let's even assume that it happened. But
what's her motivation?
Why?
What's her motivation? Because she was hiding like a 5 dead body of kids, make her crazy, and crazy. People usually don't believe what crazy people says.
Wait, I don't understand. So she was. So her motivation was to
drive her crazy and drive
by telling her adopted son that he is adopted. It would drive the mom crazy, and if the mom's crazy, when the mom inevitably sees this old woman moving 5 dead bodies out of her shed, she would go to the cops, and then the cops would be like, "No, you're crazy."
No, it's more like when she became crazy, she can go to a hospital or she can go somewhere else, and she will have more time to hide her body or somewhere.
That is verbatim some like textbook classic Scooby-Doo shit.
That is like where like the plan is so convoluted it overlooks everything.
Like, we got to get these people off these properties because I have this valuable thing that I want to like move out of here, and I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for this damn adopted boy and his invisible friends.
Yeah, she already tried one time to try to hide it because it shows in the movie, but she knew it was impossible while they were in there. And let's make this kid like a delusional, and the parents, if the parents care about their kid, they might leave because the kid can be delusional in this place. That's what I took.
Jerry,
that's Scooby-Doo shit.
If this old lady Benignia, if she talked to Tomas, like Simone, why would Simone claim that Tomas told him?
Because there was a promise, like between them. It was
Simone operates on like adult levels of confidentiality.
It's like a little kid, I will tell you, but it's like It's like Thomas. Your friend Thomas told me to tell you about this secret, but what I tell you, the truth that what I tell you is a secret between us. You can tell me about me, or you will lose your Thomas, like something like that shit.
I'm enjoying this fanfic.
If that was the case, they would have either made some like sort of revelation at the end, or they would have alluded to it in some way.
They would have shown like Benigna like outside Simone's room, even just a shot,
or even like they would have had like a scene at the party before Simone goes missing or something,
where you see Benigna like at the party, like a glimpse of her, just a glimpse of her at the party.
Before the party, anyways. So it's like, well, there's no time or like, and there's nothing in the movie that says that Benigna talked to Simone.
But even assuming that we're using things in the movie, we have to accept that Benigna, her motivation is the Scooby-Doo level logic of, I need to get just the mom, not the whole family, just the mom off the property by making her go crazy. And the way to make her go crazy is to tell their son that he's adopted, which will get her committed somehow. So there's a lot more to that plan that hasn't been unfolded yet.
No, more like make the kids delusional, like make the kids believe they're like a six kids.
You can't make a kid crazy.
No. If you make the kid delusional and make him crazy, like if the parents take care about.
The kid had plenty of problems already.
If the parents care about the kid, and if parents found out the kid is getting worse and worse, if it's a normal kid, I would leave the fucking place. Wait,
hold on. How does telling Simone that he's adopted make him crazier? It doesn't affect his.
Just tell him adopt is not just enough to make him crazy, but make him 6 illusional friend is crazy.
Wait, what? What was the last part?
Make him having 6 illusional friends.
Oh, so are you saying that Benigna planted the 6 imaginary friends?
No, it's not imaginary friend. He used to live here. The point is there were actual 6 people lived here, and at this point the parents. What was the name? The main character.
Laura and Carlos.
Laura actually knew there were 6 friends because they were her friends, right? And
yeah, they were friends.
Make the kid believe that 6 friends live there right now. Make the Simon believe that the 6 friends still lives there at his own age, like a 6 or 7 or 8, I don't know. And that does make sense for Laura, right? And just 6 illusional friends doesn't make any sense for her, so she was just think about it as a kids illusional friend. But the fact that she knew there were 6 friends, and the kids know their name, will make her think like the kid is like doing some crazy shit.
Okay, so the Benigna's plan was to make the mom go crazy by feeding ghost shit through Simone.
Well, more like make Simone crazy and make mom take care of her own kids and make them leave.
To make them leave the house because they think the kid's going crazy at the house.
Yeah.
Like, I understand your logic, Jerry. There's no evidence in the movie is my issue. Like, I think what you're saying could make sense in a completely different movie, but unfortunately in this one, I feel like they would have said something about that at all. Like the whole movie is just like a supernatural movie.
Even one shot. Even at the end,
they make a whole point of her like having flashbacks to like what actually like was happening. It would have done that with like, oh, so this is how Simone actually found out. Like if the whole thing was none of the ghosts were real the entire time, it was all. It
would have resolved that at the end.
It would have done it. They would have like really drawn attention to it because they're not going to have a twist and you not know that the twist is happening because then there's
then it's not a twist. Then it's just the movie.
Yeah, that is just
the
face
twist
value.
is the stuff we didn't show you.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot that they didn't show, so
You have to go on Reddit to get the real movie.
I like where your head's at. I just don't think the movie is that.
All right, let's move on.
But also, if she had that much forethought to like plan Jerry, right?
She didn't have enough forethought to dodge that ambulance.
She had years, Jerry, to move those bodies.
She took this long to just go and like start moving the bodies. Like that's a whole nother thing. Like even if we're not talking about Jerry's theory, she could have moved the bodies like in the last 20, 30 years.
It's been years. I don't understand why she waited for someone to move in to then get the bodies.
I don't know for that. Make the kids suffer. That the kids who killed his son, make them suffer in like a small place, suck them in.
She could have put them worse. They're in a nice place. She could have put them on scattered them in the water.
I wouldn't call them nice place. They were not
as good as any burial site.
Buried properly.
But like, if you're saying that like you're making them the dead, like insulting the dead by leaving them there are way worse things that she could have done with those bodies.
Yeah,
that could have been just as convenient. If they were all burned to ash, she could have mixed them up down in the muddy water. Like she could have easily gotten rid of them in much better creative ways. And she had 20 plus years to do it, but waited for this family.
Do you think you could make a clay pot out of someone's remains?
Ooh,
maybe.
Think about
that would be kind of cool, right? Like someone like kills their victim and like cremates them and then turns them into pottery.
Turns them into like an ashtray.
There was that one guy. You heard about that guy who had his ashes like poured into frisbee plastic mix.
Yep. Yeah. So I think that's the inventor of a frisbee, wasn't it?
Was it really?
I do know that the inventor of the Pringles, the inventor of the Pringles can, got cremated and got buried in his invention.
I thought you were gonna say
if it was his wish.
I would have kind of dusted him on a Pringle chip.
No, he was buried inside a Pringles can.
That's kind of amazing.
Yeah, I would want it too. If I invented something like a Pringles, I would want to bury in the Pringles.
Now that we've brought up this idea of ash, can we acknowledge how much ash?
I thought those were sandbags.
That was amazing.
I'm pretty sure
that's not possible.
I knew they were kids, but I'm like, why? Like maybe they're.
Why are they the shape of kids though?
They were in the shape of kids, but still like sand. And then as soon as like the bag ripped and it was like ash, I'm like, all right, those are ashes. Like, cause I thought they were just like gonna be like bones or something.
Yeah,
that's a lot of fucking ash. Holy
that
shit.
was too many ashes.
There's at least like 5 full-grown adults in each one of those kids' bags.
Yeah.
But we're at the party now.
Somehow the game's more math.
The party.
The mom and the kid had a bit of a scuffle because the kid found out he was adopted. I think right before the party they were talking about, it's like, hey, we were gonna wait till you're older to tell us, but do you like have any questions for us? And the kid's just like, if I stop taking these meds, how long till I die? He's like, I don't know, a couple days, maybe a week or two. I'm like,
say it with a lot of lightness. They don't say it with any sort of like, this is serious. You need to understand what we're saying.
Take your goddamn pills, you little.
Yeah, they were saying like you can leave like a 3,000, like a nighttime, something like that. Yeah,
you're dead if you stop taking that black pill.
So you gotta take the black pill, man. It'll open your mind.
One day you die.
Trapped in a situation. Make sure you have plenty of pills with you, otherwise you're gonna have a bad
time. So yeah, and then we get to the point where like the whole party is happening, basically like a welcome event for the kids that they plan to be hosting here. They all decide to put on like the ugliest fucking masks they can possibly make or find.
Who made these masks?
I had a couple like weird questions that like, so the party was to welcome the kids that they were bringing in, like the special needs kids.
Yep.
And there was going to be 6 kids or however many. Why were there so many goddamn people at this place?
There was a lot.
There were a lot of people.
I mean, you would expect like 2 per kid, right? But like there was 6 kids.
Yeah.
There was some dude who was just like shooting a toy revolver.
Who was the old guy with the water gun?
Yeah, I'm like, is he one of the kids who's staying here? Like, what's going on here?
Wait, are the kids going to be living there?
I actually wasn't sure about the situation until I read the
permanent
synopsis
thing.
on IMDb. I was like, what's why are these people here?
Well, we never got to see what the situation was gonna be because none of the kids actually ended up staying there at all. So
That house also didn't look like it was prepared to be like having people moved in.
she had like the bedrooms and stuff. Like she had those like
she did have the. I thought it was really funny when she went to like
were
she
there.
took down all the old stuff and took down the new stuff and put the old stuff in. That it didn't look any different from the new stuff.
It's just metal frames instead of
yeah. Like they all looked exactly the same. Like they were painted. It was all white.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only difference was the dolls were on the bed.
So yeah, we go up to the Simone's room, and she's talking to him. He's like, "Hey, like we need you to get down there and start like socializing or whatever." And the kid's like, "Can I show you Tomas's little room first?" And like any rational parent, she's like, no, you're not going to show me that. Go downstairs and do your thing." And they start yelling at each other.
Out of my hand.
Yep, she just straight up is in. And then she's just like, "You know what? Like, go outside or don't do whatever. I need to like be out here.
Got business to run."
Yeah.
He knocks like a cake or something out of her hands.
I think it was like a platter of like hors d'oeuvres or something. She was holding food. Yeah.
It was food of some sort, and he ruined it. That was perfect.
He desered that slap. He deserved that slap.
He deserved it.
You hit that kid.
I mean, at this point, the kid was
hit the
making
HIV
her
right
crazy,
out of that kid.
So I would understand her.
Back the HIV right out of your body.
She was driving her crazy.
Wouldn't that cure him though?
She just slapped him in the face, looked him dead in the eye, and says, "You're gonna die soon," and then leaves.
It was a really insane part of the movie.
I think that was Benigna's true goal, was to find a cure for HIV because they never
the whole time.
Because she had it too.
Yeah.
It turns out a runaway bus
actually,
is not the way to cure HIV. But
was that actually what she was doing with those kids before? Like it wasn't poison. She was actually trying to like
testing
test
different
out
antidotes.
Oh. It was all an accident. A big.
I mean, I don't know. The movie didn't show it, so it could be true.
Yeah, because a lot of time passes between when the kids die and when they move in.
Jerry. That was a cheap shot. But yeah, she goes out and she's like, socializing with the people. She thinks she sees Benoit, but it turns out it's just some random person.
What ugly person?
What motivates her to go back into the house looking for Simone again?
Because she saw the Thomas figure
outside. She sees Thomas
outside of her. It was obviously Simone, but
wait, did she actually see that?
I don't think she actually saw the Thomas figurine outside.
No, doesn't she see the kid like? Thomas
I don't think
outside?
she sees the kid until she's in the bathroom. I think he was just like a creepy background figure as she was walking around.
No, she actually saw the Thomas outside.
Him as she's walking back inside.
Oh, I know that she saw Thomas outside.
She doesn't see him. No one sees him.
We see Thomas.
Just us. Yeah.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah, I forget. I think she sees something that reminds her that, oh yeah, Simone's a thing, and then she just goes back looking for him.
I forgot I had a kid.
And then she doesn't. She's looking around for him. She doesn't find him. And then when she goes to like the bathroom, she goes to the bathroom. We hear a little dog whistle thing. She turns around. And there's Tomas looking dude with the with
And here you had to know that was coming since.
So can we talk about Tomas's mask for a second?
Sure.
So say you have a deformed kid, like your kid's like got a disgusting looking face. You're like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put a sack over his head with the creepiest looking fucking
it's a worse face.
Like,
was it homemade? Like, do we know the backstory of that mask? Did the kid make it himself, or
it was off of the scarecrow that was in the yard? Because at the very beginning of the movie, you see a scarecrow out in the yard. So fucking Benigna shows up, pulls the head off the scarecrow, and shoves that shit on her kid's face.
Like, this isn't helping. I don't know what you're trying to accomplish here.
His face wasn't even that messed up.
It really wasn't. It looked like a burn victim, if anything.
It's kind of like Phantom of the Opera, like Gerard Butler's version, where he still looks hot.
I wasn't paying attention to the wheel until I saw it on stream.
Oh, it was Jin, baby.
Jin, baby.
But yeah, so
for some reason,
feel free to talk about the bathroom scene while I pour my stuff.
Oh, well, I don't want to. We'll wait for you to get back for that.
We will.
Okay.
Yeah, That was the one thing. That was the one thing that kind of made me think, like, why the fuck would you put this specific mask on this kid?
What a little kid.
It's not making him more attractive. Like the whole point is he has a deformed face, and you're trying to make him like more pleasing to the eye or something. But this isn't the way to do it.
And those other kids had like fucked up looks too. Why didn't they have bags on their faces?
Yeah, just put a bag on every kid.
That one girl was blind and had like a lazy eye and then like kind of a screwed up face, and they weren't covering her up.
Yeah. Was it actually him or the ghost? I mean, Tomas is always a ghost in the movie. There's no like real Tomas.
Yeah, so that I mean, we know at the end of the movie, spoiler alert, that is Simone.
That was Simone.
That is Simone. But
there
where, like, I mean, like, I guess, yeah, and he gets the mask out of Tomas's room, yada yada.
Yep.
So I'm curious. So do y'all think the movie seems to be saying this at least, that the reason Tomas is at the house is because he followed Simone home, right, with the shells?
So yeah.
But why? Why, like...
He made a friend and he told him to come play.
But, like, why did he need the shells? Like, because it made it seem like he needed the shells to find the house. Or is that just, like, a funny little detail?
I think it was just, like, a detail so that you could see, like, oh, there's a bunch of shells piled up outside the house.
Okay, just to have some physical way to show that he got there.
To show that, like, oh, whatever thing followed him is here, sort of deal. I don't think it really goes much further than that. Yeah, because I mean, unless Tomas is an idiot and he doesn't know his own way home.
That's what I was curious about. Like, was he trapped in the cave, or was he choosing to live in the cave?
No, movie doesn't show anything about that. It's just
maybe as a ghost, since he was like killed in the cave, like he can't find his way. Like he's like trapped, like lost in there or something, and it takes the seashells to like lead him out, sort of thing. I don't know.
He performed unknowingly some sort of ritual,
like,
that would unlock him from that place.
from the cave.
whatever, insert ghost logic.
Yeah, movie doesn't show anything about that, so I cannot really say about that seashell stuff. It's very hard to describe. We can hear you, Gerard.
I said, are you guys talking about Mastiff's comment thing or no?
I didn't read that yet.
Gotcha.
I just read it. Read it out loud though.
When Sergio G. Sanchez told the little girl who plays the blind orphan that she had pretty eyes, she replied, "Oh, do you like them? I picked them out myself." What he didn't know was she was diagnosed at a very young age with a degenerative eye disease that was going to leave her blind. One of the last things her parents did while she could still see was let her see a big selection of glass eyes and choose the ones she wanted.
Oh,
fuck. Ooh, wow.
I read this ahead of time too. I was like,
damn.
Dude.
Jesus.
Damn.
They must have been really nice glass eyes then.
Mm-hmm.
Why did they go with glass eyes instead of just bagging her head?
Yeah, why did they just put a scarecrow mask over her face?
Like, it would have been better. It would have saved her from ridicule.
Come by.
Kids are so mean. You have to bag your kid's head these days just to keep them from being made fun of.
Yep.
Bye. Bye.
I forgot I'm chasing this with gin.
Ooh. Ooh.
That's
not the flavor you wanted to end on.
Embrace it.
Kampai Ninja.
And
don't sniff. Don't sniff.
Now they charge you extra for.
Ooh.
Yeah, what is the world coming to?
Ah.
Delicious.
Nope. And to add insult to injury, I'm pulling out a leftover from when my parents came to stay with me for a bit.
Ew,
and my dad brought a couple of tall boys of Coors Light.
Oh.
And
I have never had one of these, so it's time for an adventure.
You're gonna drink a Coors Light right now?
I
promise you, it will taste like pool water. You're not gonna like
cool
it.
people.
I promise you will not like this.
Normal Coors is okay.
Coors Light,
but Coors
you are not
Light,
going to like this.
Not great.
Oh, dude,
it's bearable. It's drinkable. That's good enough.
No.
He likes it.
No way.
How is it?
It's not good.
Oh no.
But it's not undrinkable, I don't think.
Yeah, as I told you, it's
not
drinkable.
Good, but I'll drink it.
I never said it's good.
Light beer in general just tastes like bad water. Like it's got like a chlorine kind of flavor to it.
Yeah, bad hop water.
Summary of
It's not
Just
good,
boring.
but I'll watch it.
I'll
I
watch.
mostly liked this movie actually. So
I did not.
okay, so we're at the bathroom scene now where she sees little Tomas looking at her. And he's
Acting straight up like a fucking ghost.
yeah, just
Seriously.
walking right up towards her. She's like, what the fuck is this little kid doing? And I think he shoves her in there, or like, how does she tumble into the bathtub again?
He shoves her.
pushes
shoves her in there.
She falls backwards
Yeah, he
and then
pushes
like.
her.
Wait, no.
falls over the
He
toilet.
tries to close the door, and then it
No,
gets
he
on her
pushes her
hand.
in.
He pushes her
And it gets
in.
on her
He
hand
pushes her
as
in.
she's like,
As
yeah,
she's
she
trying to
has
stop from
She has
falling.
to be shoved into the bathroom before
You're
he
right,
can close
you're
her
right.
hand in the door.
It was more. It felt more like a. This is a payback for
He pushed her in.
hitting
Okay, he
me,
pushed her in.
bitch, something like that.
Yeah, so he pushed her in,
Well-
then closed the door, and she's like trying to stop, and it's like, ah, and she yanks her fingers out. We get our first little bit of gory body horror, where she just like
There's your
rips
blood
her.
there.
Blood.
The
Rips her
only
little
blood
fingernail.
we've seen.
No, so far, sure. There's a
There's
much
plenty of
gorier shot next, like later in the movie.
the one. Oh, I got it. I got it. Was there
So
blood involved though?
No.
Mutilation though.
There's-
Mutilation,
does there need
but
to
there
be
was no
red stuff
blood
on there
involved.
for it to not look horrific? Like,
No.
Her jaw was non-existent anymore.
despite the doctor's best CPR efforts.
Oh.
Actually there
What
was
was he-
he
There was
went down
blood.
to give her mouth to
then
mouth, and
he
he
just,
came
like-
up with blood all over his
No.
face.
It's
Now,
the
I don't
wrong
know-
lips,
I don't
Carlos. Sorry.
Yeah, what do you?
I don't care how good of a doctor I am. I'm not giving CPR to something with no mouth.
If your head's exposed, you're actually just trying to find her esophagus or like her
Yeah.
windpipe or whatever, like her larynx.
Blowing down a tube.
Is it possible to do the nose to mouth? I don't know.
I think all that shit was demolished.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, she's in the bathroom. She rips off her fingernail. Kid locks her in, dramatically shows the key on the window, and then runs off.
So this is all Simone, yeah.
Yes, this is all Simone.
Yeah.
And then I think he retreats into Simone's little like dungeon after
His
this.
secret room.
Yeah, his little secret room.
So do we know, like, so he's playing a game? Yes, like this is playful to him?
I don't know.
I don't know what his
Like,
game
what-
was.
Because if this is Simone, like if it's Tomas, okay, like he's being a ghost and he's malicious.
No, this
if
was
it's
Simone.
Simone-
I'm pretty sure
If
this
it's
is Simone.
Simone, is he playing like after he's playing a game and he goes to hide? Before he's attacking his mom. So which one is it?
I mean, if this is a little kid and he was just got slapped by her mom, and
Maybe he's a little
Okay, so you
vindictive.
think he was attacking
possible
his
to
mom?
like that as a kid. It was more like a
I think
pushing, not
he was more just
attacking.
being a little shit and didn't realize how much
Yeah.
actual pain he was causing. He's just like, I'm gonna
Yeah,
push her in and lock her in because I'm a shitty little brat.
Yeah, I imagine like pulling the door shut. Like obviously he didn't mean to like close her fingers into it, but
But he
closed the
No.
door.
pulled
He
it
was
hard.
pulling on it. Like he didn't like stop.
This
it
was
anyway.
no. There's no way to view this as not an attack. Like he was not playing with his mom because she fought. Like first of all,
I don't think he was playing. I do think this came from like a vindictive
trying to
place.
He
hurt
didn't
her.
even mean to play it.
He was
He
trying
was
to
like
hurt her,
paying
right?
her back.
Yeah, but like
Like a little kid, if you make a little kid like a crazy or mad, like for my niece, if I make my niece mad, she attacked me somehow, and it really actually hurt. Even if she's like a little kid, she doesn't know about the pain or something. She doesn't know the limits, so she like hit hard as much as she can, and it actually hurt.
No,
I mean, this is the same case.
I know. I'm not saying it's unbelievable for a kid to like lash out, but the way Simone comes up like there's nothing childlike about the behavior. It's malicious and
Definitely.
intent.
it
plain
feels
and
more like
simple.
it definitely feels more like a ghost, which is why like
And-
I know it's supposed to be Simone and they're
Mm.
most likely
Yeah.
like
they're-
they're not supposed to say it, but it acts exactly like an aggressive ghost would.
Yes.
I
mean, everything about it. The way that Simone shows up, he shows up like standing there, quiet, not saying a word to his mom. So he's not lashing out. He's thinking about this, because what you're saying, Jerry, is like kids lash out and they like hit you and stuff. Okay. No, time has passed since his mom hit him. He now comes up quiet without a word. He has planned this and now walks straight up and pushes her in. So that's his first thing. That you could say that's emotional. He's pushed her in. Then slams the door on her fingers, hears and sees her fall into the bathtub, getting seriously hurt. And this is where like I really fall off. So that's I don't know how you explain that to not be malicious and just violent behavior. Then he proceeds to play a game with her. What? Because the whole idea is that after that he's playing the come find me game, right?
No, more like she was like trying to hide because she knows he hurt her mom. And poor little kid, if they hurt somebody, they don't want to try to solve it, or they don't want to try to say sorry unless someone.
Jerry, why did he look in through the window? Okay, Jerry, why did he look in through the window?
Okay, in this situation, he was mad. He think his parents doesn't love him. He think the parents is not real parents. He thought his parents was hiding the disease he got
Jerry,
from him.
Okay, we just saw
this is like worst situation for him. He actually in this show, he literally hates their parents, his parents, because what they say was not true at all. Everything
Jerry,
they said to him, everything
I understand that the kid's upset that he just found out he's adopted. But right before this, we have a scene where he shows his emotion of that. So we see like Simone's character and how upset he is, and the level of upset he is enough to knock something out of his mom's hands. That's the level of I'm a sad, angry kid and disobedient. How does he go from that to just like moments later, like sneaking up methodically and violently pushing his mom into the bathroom, closing the door on her finger, and then looking at her through the window and like basically laughing, and then playing a game with her? None of that makes any sense.
Did he laugh? I'm not sure if he laugh.
Jerry, he's looking in through the window like playfully. Like the way he looks in the window is like gotcha. Right?
He shows the key tauntingly after he locks the door.
It's like a playful
plan.
Suck it.
It looks like a fuck you, like I got you, haha. Like I don't think there was laughter, but it was definitely taunting.
It's taunting, that's for sure, but yeah, it's still.
I was watching over the scene again. It like the way that this is shot. It doesn't even look like Simone is like closing the door on his mom. It kind of just like shuts on its own. Or no, I guess it kind of looks like he's slowly closing the door.
I do remember the scene feeling awkward and paced, like for like how fast things move.
Yeah. It looks weird. It looks weird when you watch it back and try and like pay attention to everything.
But is there any way that you can watch this where you interpret like, yeah, that's like Simone?
I believe he actually locked the door.
So the thing is like the series of events that happens is he pushes his mom in. That's irrefutable. It looks like you could have a lot of evidence say that he tries to close the door on her, but it looks like he didn't expect his mom's hand to be there. So when she starts screaming and like pulls her hand out, the next thing that happens is like the overhead shot of her falling into the tub, and he opens the door back up actually.
Oh, he opens the door?
The door opens back up, and as she's like writhing around in the tub after she has like a little bit of him, then he closes it again and locks it. So that's the sequence of events that happens.
Wait, so he even closes the door again and locks it?
He closes the door, like he opens the door wide open once she falls into the tub. And then after like we get a shot of her like in the tub a little bit, he closes the door and locks it.
Okay.
So that's the sequence of events that happens. It's kind of awkward if you pay attention to what's happening.
Extremely weird.
And then there's a shot of him like after he locks the door, he puts both of his hands on the window and shows that the key is in one of those hands.
Right.
And then he sticks his tongue out of the mask. He's like,
Okay,
"Bleh."
yes, he is.
Oh, he actually did that.
Yeah. He sticks his tongue out of the mask
Okay.
and he runs off. So there's the sequence of events.
This is not. I'm sorry. It's hard for me to see a justification for.
I think my argument is that this is definitely Simone, but in typical fashion, like a lot of screenwriters try to get away with this kid does this because they don't know any better. They're a kid. It's just a poorly written kid moment, I think.
It's definitely supposed to see.
I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be Simone. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be Simone, and they wanted to make it feel like a ghost, and they wrote it in a way that like, yeah, a kid could reasonably do this because they're a kid. They don't know any better. So
yeah, it's just
that's probably where the disconnect is happening.
Just the idea that Simone like planned to come and do this to his mom.
I think the main issue that you have is just because like it's just a poorly written moment. Like it makes it hard for you to believe that a kid would do this, even though the person who wrote this is like, yeah, kids don't know any better. So like that's where the disconnect is of just like, you wouldn't believe realistically that a kid would do this because they probably wouldn't. But usually when it comes to writing children characters, it's almost like a get out of jail free card of like, oh yeah, because they're a kid kind of thing.
They actually do that a lot in the movie.
I'm not justifying it, but I'm saying that's probably where the disconnect is coming from.
The movie is expecting that you see the innocence of a kid to somehow think that this is like, okay.
The movie is expecting you to believe that a kid would do something like this because they're a kid. Because I think like I do think that like part of like the twist at the end is like you discover that Simone was the kid in the mask the whole time because he's still wearing it when he's just like dead. Spoiler alert. Sorry.
Whoa. At the end of the movie, that's the twist.
Yeah. So I think that's what they were going for with that. But like many screenwriters, Nick's like, I don't know how to write kids. What's up?
Well, Nick's saying he thought it was implied that Tomas is the child that locks her in, and I think that is like the movie wants you to think. It's at that point in the movie you are supposed to think.
It's definitely one of those. It's definitely one of those moments where the audience is meant to think, "Is this some supernatural shit? Like, who's that?"
I think they focus more on it being like creepy, like ghost behavior than it actually making sense.
I know,
or their ending twist. Like they just really didn't do a great job.
It's just weird. It's weird tone.
I mean, it's not like an extreme example, but
doesn't make sense.
I have a balcony here, like a small balcony that connected with the door, like a metal door. And when my niece came, I was like, as I usually do, I was like teasing her. The restroom was connected with this balcony outside. So if you want to go to the restroom, you actually have to go out to the balcony and go to the restroom.
What? Oh my god!
In my place.
What? Outside?
Yeah, outside. That's how it does.
Right now, where you're living?
Your current location.
It's not. It's haunted house. Okay.
It's not a haunted house. It's a haunted church. We've established this.
There's a very big difference.
It's a haunted church. Also, it's haunted temple too.
Are you sure it wasn't an orphanage?
So, I don't know. Maybe before the temple, it could be orphanage. I don't know.
I just Googled your address and I found some really disturbing news articles.
14 children dead in mysterious fire.
Oh my god.
Okay, there was a time my niece visited, and as always I do, I was teaching her, and she was like, got mad, and I had to go to the restroom, and so when I went to the restroom, she locked the door. No, she locked the door. She locked the metal door that only connected to the balcony. So I had to stand outside there for like a couple of minutes and said, "I'm sorry, just let me in," something like that.
You had to convince her to unlock the door.
But that's possible.
I'm not getting some child's forgiveness. I'm breaking the door and killing the kid.
So, it's I thought about it, but it's a
metal door. There is no possible that I could get in. Unless
I'm fine. I'll climb on the
unless
roof.
I damage my own property.
I will
exactly. Yeah. I had to break my window.
But yeah,
if
I do believe after this point in the movie, it is implied that Simone is now in the Tomas sex dungeon that is hidden in their Harry Potter closet.
Yes.
Because she's Laura is screaming for help. Carlos comes to the rescue and breaks open the bathroom door. And then she goes around like searching for Simone at this point because she can't find him. She goes into like the Harry Potter closet and a bunch of like metal poles fall down.
What is that? What is that closet full of just like?
What do you?
Like a construction.
It's from the construction. The construction crew, like they had to clean it up for the party, so they probably just shoved it in there.
But the
so
important
just a bunch of like metal.
That's a good take.
The important foreshadowing of this scene is that like those things fell over because they were propped up against the door. Because Simone went down into like the dungeon area where they were originally propped up. So he moved those towards the door that opens up and then those fall down. So she takes those and then props them up in a way that essentially blocks that secret door from being able to open. And she's like, I don't know, and shuts the thing. And she's, looking around everywhere for Simone and can't seem to find him. She thinks that maybe he's run off to the beach because the last time she heard Simone talking about Tomas was at the beach. So she probably thinks that like Tomas's little place is somewhere at the beach, like in that cave or something.
Cave. Yeah.
So she's running out there. She somehow injures herself massively.
What the hell happened to her ankle?
She like breaks her fucking whole leg. Like you see, like
I don't know how that happens.
Destroys her leg.
It's just her. Yeah, she's just running through the water, and then she just falls over, and then she's just like her leg is like going 90 degrees. It's like.
The husband got waves too, man. Like he was getting pounded by the tide, but he was still like trucking.
I don't understand how you get her kind of injury from her situation. I understand twisting your ankle or like scraping or like tripping on a rock. Like I thought she just like hit a rock or something because I saw like blood.
Yeah.
Like in that little quick flash of like her leg.
Quick, yeah.
I'm like okay, so she like hit her ankle on a rock or something.
But like scenes later, she's like wheelchair bound.
She has that injury for 9 months.
I gotta get this call. You guys go ahead.
Okay, so I do. She has this injury for 9 months. Till the end of the movie, she has this injury.
She was even when she was out of the wheelchair, she was still limping towards that like jawless.
By the end of the movie, she could walk around fine. But yeah for like 75-80% of the rest of the movie, she's crippled essentially.
And it's like almost, I think it's 9 months is the last time like, oh, it's been 9 months since he died, and when she like is still limping. That's a long time to have that level of an injury from tripping in the water.
Like, man, your medical
system. I don't know what that was.
Your husband, doctor, but
I mean, she was treated by Guillermo del Toro, so I can understand. He's not exactly trained for that.
Oh my goodness. But I also don't know just what, like, why was it important that she hurt herself here?
I don't know. Drama?
Drama and like,
just so she couldn't get to the cave, I guess.
But like they weren't going to make it anyways.
The tide was already coming in.
Was it the reason to get her to not go into the cave?
Maybe, but the tide was already coming in. That should have been reason enough.
Yeah, there's no way.
Then they search it later anyway. So I just don't. It's just another like, why do this? I don't get it.
I think people like in horror movies, they like it when a character is confined to a wheelchair because it makes them feel like trapped and they can't get away even if something came at them. And I feel like that is the only reason. Like, because they thought it'd be creepy.
But I think one important thing to note during that whole beach scene is that she does see some sort of child, or thinks she sees some sort of child in that cave, and she believes it to be Simone.
You like, when it like flashes to Carlos and you look back at the cave, there's nothing there, and then it flashes to her and you see it. Like,
right, but the movie is trying to frame something in terms of just like is this something that exists or is it not? Like it's still flirting with the supernatural aspect of like, is this real or is this all in this person's head sort of thing? So that was like a important thing that the movie wanted to try to establish, to keep the audience guessing about that aspect of the movie, because at this point, in my opinion, as I was watching it, it was still like, I was also similarly to Andrew, I was on like Team Supernatural. But
Team Supernatural.
But
I'm on Team Dean.
But the movie still left enough plausible deniability to feasibly go either way depending on whatever it decided to do. So I'm just like, yeah, no, this is some supernatural shit. I do feel like the film has given itself enough leeway to still pretend that this could all happen in the real world. So whatever.
Sure.
So this was another moment of them trying to be like, oh, is it? Isn't it? Oh, kind of thing.
Who knows?
So we get to the hospital with Guillermo del Toro walking out of the room. His one
Dr.
cameo of the
Del
movie,
Toro.
Dr. Del Toro himself, walking out of the room.
PhD.
And
MD. Dr. Toro.
Carlos and some detective lady walk in, and they start to suggest that perhaps this, because Simone was an adopted child, this could be a case of biological parents coming to kidnap their child. And then they start to suspect Mrs. Beignet. Bengati. Mrs. Bengati of abducting a child.
Bengati, you idiot.
So now the hunt is on for Mrs. Benadryl to see like
for some indescript old lady with thick glasses.
It could be anybody.
Yeah.
That's like a million people.
Mm-hmm. But then it like just cuts to like 6 months later, which I honestly didn't expect to happen. It's like, oh shit, okay, so he's dead now. That kid's dead.
The kid, he
like there's
he doesn't
no
have his
way
medication.
that this
He's
kid
dead.
is there's no way that this kid is missing for 6 months and is somehow still alive.
And is
There's
still
no
alive.
way. There's
Yeah.
no way.
Yeah.
So I was already operating on that assumption. I just didn't expect it to time jump. So I'm just like, oh, okay. Where's this movie gonna go now? Interesting.
Yeah.
Because I thought this whole scene of like finding Simone is like she panics and she can't find him, and then suddenly he appears out of nowhere, and then movie progresses. But no, this kid when this kid gets slapped, that's the last time you see that boy alive. At least his face.
Yes.
Allegedly. So it gets to the point where obviously like both of these, the Laura and Carlos are pretty distraught about this whole thing, and it's showing all of that kind of stuff. Oh wait, no. Before that 6 month time skip, another important scene is like she's discharged from the hospital and they're sleeping in their beds, and she hears like banging. Really she hears like banging in the house. She's like, what the hell is that? And she's trying to explore in her little wheelchair. And then she just hears like a sudden crash or whatever. She's like, what the fuck is that? I don't know. Carlos comes out. Well, she screams for Carlos.
Dead.
That's Simone dying right there.
That is
Right
the sound
there.
of
That's him crashing through the banister.
Yep.
And the stairwell. Just
Can I just ask why is he crashing through the banister?
I assume he like passed out because he's like actually dying because he doesn't have his medication. He's dying.
No, but how
And then
even if he fell from the top of the stairs, how is he crashing through the banister?
A very old banister. It's probably rotten.
But he crashed okay, if he's coming.
Ooh.
His vector is down the stairs, but he exited 90 degrees so hard that he broke through the rail.
It's murky.
The answer is dramatic effect.
Yeah.
Because you needed a loud crash because that's just spooky in any context in a dark house.
Yeah.
But it's meant to clue you in that this is the moment that Simone dies. So there's lights down there in that dungeon. But yeah, so that's essentially, spoiler alert, where Simone dies in the house because he was trapped inside Tomas's dungeon after the mom put those little poles up there. So, but that's just set up to be a typical haunted house spooky moment of just like, oh, the ghosts are fucking with things in here, but actually it's the kid. And it's another one of those moments where like the audience is, especially after like the twist reveal, the audience is meant to be like up in the air about, was this supernatural or was this that's all real stuff that happened in there, even though like generically it's supernatural stuff. Like I said, I don't think they stick the landing of just like making it ambiguous about whether or not it's supernatural.
It's definitely not. It doesn't seem like it's their intention.
I don't know.
Because they don't really own that throughout the whole movie.
Yeah, because it's weird because they throw like very clearly supernatural things in there, and then things that are explained away as not supernatural.
Especially near the end, very clearly supernatural.
At the end,
stuff.
they obviously have all the kids and stuff, but you have like the scene where like she's laying in bed and she thinks that Carlos gets into bed with her, like it's just a ghost lying in bed with her. Like that's.
I think they still try to justify that kind of stuff when they had that like group like therapy meeting of just like, I just saw my daughter just standing there, and it's like, that's when I knew like I shouldn't suffer anymore. And that
Did you feel your daughter get into bed with you and you thought it was your grown ass husband? I don't think so.
I mean, I think that's what the film was trying
to
go for, though.
I think those other parents were embellishing their stories.
They definitely were. Like, we all do that sometimes.
Yeah.
She also took a bunch of pills so she could run. I think that's another thing that the film was trying to do. Of like, she took these. I was reading the synopsis on IMDb, and essentially, apparently, she took those pills to bring herself to near death, like the medium told her is like the best way to
communicate with the
dead.
Fuck off.
So if that's what the film was trying to do, then they could still give themselves enough plausible deniability of just like, this all could have happened in the real world, and this was just a real life tragedy that looked like a supernatural thing. Surprise, sort of thing.
Then how do you explain her ending? Like the ending with all the kids.
She's dead. She's dead at that point. The moment she takes those meds and she like wakes up, she's dead.
Like, even if she is dead, there like an afterlife thing is fairly supernatural.
You showing us something from a dead person's perspective.
Hanging out with a bunch of dead kids, like. Yeah,
that is evidence.
I think it was mostly meant to like symbolize, like it was more of like a symbolic thing of like, she's dead and this is like death.
I actually thought it was really funny that after that scene, they straight up just have a scene of a tombstone because they're like, no, she is dead. In case you weren't. I actually laughed at that and I played it back because I
like a happy ending. You're like, what the hell?
Because I overlooked like I was so thrown off and confused by this movie that when the tombstone shows up and it's like it's all subtitles and stuff, I'm like, wait, what? And then I had to play back. I'm like, no, Laura is dead. What the fuck does the movie want from me? because like I knew that the movie was going to be supernatural. I bought into the supernatural right away, but because of the way it showed other things like we're talking about where like, okay, well, obviously Simone is not in that cave right now and like Simone is not lying in bed with her.
Yep.
Like, but then mixed with other things that could easily be explained to reality because like the whole climax of the movie is that it's just reality. It's in your mind. It was an accident, blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
It made that ending became extremely confusing because it contradicted everything it was trying to do. And maybe it wasn't even trying to do it, which then it made the whole beginning of the movie seem stupid.
So
I thought that whole like dead kid. I know this is just like getting super far ahead.
That's fine.
But worst part of the ending was her being with those kids.
She should
have just died and cut to Carlos like mourning their gravestone sort of thing. They should have just cut that whole scene out because it was stupid.
I don't know.
Or they should have cut on that scene. Or they should have cut on that scene and not seen whether she was dead or not.
I say they should have cut on like all the kids like gathering around for her story because that whole scene, in my opinion, was like just symbolically sort of like showing her death and like without making like a big dramatic thing over, even though she did just pop a punch pills. But making it sort of ambiguous because of just like some people say like, no, this was like a happy ending, blah blah blah. Look, like she's here. I'm just like, but meanwhile, when I was watching it, I was just like, she's fucking dead. Like she's fucking dead. Like this is just like the afterlife or whatever. She's dead. Oh, that's awful. And then I almost wish that they didn't have the whole like husband picks up the necklace that she tore off and then like doors open up. It's like no, because like I like the idea of like the actual legitimately supernatural elements of the movie theoretically only happening in like some sort of symbolic afterlife scene, and then it just cuts and you're just like you're left with these conflicting emotions of like clearly this scene in a vacuum is shot to look happy, but I know the context of it and this is like a tragic thing that happened. I like that little emotional nugget that they had there with that whole scene of her telling a story, and then the movie should have ended there in my opinion. They didn't have to hammer home. It's like, yeah, she's absolutely dead. And by the way, maybe she's that breeze that opens up the door after the husband finds that necklace and he smiles for some weird reason. I do think that this movie should have ended like 5 minutes earlier to at least sell that a little more.
I honestly would have liked it better if it just ended on her just dying from the pills.
Yes.
Yes. Credit.
Well, okay.
Because then it's just like the whole thing was just like it's all real. None of it was supernatural. Like I felt like that was a better movie because it was like, oh, that would have been a better movie. The kid died because of real world reasons, and then she just kills herself because of that. And then like maybe you can have a scene after that with Carlos, like whatever. That doesn't matter at that point. But like the ending, like main shit is her just dead. I don't like the whole like, oh, she's alive with the kids. We're all happy now. I felt like
she's
that
our
was
Wendy.
really
Freaking weird.
counter to like the rest of the,
I don't think it was meant to be happy though.
But it definitely is though. Like everything about that is everyone's smiling and happy at the end. How is that not happy?
Because that's what I was saying is like the conflict.
People are better off on that scene.
The conflicting emotions of like it's shot happy, but you know the context, so it's tragic. I think was what I thought was interesting about that scene.
I feel like if they wanted to go for like the tragedy of the thing, that's like you're getting further away from that.
I thought it was effective for me at least. Like I could.
The second it shows us something from a dead person's perspective, the rules are gone. So the idea of like happy, like it just doesn't apply anymore. You don't get to have that good feeling because it's showing us some supernatural thing, which has no rules.
I didn't get any good feelings from that scene. It was all mostly just like I mostly viewed this as like basically the movie equivalent of like a metaphor, essentially. Like this didn't actually happen, but here's how we're conveying that this person died, essentially.
So that was purely just an instrument of the like no one's perspective there mattered. It was just the movie like showing us a thing.
I think so. At least that's what I was kind of getting from it.
The story was done. Like the movie hadn't set any precedent of doing something like that where it would only show something for the benefit of the audience. It was always about her perspective. So like that was the whole thing. Is like,
how do you show it from her perspective when she's dead though?
Well, no,
but that's the whole point. Like
she's experiencing that. Like she's dead and she's experiencing this in like whatever the hell afterlife.
She is consciously experiencing this afterlife. So she is a ghost. So even without the final scene with the husband in the door, it's like she's a ghost.
Yeah.
And if it just ends there, it's assuming because she was seeing the kids that clearly before as well, that like she just sees the kids now and everything's fine, and her kid and Simone really was brought back to life. Like you see how like weird and confusing that is?
I think where the film fumbles.
That's why they had to have the grave scene.
I think where the film fumbles a little bit was essentially during that whole when she starts seeing the kids scene. Because I think what it was trying to go for was like after she like brings herself to near death with those pills, like she's like, it's basically the same concept of like it's a kid and they can do anything they want because they're kids and they don't make sense. And it's more of like she took a bunch of pills and now she's crazy and she sees all these things and all these things happen now because she's crazy. And it's just this lazy like blanket statement to justify anything. So I think that's what the film was trying to go for when she eventually gets led to discover that room and open the door and discover her dead son and all that stuff. But the way that things actually play out doesn't make that very believable or plausible that actually happens.
Well, the fact that she sees the kids before all of this breaks that immediately.
Does she?
Yeah, well, when she's playing the game with the kids to find
That's
them.
already when she's popped the pills.
What?
Yeah, she pops the pills before she even starts setting up the orphanage.
Yep.
Take like 2 pills.
I don't know.
Wait, what?
All I'm saying is I think that's how the film
What?
tried to justify it.
Wait, hold on. Now this is something that I feel like I missed. When was she taking pills throughout the movie?
It was like right before this.
That's the only time was right before this. So like I said, it's not the most established thing in the world.
If their reasoning is like, oh, she was close to death, like she took like enough like pills that's like a normal dosage that she took. How are you close to death from that?
So I'm mostly saying that I think that's what the film was trying to go for, and I don't think it was effective in doing that.
Good job.
Yeah. I mean, there's so much that I disregarded her taking pills as like pain medication or psych medication, and it was a normal amount. Like it was just time to take her meds.
Let me see when she does this here.
And the stuff that she was seeing wasn't.
I may
have
lied. Hang on one sec.
Been seeing throughout the whole movie.
I believe we already passed that ghost binding people scene.
Ghost finding.
I mean, we kind of jumped really far ahead.
We're bouncing around.
We didn't pass that yet.
So she takes the pills before she calls the kids for dinner and has like the plate scene full of all the berries and stuff. That's when she takes them.
How many does she take?
Let's see.
Because watching the movie,
it's not a lot. I'm not arguing that it was a lot, but I'm pretty sure that was the film. Well, that's what the film was trying to go for with it. And I'm also not saying that it justifies this, but like,
Okay.
I think this is still the film's attempt to say like this could all still plausibly happen in the real world.
Yeah, the film is saying the whole time like it could be ghost or it could be hallucination.
Which
you decide.
If the film is trying to insist that everything that happens in this movie happens in the real world and there isn't anything supernatural,
there's a reasonable explanation for everything.
Then I think it's still okay that we have this like metaphorical afterlife scene that I also believe doesn't actually happen, but it's the film's artistic way of trying to convey this death and give it some sort of like significant weight other than just she slumps over and dies.
The only way, because if the movie did that, I would actually be okay with it, because that actually makes me feel like I'm thinking of ending things type of a movie, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where it like it literally is just showing you metaphorical like feeling scenes, but the movie never does that.
It doesn't lend itself.
In no way did it. So it didn't create a rubric in which it could do that. It was only in defiance of that, if that's the case.
So the only thing that we see with her taking medication is she takes like two. She brings her hand up to her mouth twice. Whether that's just 2 pills or like groups of pills, I don't know, but that's all we see. And then she's kind of like stumbling through the forest looking for berries. So it's clearly having some sort of effect on her. That's all we see, though.
Was not clear at all.
I agree. I agree that it's also not clear, but I also think that that's probably what it was trying to do.
Exhaustion, because she's just going.
She's been running around
because I think the confusing thing is like, again, like Andrew said, we've never seen these pills throughout the whole movie. What do these things do?
I don't know what they are.
I think it zooms in on the bottle, and maybe we're expected to know what the medication is. Because I was reading through the IMDb stuff, and there's like, it's the label said this thing, and this is usually what these pills are used for. I was like, okay, well, I didn't know that.
Are they pain meds or psych meds or what?
Let me double check here.
What did it say on IMDb?
Let's see.
And everyone else saw handfuls of pills.
I mean, she cups her hand and just goes like this. You never see how many she actually has in there. I mean, I think you do see multiple pills when she actually kills herself, but
Sam, like when she actually kills herself, it's very obvious.
Yeah, you can. She just
like
keeps
that
going.
It's deliberate because the film, like the camera is literally like right now, like in the edit. Look at what she's doing. She's doing it over and over again, and there's like a look in her acting as well. It doesn't do that before.
No.
Yeah, Diesel, I know at the end, but did you think she was offing herself at the first time that she is now
berry pies and shit?
When she's going through the plan to
all right,
to talk to the kids.
Here we go. The medication's name trancamazine. Laura ingests contain alphazolam, a sedative in the same family of drugs called benzenphenamines or whatever, from which diazepam is a part of. In the United States, Xanax is its brand name. So she was popping Xanax.
Okay. Popping Xanax.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Over the yeah. So she was popping Xanax essentially.
Okay. I didn't see the handfuls that everyone else apparently saw.
I mean, I'm looking at it right now. Like when I say handfuls, all I mean is like I can't see how many pills are in her hand when she goes like this. That's it. So it's
that's a problem.
That's just how people take pills.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's just people put 2 pills in their hand and cup it into their mouth. That's that doesn't tell me anything when you just show me.
Especially when later, like when she actually is killing herself, she's one by oneing those fuckers.
And they make a point.
I find it hard for anyone to argue that no, she was definitely offing herself earlier, but also doing it later, and she did it in different ways. Like,
I was honestly confused what she was doing. At the beginning of this whole sequence, because she was doing was trying to like appease the orphans to find her son. She wasn't planning on killing herself. She still wanted to find her son.
Like I understand the logic of her needing to be close to death, blah blah blah, whatever. But that also wasn't clear in the movie. I agree. Ever even say that?
What's up?
No.
Did the
medium ever?
The medium.
The medium did say that. Of just like those who are closer to death has a better
leprosy arm.
Yeah.
She shows her like leprosy arm. She's like people like us that are close to death, like me and Simon.
Or like heroin track marks or whatever.
What the fuck? It looked like leprosy. It was like had black death on her arm. It had like little growths and shit.
I don't know what the fuck that was.
I didn't understand like and I was thinking like, Laura, why are you touching her? It looks contagious.
So yeah, I think that's what the movie was still trying to go for, to give it to cement it, the fact that it's like nothing supernatural happened. This was all real world stuff. And because she just took a shit ton of these meds, that's why we were able to show you like spooky kids and things like that, because it was all in her head. And I think like all of this stuff was meant to be like, I'm not saying this was effective. I'm just saying this is what the movie tried to do.
Right.
That's the case. Like, how they didn't explain, like, yeah, obviously Simone had imaginary friends, but how did he know all the names of these dead kids and Tomas's stuff if that's not?
And how did she get the fucking doorknob, and how like the dolls got all hidden around and stuff? Who did all of that?
I don't know.
All that
I don't know. All I know is that I'm pretty sure the movie really wanted it to be like this was all in the real world, but the lengths that they went to, like made it impossible for me to think that this was anything other than supernatural.
I have a little objection. Yeah. I actually thought the movie wanted you think that like a show that it could be supernatural or it could be real world. The movie is meant to make us confused. So if you want to enjoy this movie, you gotta enjoy that confusion too and think about it by yourself. But if you think this is a supernatural, you will think it is a supernatural. If you think it is not about supernatural or just about delusional, this is delusional movie too.
See, I think where we disagree is that like, I think the movie goes a little too far in some aspects for me to feasibly believe that it's like, that could be either supernatural or real world, because there's some things that happen in the movie I'm just like, there's no fucking way that this would ever happen at all if there wasn't some supernatural element at play. Namely, the scavenger hunt that she goes off on her own. I think I do not know how you justify this is something that happens in the real world, unless you think like Simone set this up ahead of time, which why and how.
That's not possible.
Exactly, that's not
even
possible.
For me, that's not possible.
So how did that happen then?
Carlos. It was
outside
Carlos
of being supernatural.
Carlos was fucking with her this whole time. That's why he smiles at the end.
Yeah, he's like,
bitch is finally dead.
Gaslighted her into killing yourself.
Holy shit, brilliant.
I'm glad you died.
He's actually dating.
I like the movie a lot more if nothing was supernatural. I think I agree with you, Boats, but I think
I do too.
I think
that's not what the movie was.
It's what the movie wanted to be. It's what the movie tried to do. But I don't think it was effective in doing that. I struggle
with that though, because if it really wanted to do that, it made such glaring decisions that are not to that end.
Because it's not perfect movie. It is not perfect movie.
If I wanted to make, I don't have to be a genius movie director to know that if I make certain things like that whole, the easiest one that we all agree on is the scavenger hunt. So let's start there. If I don't have to be a genius movie director to know that the whole way that she finds Simone with the doorknob, which could only be the only explanation for how she gets that doorknob from that door, is a ghost gave it to her. It's the only explanation. There is nothing. Benigna's dead, Jerry. She can't help. like the doorknob fell off of the other side, so Simone couldn't give it to her. No one could find Simone. No one else was in that closet to get that doorknob, and it wasn't there. It wasn't anywhere except given to Laura. So. And the movie doesn't do anything to suggest that because the argument would be like, Laura did all of this, she set it all up. But then you're really bending over backwards to write a movie that does not exist. The movie that exists is supernatural. So to say that the movie wanted you to be confused is wrong.
I don't think it's wrong that it wanted it to be. I think it's wrong that they insist that it's still possible that it couldn't be supernatural.
I actually quite like that fact that they didn't show exactly. If they did show exactly what it was about, it could lean into the supernatural or delusional.
They didn't even leave
the fact that they didn't show it
you need to have an explanation. But you need to be able to have something.
You need to be able to reasonably explain the supernatural-esque elements that happen in the movie. And I think in the earlier parts, it kind of does that. But the moment like the kids actually start showing up and guiding her towards this secret door in the Harry Potter closet,
kids is all just supernatural.
I can't think of a real-world justification for how this might have happened. And that's where I think what the movie tried to do and what it actually did was it just didn't connect in a way that made me believe it's like, oh, I could reasonably believe that this whole movie could happen without a supernatural element involved. I don't believe that.
Oh yeah. Wendell's bringing up the paranormal
the medium, right?
When that guy was talking about doppelgangers and stuff.
Oh yeah.
When it got to the end and she found Simone down there, I'm like, oh, this is a doppelganger. That's what this is. Like that's why he's still alive. This is just like he's trying to take over Simone's life or something.
Yeah.
It didn't turn out to be the case. I never mentioned that.
It was
meaningless.
Yeah,
It was just meaningless. Paranormal garbage.
That's what I agree. That was meaningless shit.
Who could introduce her to the medium? I get it, but
The that TED talk scene could be more connected to the movie, but it was not connected to the movie
he
at
could have been
all.
talking about a better, more relevant topic.
Like a better supernatural stuff, but the doppelganger thing was totally unnecessary.
Guy from an old Mexican
It's not even it's not even a red herring. It's just like unnecessary confusion in the movie.
Exactly, yeah.
They're dropping breadcrumbs that lead to different movies.
I didn't like this scene too.
One of the most round men I've ever seen.
Oh, he was very. I love the shot of him coming down the stairs. I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
you're a big boy. You're very spherical.
Yeah, you're having trouble with this, aren't you?
Okay, so technically, just so we know, where we were like not even at the part where Beignet gets smoked.
Beignet.
Smoke.
No,
Where were we then? Because we're already 6 months in, right?
We were at the therapy. We were at the group therapy.
We're at the group therapy, and again, this is, I think, the film's attempts to establish and try to explain some of these supernatural elements in some sort of real world sense, because all these people are saying is like, yeah, I felt the presence of a past loved one as well. Like, if I feel like I physically see them, I feel them, or whatever. And I think that is meant to sort of justify her feeling something crawling up in her bed or her seeing things. And I'm not saying that excuses anything. I'm just saying that's a scene that I think the film is trying to use to just still maintain that I don't know sort of thing.
Like the Christian group session, like I saw the Jesus and I accept the ghost. Not the ghost. I accept the Jesus. He was in my life. I saw him every day. Like the Christian. Have you ever been to that Christian?
I've been to church.
You're talking to three guys who were raised religious.
You live in a church.
You don't believe in Jesus? I saw the Jesus. He was living in my life. Oh yeah, okay, something like that. Yeah.
Well, I mean, if people are literally saying that they're like seeing him, like that starts to get a little on the edge there.
Exactly.
But yeah, I agree with Jared. Like the whole point of the therapy is to like draw out what I think the movie wanted, even like though
this movie really wanted this all to look supernatural, but be reasonably explained in the real world. I feel like that's what they were going for.
I have
especially
doubts.
with the reveal of the kid. Like I think the core horror punch moment that this movie wanted was this kid died of natural causes because of negligent parenting. Like, get fucked. There's no ghost to blame for this. This was all just some tragic accident that the mother did. That's supposed to be the gut punch of the movie. And I think the rest of the movie is trying to form around. It's trying to trick the audience into thinking that these supernatural things happen, but trying to leave these plausible breadcrumbs that will on a rewatch just be like, oh shit, yeah, like this is all happening in the real world. Fuck, damn. I think that's what they were trying to do with this movie.
I feel like, but the problem is most of their tricks can't really be explained away.
That's what I'm saying is the big problem, is that they didn't do it effectively. Yeah. Because there's some things that happen. I'm just like, I do not know how you explain that on real world terms. Like that has to be supernatural.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the point. Like they didn't I'm not saying this is like a great movie of the century or this does the great job describing something what happened or not, but it still did some job to make us confused. Is it real or is it supernatural?
That's intentional,
even just thinking about it, like it can't be real or it can't be like a delusion or something like that. I mean, it does a fairly decent job to make us confused. I mean,
I don't want to give it credit.
Early on,
this is not like a 8 out of 10 movie. like describing everything's perfectly, but
I don't want to give a movie credit for making me confused. Like
early on, I'd say it did a decent job of towing that line, but the longer it went, and by decent, I mostly mean like it works for me, but it wouldn't work for everyone. But the more the movie went on, the more I'm just like, nah, this is supernatural shit. Like, there's no way.
Yeah.
Like, I thought it pulled like a Hereditary. It's like, fuck it, we are all in supernatural now. Like,
yeah.
I thought that's what was happening. But after like the reveal of like the kid, I'm just like, okay, I think they're still trying to pretend that this is all like could happen in the real world. I don't know if that works.
I mean, just imagine it.
Questioning and confusion, and we are in confusion.
Yeah, if they explain about that, oh yeah, it has to be supernatural. There is no way. Like, if they explain something about the supernatural in real world term, it's just a thriller. It's like but there has to be some way for you to rationalize it. Because then, the same way, Jerry, like when it's scary, like if right now I heard like a bang on my glass, like I can't think of there's no, like, that's not regular, it's out of the ordinary. That would scare the shit out of me, and I could easily see like something is out there that shouldn't be there. But I could also, there are things that could happen, like
tree
there's no
branch
proof of
hits
any of
it,
it.
a bat flies into the window. Like,
yeah, like there's some, like, you have to, like, this, that's the whole point of like earlier in the movie, like if this is relevant, that they try to find rational explanations for those things that Laura is experiencing, and that's the whole point of like the therapy group. If you don't then honor that like in the rest of the movie, then the whole point was moot.
How do
you didn't actually stick to it?
So I guess like in line with that, Jerry, like if the movie still wants to pretend that like this could all happen in the real world, then what sort of rational explanation can you think of for the scavenger hunt that she goes on by herself, where she like finds a photo of her and her kid in this hidden section of like random dolls underneath like a floorboard that a broken window just like guided her towards
on its own.
She looks into a photo album and finds a dead flower. She goes to all of these things.
I did forget about that too.
How would you explain that stuff that could reasonably happen in like the real world?
I cannot say that.
That's what I'm saying. And that's what I think. That's one of those moments where like that is explicitly supernatural.
This is ghost intervention.
And if the movie still wanted to pretend that this could all happen in the real world, then they should have had that sequence of events play out in a way where you could kind of piece it together. But the way that was presented is just like, I can't think of a single way that this would actually happen in the real world that could be explained. Yeah. And that's where I think the film fumbles. If they still wanted to maintain, it's like nothing supernatural happened here. It just looks that way. But it's actually like reality, like the real world that killed this kid. An
example, not that it's like a good movie, but I would say that The Sixth Sense did do a decent job of like all of the times where people were talking to him. It's plausible that they were
plausible, and you never see him like walk into any sort of rooms wherever. He's just there, so he's not interacting with anything physically.
You can go back and be like, oh, like they were probably just like talking to themselves, or just like they didn't actually see him, and it being
ignored,
and it makes sense.
Yeah,
that in this movie,
the fact that you as the audience can rationalize the gaps is what makes it a question and not confusion.
Exactly.
So only supernatural thing that cannot be explained is like the doorknob in the box. Right?
How did she get led to the Harry Potter closet by the kids?
Not really the entire sequence, because the doorknob leads to the ashy scenes, like a child ashy scene. It was not like a doorknob leads to that ashy scene. It's like she was trying to find it where this doorknobs connected. She was accidentally find it because she had to go through all their house.
Well, yeah, but not like the whole scene is supernatural, because who, like, if it's not supernatural, who put that shit there? Who slammed the window to smash it, to reveal, to like show her where the dolls were hidden under the floor? Like, who knew about all this stuff in order to do this? That is like cannot be explained.
There's no rational explanation.
I mean, she used to live here, so she did it
herself.
I mean, she it is possible she know door was there already in
What?
her mind.
Yeah,
like,
but no,
why-
there's
yo.
hidden stuff all over the place. That like there was no reason. Like there's stuff that she found.
How did a
that-
picture
what
of a
she
recent
played-
picture of her and her child get into this hidden place with these dolls that she didn't know existed? Taken out of
Yeah.
her photo book and replaced with a flower. It's a hint towards like some flower bushes that she had in the house. Like those are the things where I'm just like, this didn't happen like a
also-
while ago. This was like recent.
like this.
This
he's
is a much
just
more
got
fucked up
placed here.
movie if she knew that there was a door in that closet and
she
didn't
just
check it
yeah.
when she was
Yeah,
looking for her
because
kid.
That's like the only explanation for like, oh, maybe she hid all the stuff because obviously Carlos didn't do it. Beignet was dead already, and like the only person left in the movie who's a character, like the cop lady, but she doesn't matter. She didn't know anything.
Mhm.
So if Laura was doing this all herself, yeah, it means that she knowingly locked her kid in the basement.
And then it takes
Just
all of the.
disregarded
Then it's like, yeah, she killed her kid. Like, and then is the whole movie just about a crazy person?
The
who
whole
killed her
gut
kid?
punch was
Yeah,
meant to
like,
be
it
the
could just
anguish of
be
this mother discovering
realizing
that this child was
the child's
savable
dead
this
because
whole
of her,
time.
basically.
Yeah, and has been just decaying under your nose for months.
For months.
That's meant to be like the tragic gut punch of the movie.
right.
So if it is the case that she was just crazy and set all this stuff up herself, that absolutely takes the power out of that punch.
But I don't think the movie is that bad. But I think it is bad enough to not understand how to build a story around the gut punch that Jared just described.
So if we hang on to like the notion that she was just insane the entire time,
Yeah.
I will say that a part of the movie that would make sense in line with that is when she finds Simone and then she's like snaps out of it essentially, and then she.
Oh yeah, when she like believes it away.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah. I'm like, well, I don't know how you're explaining this with.
I thought
if
that
the
was
pill,
weird
like
too.
you're not willing the pills away. I thought that was strange. I'm like, I don't understand the point of this. Like, why?
I was really confused by that.
What? Why? When
Yeah.
she found like the hallucinated
What-
alive Simone.
Well, she finds Simone alive. She's like, oh yeah, and then she's like, no, this isn't real. I'm gonna see the truth, whatever. And then she opens her eyes. It's like, oh, the blanket's actually empty.
I
and
think that
there's
was
a dead
another
kid on
moment
the
that was
ground.
meant to be just like, how can this kid possibly be here? And he's not like aged at all. Of just like, huh, that seems weirdly supernatural. And then like, snap
the
back to the
snapping-
real world. This is just a blanket of things.
But like, you don't just snap at like the pills. You wouldn't
I
just
know.
be like,
You
oh,
can't-
I'm
you can't
snapping
Oh, I
roll
know.
out
the
of this.
pills away.
Again, I'm
So,
not saying that this was done right, but I think that was another attempt by the film to just be like, just kidding,
I
you
don't
thought this was
know.
supernatural, but we're in the real world, bitch. Here's what it actually looks like. That's my guess of what this film was trying to do.
It's funny
Just
how
like
their attempts
that
to
makes it seem like she
More
was crazy the whole time, and
supernatural.
she's able to like overcome her craziness to realize to like.
like
see the
she's
real
actually a murderer, not like a mom like
Yeah.
burdened by circumstance.
world. Yeah.
Oh, that's
Like
too
that-
extreme.
That's like that part of the scene like makes it seem like that could be a feasible explanation for it. Like I don't know, it's just weird.
Yeah, like because then I thought the movie was then starting to draw on this idea because it brings up like the kids and like belief and like Santa Claus and shit. And I'm like, oh, so this is just like kids and what they think is real, and like she believed things away because she had like a kid brain. It all that did was confuse me because it made me start to look down those different breadcrumb trails that led nowhere.
Sure.
And to the like what we're saying, like it wasn't making me question whether or not like my perception of what was there was right or wrong. It was just confusion over like too many things to decipher, and neither of them had some poignant meaning to them.
Mm-hmm. Where the fuck were we in the movie? Beignet still isn't
we're
dead.
Yeah.
That's where we're at though.
Okay.
Yeah, they're driving through the city. She sees Benoit
Yep.
Yes.
walking down the street. She's like, hey, there's that fucking lady.
I like that the lady stops too. She's like, huh?
Huh?
Yeah.
She
and then
reacts to
just-
her name and looks right at her.
Slam.
Ambulance,
By the
too.
truck.
An ambulance of all things.
How
yeah.
irony, he got
And
bopped
that I
by
think
ambulance.
that was another one of those moments of like
I mean,
why did that happen, right? Like
Yeah.
if something that dramatic were to happen, I would think that there would be some sort of poignant reason for it.
because it's too much of a coincidence, right? Like how at that
the
moment,
circumstances that it actually happens in is just pure coincidence, right? Because like after she's dead, like the fact that she's dead doesn't really impact anything. I don't think you could make an argument that the souls of the kids that she murdered drove that ambulance in front of her or anything like that. It's just something that happened.
No, it was just a pure accident.
And it looked horrific, and this is a horror movie, so that's why it's there. I think that's the only justification I can think of that is there.
And there was she was wearing Whistle, same as Thomas too.
Right. And when she grabs it, we have a little supernatural moment of her just like coming back from the dead to show her screamy face.
Well, and you also see the little Tomas doll that she was rolling around in the carriage.
Yeah.
I guess that's like introducing you to like, oh, like each kid has a doll related to him, like just like briefly. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. The whole the reason why she gets hit. The circumstance, like I have no idea, and then she just, doesn't really matter.
I'll give him credit, like the spooky face that bitch has when she shows her face. And it's like, damn, that is pretty graphic. I didn't expect that, and it looks pretty good.
Didn't either. I thought it was not going to show it once.
Yeah, because they covered her face. Like you saw a brief glimpse as they were covering her face, and was like, "Ooh, that looks pretty bad." And then it just like full shot, like, Rah! It's like, that looks gross. That looks good. Great.
It's a good visual sort of representation of what the movie did story wise, where they shouldn't have shown it. They did. The movie was a lot better. Like,
I do like the horror that's kind of. I do like the horror that's kind of implied when you see the Carlos go off screen to do CPR and just come back with a bloody mouth. It's like, ooh, that must be pretty bad. Like,
I like
you
that.
You see kind of like a peripheral like blurry corner of her face before it goes down, and then you see him come up blurry. Like, all right, her face.
It's like, okay, so she's fucked. Then I can only imagine what she looks like.
Ground beef, right?
And then the movie's like, surprise, bitch! You don't have to imagine. Here it is.
Yeah. I think that scene would have, but they wanted the whole part where she grabs Laura's leg and stuff and
gives her a big old screamy. Because we need to meet our mandatory 2 jump scares a movie quota.
Hoping the fact that he sucked the granny blood would come back somehow.
my goodness.
What kind of movie were you expecting this to be?
I know. What were you waiting for?
Granny vampire hunter or something?
This isn't Black Adam.
Hey, I went and saw Black Adam.
Did you? Was it good?
No.
Oh no.
I love how Steven's like, hey, hold your tongue. I went to see Black Adam. It's like, oh, really? Was it good? Not even a little bit.
Just as someone who had seen it, I thought I should let you know.
Solid 4.5 out of 10.
4.5? That's pretty good.
Almost a 5.
How many
it was
Black
just like
Adam?
Well, they don't even call him Black Adam the whole movie.
What?
Because that would be racist.
It's like Tep Adam or something, because he's from 2000 something BC. And he had a different name back then. They were calling him
ancient name.
It's like Tef or Tet. I don't know. I couldn't really hear or pay attention.
What's Michael Cera's character's name in 1 BC or whatever that? It was something like
year one.
Year one.
I don't remember. I barely
Starring
remember that.
Michael Cera and Jack Black, name a more iconic duo.
Yes,
oh yeah,
made for each other.
Should add that to the list.
Well, I still think we need that B sliver.
Oh, you still think I should add that to every movie wheel?
We don't have to.
I'm down.
I think I would be okay with it.
I'd be fine with that.
I would be okay with
putting shitty movies.
Listen, if we can't even pick my movie after 7 months, then we'll probably never hit this little sliver.
7 months.
I'm in love.
Did you do the Whiplash again?
He did Whiplash again, yeah.
I'm gonna do it till we watch it because I want to watch it actually. Okay, so now it's going through the actual that's who Tomas and Benigna were.
Yeah, because
we found all of their footage, the Super 8 film and all these photographs and all this.
Oh, I guess they now
they can go photograph.
Can I just admit one thing that will make me sound stupid? But it's probably I want to blame a little bit of the subject. I didn't know that Benigna was Tomas's mom.
You didn't at all?
I don't think I did either until I read the synopsis.
After the movie, I was so confused, and I was like, what was all of that? And I must have overlooked a really quick thing that was
Honestly,
said.
I think it was like one sentence during the whole like film thing when when she was like watching them.
I got all of the. I got all of the.
She had a son.
Yeah.
And then it started showing Tomas.
I think I really glanced over that because it did not compute, and I was like, who is she to all of these people? Like, and what was her motivation? Like, what the fuck? Like, it didn't make any sense.
Yeah, I could see that being like, what the actual fuck?
Can I just derail this really quick?
Do it. We've been doing it ourselves.
I'm looking at the IMDb page right now, and I'm going through the cast, and I see the picture. Hang on, no, I don't see Fred Armisen. Hang on one sec.
He's here.
I knew it.
So I'm looking through the cast, right? Oh god, I gotta turn that off. And I see the actor who plays Simone, right? Like he's right up here. Hang on, I'm gonna need to zoom this in for you.
Yeah, I can't see.
So, Roger Princep. I hover over his image, and this is the image that he has to represent himself on IMDb.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
And I just needed to share that.
Oh, well, that must mean that he's not in anything ever again.
I would assume not.
Like he's not in any more movies if that's his latest.
Hey, look at it. Look.
He's been in a movie in 2010.
Okay. Poor little guy.
It's just a bunch of Spanish things that we've never heard of.
Yeah, like probably Spanish TV.
There that is. Anyways, yep, there you go. I just wanted to share.
It always makes me sad when I see, like, if I go to IMDb to look for an actor and they still have the same, like, even if it was 20 years ago, just like their kid's picture.
Well, no,
and even sadder when it's an adult photo and they look horrific.
Now he's all grown up. What the hell is that?
Well, he made all of his money off of the orphanage, so he's good.
True.
Yeah, so we see all that video footage
in a cave
with a box of scraps. Yeah, that's basically where it gets revealed that like Tomas was killed because of a prank that these children pulled on them because they're mean little kids who like to bully disfigured looking people, and they lured him into a cave and then just left him there, and then high tide rolled in and the dude beat the dust.
That seems like it's Tomas's fault, to be honest.
Yeah, like if the kid with crutches can get out of the cave before time.
That's what I'm saying. A blind girl and a kid with crutches made it out of the cave. So,
but yeah, and then that's I think where it also is that also where it gets revealed. Like they're showing like the dinner scene of like eating all the like the kids were like poisoned or something. Is that where it gets revealed? I think so, right?
Which part gets revealed?
During these like when they're showing like the film stuff, and then they're talking about like poisoned kids or something.
No, the poisoned kid was revealed when the ghost seeing lady said they were poisoned.
Oh, you're right. Yep. Okay.
Yeah,
so, but I think the film's
there was no thing that shows that the kid was poisoned.
At some point in the movie, we do see like film of all the kids around the table eating like the berries and things, but that might also be shown like when they're talking about poisoned, whatever. So I might be just like misremembering.
That scene definitely does happen though. I just can't remember like in what context.
Yeah. So we get that stuff, and then I think this is around the time where
this is the bed scene is next.
Oh, the bed scene, right.
Yeah, like where she's talking to. Is she crazy? Is she not?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but if she's crazy, she's not looking at the lump going into the bed. That's just for our benefit.
I know.
I think she like felt it or something.
Yeah, but
the fact that the fact that
the fall into the bed, like that's a ghost thing.
The perspective of the camera.
Oh,
is a
you're
very
right. Like the mass,
the
mass actually like going up. You're right. Yeah. Well,
yeah. That's like
you could still. Thing where, like, I'm sure the director could still make an argument of just like.
That's what she imagined.
Yeah.
That's just.
But she imagined
showing me something completely different for no apparent reason.
I don't think that there was proper thought given to how like
the implications
of actually showing something physically happening, rather than like if you're showing something physically happening, it should probably be something that Laura can also see if you want to justify it as like, this is, you know, something that
because
could happen.
As long as it's from her perspective, her perspective is the one we can't trust.
But the fact that she doesn't actually see it, I would guess that what the film was trying to go for is that like, this is a visual representation of what she feels. And I'm not saying that it was effective.
I feel like what would have been better is just like stay on the shot where it's like zoomed in on like her face, like of her laying down, and then you just kind of like
the weight of the bed,
or you kind of see her like sink down a little bit instead of seeing just like clearly a ghost.
Something that was just for our benefit.
Yeah. Oh well.
Yeah. So
I didn't like that.
Because again, at this point, I was still on like the is it supernatural or not kind of thing. Like, I think it's supernatural, but maybe not. So I was waiting for like some big dramatic moment of like, obviously I knew Carlos wasn't in the bed, and I was waiting for that to get revealed. So when I see Carlos walking in, what I was expecting to, or I wasn't sure was going to happen is like, she looks over and then she sees like a blah, something spooky looking things in the bed with her. Oh shit. Because I just didn't know where this movie's going yet. So I was still personally in that state of like confusion. I was like, this feels supernatural, but it also feels like this movie's trying to trick me. So let me get some some hard evidence of supernatural stuff
right here.
And that didn't happen. So I was still like in the fog a little bit. It really wasn't until she was alone in the house by herself where I'm just like, all right, yeah, this is 100% supernatural now. Okay. All right. Like, so.
I also like that the movie was like going through the effort to make it seem like anything coming out of that bathroom was not Carlos.
Yeah.
Like I know that
someone's in the bathroom.
Oh my god.
Like the movie already told us that there's nothing there. So I don't understand when a movie tries to build tension off of something it's already told us is not.
Well, it's just like her tension.
But I can't. Yeah. I don't feel like it would have been better to hear the door just open quickly and she turns and you get to feel that from her, and then you're like, oh shit. Instead of like the build of like, what's over there, Carlos?
They're definitely trying to like make it seem
weird.
Like
Another thing that I was maybe expecting from like a supernatural aspect was like maybe something's not in the bed, but she looks over. Obviously, I expected Carlos to be there the whole time. She looks at Carlos like all this dramatic stuff is rising, and she sees Carlos like, okay. Suddenly, spooky thing happens behind Carlos. So like, oh shit, you thought you were safe.
Yeah.
But that didn't happen either. So, yeah, I don't know.
Your horror brain was running through a bunch of scenarios.
Yeah. So the thing for me is like, because I was kind of in that state of confusion of just like, is it supernatural or not? I'm not sure. I'm also a bit of a dum-dum and like a horror movie noob. So like, a lot of the tension that this movie tried to build up was personally effective for me. No, it was personally effective for me.
Oh, it was effective.
It was effective. Okay. Like I was pretty stressed throughout a lot of the portions of this movie because I wasn't sure what was going to be happening. Yeah, if I were to like, just full disclosure, if I were to describe it's like, did this movie scare me? I'm like, yeah, there were a couple of moments where I was like clutching beat cat and like plugging my ears. It was like, there's a jump scare happening. A jump scare spot's happening.
You were ready for things.
Yeah,
okay.
I was
it
tensed
had you on
up
edge because you were waiting to be scared.
Yep, I was tensed up for most of this movie, and I think it was for me, for somebody who doesn't watch a lot of horror movies, I was plugged in, which is why I mostly came out of this movie pretty positive. There's my perspective there, at least for
Interesting.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, I knew you would enjoy that there wasn't a bunch of jump scares.
Yeah, I also admired the movie's restraint in that.
Even when I felt like a jump scare was definitely going to happen when the ghost kids showed up and they're doing the knock.
I thought so too. I was waiting.
I really liked that scene because like I knew it was going to be reincorporated later. I'm just like, I hate this. I hate everything that's happening right now. Get it done.
I was like, this is prime for jump scare, but it's just
here we go.
Off, I'm like, oh, okay. Mm-hmm. It was mild.
Yeah, it was mild, but the whole build up for it was like, I was on board the whole time.
Yeah, I was okay with that. I didn't have a problem with it. I was also like you were, Steven, kind of shocked that they didn't try to get a scare out of it.
I thought a million% that's where it was going. Yeah.
Yeah, I was waiting for it. That's why I was doing that as well.
Screaming at me because all of my horror movie instincts were being like,
yeah.
Yep. Where were we? Benadryl is
paranormal
dead.
conference.
We're at the paranormal conference. I think we are. Yeah.
This is the point where a whole scene I was laughing at it. I will explain later.
The doppelgangers.
You can explain right now. We're at the
thing.
Oh.
Yeah,
I
sure. I can explain it. Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, explain.
I was fucking laughing at it because it's exactly same thing that in Asian culture the psychic or ghost leading people exactly do. Like in the scene, they actually didn't do anything that was like something new. They just made a scene out of it. Like the first thing, they had map, so they exactly know what structure of this building had. And the spirit leading lady, when she entered the room, she exactly asked, like not exactly asked, but she meant like this was not kid's room. And the mom, Laura, actually pointed out, oh, this was not the kid's room. It's there. So she figured out where the kids' rooms were. So and after that, in the spirit leading section, quote, she pretended like she was possessed, and she was leading. She was walking into the like a spirit leading section, and she went to the kids' room where exactly the Laura pointed out. So she now know where the kids' rooms are, and they actually know what was in there. Like 6 kids were there, and they know the situations. Shimon was lost. There were 6 kids in there, and the Laura think 6 kids took the kid Simon. So they know the situation, and they know 6 kids that all dead already. So this was the first scene that she said they were poisoned. But the thing is, that's what she said. We don't know she was poisoned. They were poisoned or they were hanged, or we don't know how they were dead. So they just we don't know if she actually was in the spirit leading, or she was just making up.
I think that's the point. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is what Asian cultures spirit leading the how can I say it, the cultists do to make out people's money. They asked a question like it was nothing, and they asked out the pact out of the people, and they pretend like they can lead the spirit leading. And this entire scene was exactly like what happened in real world.
And that was hilarious to you.
Yeah, it was hilarious. I was fucking laughing at it. Look at that. They are tricked. Something like that. Yeah.
Fucking idiots thinking her kid's still alive.
Because that actually happens a lot in real life. I don't know about the Western culture.
It seems like a pretty textbook play, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So but it's like a classic horror movie thing. Like when there's like a ghost thing, there's someone who can go talk to him, and it's usually real in those instances. So I was just like, I
didn't question it.
I thought for sure. I'm just like, how are y'all not freaking out right now, hearing these
crying, right?
like screaming children?
But the thing is, they already know what happened in that place, so they. We don't know how they planted it or not, because so making 6 children screaming and playing.
That's a lot to put together.
Play. No, it's easy play. Just 6
actors, children. Like, when did they get them together? Then do the recording. Then that's not. And they had to tell a story too. So they had to research.
They know the story already.
Wait, Jerry, hold on. You're saying how do they know what happened? What are you talking about?
But they don't. It's about the cold ring. They don't have to know what happened. They if they know what situation they got, they just can make because even Laura and her husband doesn't know what the fuck is going on. So if they make the situation, it just becomes a truth. Because they both don't know what the fuck is going on there.
But they knew.
That's about the cold reading, and that's about what the cult is doing.
There are details though. Like it's not that they didn't know anything. The idea that there are a certain number of kids, the age of the kids, and how they died, and that they died. How did they know all that?
Yeah, exactly. They don't know that, so they just plant the kids playing with it, and they just plant the kids screaming at it, and they just make the scene out of it, and they say what they say, and they will believe it.
No,
easy cold reading.
Okay, if these people were tricksters,
that they're just making shit up, and then Laura and Carlos are just believing it because they don't know any better.
No, I'm not saying they are this exact situation, but that happens in real life, so I was laughing at it because it happens.
Nice, Jared.
Inspiration struck.
I think like, okay, let me just ask. Did y'all like have any doubt that what was happening was real?
No, I thought for sure, like 100% supernatural.
Like that was all happening, right?
I was like, this
and
is
the movie doesn't do anything.
Well, when the husband's like, you don't think they could have just set those things up? Like, I was thinking, it's like, I mean, yeah, they could have, but you're also, the movie's kind of framing you right now as like the naive guy, the naive skeptic who's gonna die at the end. So I'm just like, okay, so he's wrong because like there's the amount of effort and forethought and motivation it would take to set all this up.
That scenario,
I was just not believable enough for me. So I'm just like, I mean, technically, yes, Carlos, you might be right that they could have done that, but I'm operating on just like movie logic right now. Is like that shit 100% is real, like, or supernatural. I mean, like.
And none of that was anything. It doesn't do anything to remove that shroud later. It only has Carlos as the skeptic, and like you said, the movie is not painting him as a rational person. It is showing him as being the crazy one.
Yeah.
Really? In the movie?
Yeah, because he's not supporting his wife. At that point, it's showing him as being the one that's ready to ditch everything and leave Laura behind. The movie is championing Laura. It's not making Laura out to be a crazy person at this point.
No, she was not like a cold-hearted like out of Laura, because he's seen Laura being crazy about like a kid and going. He actually has seen like Laura going crazy, so he was like suggesting like we gotta leave. I can live without you, like something like that. And in the end, he has to go because he knows he's gonna go crazy too.
The vibe,
so it's not like he immediately left her.
But Laura doesn't come off as crazy at all.
The vibe that I got from the movie is that Laura is experiencing these supernatural things that only she and the audience can see. So we can understand the perspective that she is coming from, but clearly from a real world perspective, the things that she's saying is crazy. It's nonsense. So like the other characters reacting in a way that like make them think that she's crazy makes sense. And we're kind of put in a position of where it's like, yeah, I understand that this stuff sounds insane, but I've seen evidence that it's real. So we're kind of on Laura's side, even though we know that like the things that she's saying is nuts. So I don't think that the husband was necessarily meant to be like framed as like the crazy one, but he's more of just like why don't you? The more that the way that I sort of
Laura's side
we're supposed to be on Laura's side, and we're just like, I think the frustrating thing with the husband is that what I was more thinking of, just like from like a meta perspective, I'm just like, motherfucker, how do you not realize the kind of movie you're in right now? And like, how do you not like recognize like the situation? Like that was the kind of thing that I was more thinking. Not like he's crazy that he doesn't believe this. It's more of just like a, man, know your fucking genre. Like obviously this shit's happening.
See the signs.
Yeah. But he's obviously meant to be like the hyper skeptic and everything, and he hasn't seen anything supernatural, so his actions make sense.
Did anything supernatural happen?
But the way that we've experienced everything through the eyes of Laura, who is experiencing all of these like supernatural things, makes it seem like she's fighting against the world, which I think was what the film was trying to do. But yeah, so I didn't see the husband as like the crazy one, but more of just like the frustratingly like, why have you not seen the things that we've seen? Like,
well, I mean, it's a little crazy for him to hear everything that like was happening over the sound during that medium, and not be like, what the fuck?
yeah, I
Just-
guess.
So he-
Have you let me give you
you.
example. Have you guys watched The Mentalist, the
No.
soap opera drama?
I think I've
so-
seen like N episode. I think I saw the pilot and then never tuned in for
Yeah,
any
so
of the
it's
episodes.
it's very easy for people like that to
Jerry,
treat people.
no, I
like
know.
side banter.
I understand. I understand that people can play tricks. I'm saying like the trick
It's
that
very
is
easy for
played
them.
here. How do you play this trick? Not is it possible to trick someone like this? Like the specific one exampled in
trick
the
that
movie.
happened.
How
Why
do you pull
do you
this
think
off?
it's not possible?
How did they know the details? How did they know this stuff?
No, they didn't say anything about the detail.
The
The
number
thing
of
is,
the,
The thing
did
is,
they
they
know that
didn't
there
say
were-
anything about the detail. That's the thing.
they say they know the number of kids
Yeah,
the-
And how they died.
Already told them.
and how they died.
Who
Yeah,
told-
because how they died, that's the problem. The movie doesn't show. Laura didn't know. Everyone else didn't know how they died. So they could plant anything they believe.
No, but they were right though.
Make them believe.
That's
They
the
were
point.
right.
Isn't that how they died though?
How would
She
you
said
know
the
they
ki-
were right?
She said the kids were poisoned, and then we saw it in. Yeah, they were.
No.
Didn't
We don't know.
don't
You
we?
don't know they are poisoned or not. We just saw their ashes. We didn't examine or something. We don't know that.
Hmm.
Don't we,
We don't know
talk
they were
about, but wait,
poisoned.
when do we talk? When does the movie talk about Benigna killing the kids?
I do not remember.
Because are we saying that Benigna didn't kill the kids? Because
No.
this is when
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying Benigna didn't kill the kid, but
because that's when this
we
comes
don't
up.
we
right?
don't know if they were poisoned or not.
Okay, when in the movie do we learn that Benigna kills the kids?
I think it's during the whole like. we
Isn't
found all
this-
these
isn't it
things sort
here?
of-
And the thing is, even if the Benigna killed the kid, this spirit leader, I will just say the lady. The lady didn't say Benigna killed the kid. He just said they were suffered, they were poisoned, and they just got out. She didn't say anything exact thing. They knew the house was orphanage. They knew there were 6 kids. And she actually asked Laura where the kid's room was. So she entered the room, and she said like, "Oh, they were poisoned and they are dying." She didn't even say they were killed.
Well, poison. I mean, those kids definitely died from the recording. And the fact that she's talking to them, like, no, those kids were dead. Those kids
they
are
were-
definitely dead, Jerry. She says
Yeah,
they're
yeah, they were
dead,
dead,
'cause that's
they were
why
dead,
she's
yeah.
talking to the dead. They're trapped in that moment, dying.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So let's even okay. I am curious about when we learned that the kids were poisoned, because we definitely learned that, right?
No, not poison is
Because-
bad. We don't know that the poison is only the lady told.
When do we
to
learn
believe.
that Benigna is responsible for killing the kids? When do we learn that?
I think they
because-
just imply that.
Wait,
in the,
so
in the,
we
while
don't-
we were taking a picture.
Wait, hold on. This is where this is the
Really
movie's
don't
fault, by the way. But
It is the movie's fault. Yeah.
this is not our fault. This is the movie's fault for not conveying a
I
clear
definitely
story.
remember like
We need to go. Someone help us. People who know this movie. When does it talk about Benigna being responsible for the deaths of the kids? When does it say Benigna murdered them?
I gotta look.
it has to
Look it
be
up,
during
too.
all of the tapes and stuff when they're talking about
God,
Tomas,
now I
right?
gotta open up the
Like when
movie.
they're talking about how Tomas died, it's got to be about like.
Does it not say that Benigna kills the kids?
I'm pretty sure it does.
It okay. Like now, I'm questioning if the movie even says that, and then it's an even weirder movie.
Well, all right. So if we're assuming that she doesn't kill the kids, then the movie makes actually no sense.
It makes no sense if that's the case. When does you don't think it does, dude? Shut up. When
I don't-
I have to look this up now.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to watch the whole movie right now just to find out.
What the? Fuck?
I don't recall anything about poison. No, they absolutely say poison at some point.
Okay, hold on.
1,000,000%.
When did they say that Benigna kills the kids? Because when they say that, that's when they would have said that she poisoned them. They wouldn't have just said that she killed them. It would say how. They wouldn't just say like, she killed them.
Sure, it's when they get all like the evidence from her house, like the.
I'm about to scrub the movie.
We're looking this up now. Because...
Oh shit! They didn't say anything about like a Benignia killed the kid.
What?
Shit! I'm actually looking it up.
How did you get to that conclusion? Did you?
Where? Okay, first let's look at the exorcism part and the stuff that they say.
Yeah, but where do they see them eating the berries, Mastiff? Was it when they first? Hang on, let's see here. I'm going through. They're watching the film right now. Okay, one of the orphans.
You would be correct, Brooke.
Okay, they played a trick on him. They went into the caves with Tomas and took his mask off to see if he'd come out. Oh, that's why he wouldn't come out of the cave. But he never emerged. He drowned. They found his body at low tide. Some dramatic stuff. The children weren't blamed. They were only playing. Yada, 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 yada. I can only watch this at like normal speed here. That boy
it's
was
after she finds the ashes, like at.
Oh, is it?
I think so. Yeah, I think that's when you find out, like, because
okay, let's go to the ashes thing.
Just, like, buried there.
Jesus Christ!
Damn it, Roka.
What's up,
What up, Roka?
Ayo.
Oh, did anyone else also enjoy looking at now that
the police woman finds that out and tells?
Does she tell them that?
I'm
I think
still
so.
scrubbing here.
I want to say she's at least the one giving out the information of something.
No, she was implying, but she didn't say Benignia actually killed the kid.
Let's see.
Let's see. If I don't care if they don't come out right and say like Benignia killed the kid. She killed the kids. Otherwise, the movie's even worse than I thought.
Yeah, I've seen the spiritual leading scene again. It's hilarious.
The pie scene right now.
New.
Seen the pie scene, seen them all eating stuff. I'm pretty sure they talk about poison before this though, because I'm just like, okay, so this is where they get poisoned.
Nope.
When does it say? When does the movie say that Benignia kills the kids? When does that happen? When does that happen? Because the movie is really relying on this.
Beignet killed them all. That's what she says. That's why she went back to say, okay, so this is still theoretical from Laura's perspective. Their game killed Tomas, and now they're playing with Simone and me. Yep, so that's her theory. That's the theory that the film posits.
Okay.
I still do not remember where they say, like, these kids died of poison.
No. It was the lady said it.
Well, what's the scene?
They were not poisoned. We don't know they were poisoned or not. That's what lady said that.
Hold on. What is the scene where we learn that Benignia kills them? I just need to know this.
The scene.
Where does it say Where does it say outright that, like? Because if we
the only thing that I found so far that says it straight up says Beignet killed those kids was after Laura finds these sacks of ashes and she's just like curled up on her bed and she's talking to Carlos saying like Benignia killed these kids and because they killed Tomas.
Necklace was there.
Huh?
So
the Benignia's necklace was under the ashes.
It was
kids' ashes. I believe.
Huh?
That's what drove like drove her to this specific spot where she started digging it out with a shovel. Yeah. So all I found right now is Laura positing that Beignet killed the kids. Let me try and find the spot where it's I specifically remember them saying that the kids were poisoned. I'm trying to remember where that was.
I know.
Mastiff saying the medium says the kids are dying of poison. So I don't think it says exactly how the kids died, but I think it very heavily implies that Benignia killed them.
It heavily implies that Benignia killed them with poison by saying over footage of her serving berry pie to these kids. Laura saying Beignet killed these kids because they killed Thomas and now they're playing with us. That is what happens in the movie. That's what's there. So if she actually did not kill those kids via poison, what the fuck? Everything in the movie is telling us that this is how it happened. And there is literally nothing else in the movie saying that this didn't happen other than it's possible.
Well,
literally somebody just saying it's possible. this could be the case.
How did we get on this? What made us question the poisoning?
Because Jerry's implying that everything with the medium was fabricated, including the medium saying these kids were poisoned, which is the only reference I think to these kids being poisoned that we have in the movie.
Okay.
Yep.
So I guess they could have made up how the kid died, but the kid
it's possible.
Exact, but it's heavily possible.
It's absolutely possible. It's absolutely possible. That does not mean that it invalidates every piece of evidence and visual things shown in the movie that says this is the thing that happened. Remember this. This is how it happened. This is the story.
But
like, just because something is possible, I can be 99% sure based on what the movie shows me that is what happened.
I'm a little confused. What movie shows that they are not like doing this? What was the point that they were doing it for real? You believe?
Well, because nothing in the movie.
Emotional? Is it just emotional thing? That you want to believe what it is believe?
You're asking to get a handle on what you asked. Were you asking what other movies used a medium like this, but it was actually
No. I'm just
in
saying,
the movie. Like, what does the movie do to tell you that it was real?
What this led to believe you? What this scene led you to believe this is real? That's what I'm asking.
Well, mine.
Because I will. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Just real quick, sorry. Like my reason that I believe that like this is real, based on all of the movie's evidence, is that the lady like shows that she can speak to the dead because of like her closeness to death, and this is like something that is not used as a mechanic later in the movie and used to connect Simone to the dead. And so if there are ghosts and Tomas and those kids are real, which the rest of the movie says absolutely yes, then what she says about talking to the dead must then also be true, which then means every other supernatural thing is also true. So unfortunately, like there's a linchpin in the movie that is pulled as soon as you show that the ghosts are real, and that happened undeniably during the final National Treasure moment when she's going through and uncovering these items that she could never possibly find.
Say that that was reasonably explained.
That is beyond a doubt supernatural.
Because you are saying that because there were supernatural thing that was not like a you can explain.
I'm saying
this has to be supernatural because they were supernatural, right?
I think
not because I'm saying that this is possible to be fabricated because they didn't say anything. So they found out like the real things. I'm saying that she says something like I said, she asked where the kids' room are, and she already knew what was that? The lighthouse was pointing at the lighthouse light can be pointing at to the house because it is still pointing at the house too, and she knew there were 6 kids, and she knew the 6 kids was disappeared, and she knew that the Laura was asking for help because she think the 6 kids was responsible or something. So she didn't say anything new to find out for his her son or something. She just described the pact that she already knew.
Hang on. All right.
She added some sort of she got poisoned. They were suffering.
Before you jump in, Andrew, here's the thing, Jerry.
Okay, sorry.
The scenario that you described in the logic of the real world, I would argue happens 100% of the time. That is always the case. That is always how it goes down whenever you bring a medium into your house. In the logic of this movie, where supernatural things demonstrably exist, if this medium is actually lying and is pretending that these supernatural things happen, even though these supernatural things actually do exist, then why is it in the movie? Why does this exist? Why does this happen in the movie? Because like the situation that you described, like if she was actually faking things, ideally, if that were the case, it would play some sort of role in this narrative and have some sort of reason for it. But because it doesn't, all I'm led to believe is that she was telling the truth because we've proven that these supernatural things exist. And if she's faking it, it doesn't matter. Like it literally, it serves no purpose.
What are they trying to gain by faking it? They didn't ask for money or anything.
Right.
Doesn't matter. It's make us confused like why we are doing. I believe they are fake, and you believe they are real. So there is like a confusion between here, like in the real world and the supernatural world.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I think I'm actually glad you believe it because I don't believe it. If it is certain in some way, like a supernatural way or real world way, I don't even like it anymore. But because there is an uncertainty between here and there, the movie made us confused. I like that way actually. It's not that
I certainly think it would be the more interesting way to go, but based on the evidence that the movie presents,
it means that, like,
it has to still make sense. It can't just make everything irrational and unexplainable.
They didn't pay these people.
Well, okay. Can I point something out? And this is the thing I was going to jump in on.
Okay.
They don't even know the kids are dead yet. Like at this point in the movie, she hasn't found the ashes of the kids.
No.
So how do they know that there's a certain number of kids that are dead? Like, how can they possibly know that? They don't know anything. That stuff's not in the paper. Like, they don't know. There's nothing that they could know because no one knows it yet.
Yeah, maybe it's a cultural thing, but the thing is, that's what cold reading people do. They actually research through people they get.
No, but Jay, what I'm saying is, like, the kids hadn't even been discovered yet. They don't know that the kids were even murdered.
But they know they were disappeared. So they can say anything about it. If some
so
people
you're saying that even just the
leader, like you said, medium, they can say anything and they will believe it.
Like this is where I'm like conflicted, is like, because everything that you're saying, Jerry, like I said, 1,000,000% true.
Not in the context of the movie.
But based on like the evidence that the movie presents, like I have no reason to believe that what they actually did present was falsified in any way, because one, they don't have a motive or reason to do that. They didn't get paid to do this. And two, supernatural stuff just exists in this world.
Yeah,
so like
it is real. So for them to be the one faker, they would be the weird outlier in the movie.
Why is it important that these people fake this thing if supernatural stuff does exist and they don't do anything with them faking it at all? What I'm saying is, like, narratively and thematically, it doesn't make sense why they would fake it. By any other logic, there is no doubt that these people are faking this stuff.
Okay, this is
but for the sake of the plot,
like in the world, they when people go like this kind of like in vulnerable situation, they get advantage. They often try to take control and advantage of it. And usually the first step is they don't ask for money. They just do it. And once they believe in more and more, they don't even demand the money, but the people who try to ask for help is just
absolutely
keep giving them money.
No, I agree. Yeah, like that's just just what happens in the real world.
So in the movie when they they didn't even say about the money or something like that's what Laura said. Like they are not even asking for money, something like that. Yeah. And there was like an awkward silence between that. And like when they asked for leave, they just left.
Yeah.
And they left some kind of like some advice or something. So they could keep their reputation.
Right. And then I guess my question is, if they did just fake this whole thing, then why is this whole 10 minutes in the fucking movie? Like, why is it even here? Because they don't do anything with it, and supernatural stuff exists anyway. So you could, if they did fake it and everything that they said was false, and these kids weren't poisoned and they were just shooting shit because they knew they didn't have to cite anything, then why the fuck is it here? Like, what narrative purpose is it serving?
Well, 'cause then also-
You're not sure like if is this supernatural or if this real, and
But it
after
is
you see this
supernatural.
thing, whether it's real or not, you led to believe, oh, maybe it is supernatural after this.
Okay, one thing I want to point out just real quick because I went. and
Make you
scrubbed through
believe it.
One thing I scrubbed through just real quick. So confirmed, it is Laura that says I figured it out. Benigna killed those kids, and it, like she doesn't say poison, but she shows the berries and stuff, and it's very clear that those kids are poisoned. So the implication
it's what the movie is
either,
trying to tell you with it, with
So
its
either-
visual
either-
language.
Yeah, based on what the visuals and the things that it has told us, and the movie has the rules that the movie is putting in place. Because every time you say something, it's a rule. Like you have.
Can I just say something like a little pig?
Yes.
Laura serving the berry doesn't mean anything because the spiritual leader, the medium.
If it doesn't mean
understand.
anything, then why did they show it? Like,
Hold on, let me finish my
okay.
thought real quick.
Now she leads. Now she
Let me
leads.
finish.
let's
Let
let
me
him
finish.
talk. Yep.
So here's the thing. So if what you're saying is true, Jerry, and that like it could possibly be fake, the version where what they did was fake, it then insists that what Laura is saying now, where she puts it together that Benigna did kill those kids and it was poisoned, is also fake. Because how else, like they said that those kids are dead and they were poisoned, which is exactly what happened. But if it didn't happen, then what Laura is saying is also false, which means Benigna didn't kill those kids, which means like there's no reason for Tomas to exist. There's no reason for any of the plot to exist. There is no like the only like for you to rationally say that.
And that's why I say like the logic
this
of the
is all
movie.
connected.
It has to be true for the logic of the movie to make sense. In the real world logic,
Sure.
you're 100% correct. It's always going to be fake, no matter what. Ghosts aren't real. But in the logic that this movie presents, if they are faking it and if they are lying, everything falls apart.
That's not
And that
true.
can't happen.
It does, Jerry. It does, Jerry.
How can this fake it does make the movie fall apart?
Andrew just
Jerry,
described
Jerry,
it.
if you are saying that what they did was fake and they made up the idea of the poison and the kids being killed, and then Laura,
I did say about the poison, but I didn't say they were killed. It was a fake or something.
yeah, but the detail is like
Poison was just about her.
The first people to say that the kids died of poison were the
mediums.
people who you said are. Like,
There's interesting. The thing is, they didn't say the kids died.
Jerry.
They didn't look at the movie. Watch the movie again. They didn't say kids
They
died.
do, Jerry,
You're
because
giving this movie a lot of
They
credit.
didn't say kids died. They were
Jerry,
suffered.
the medium says she was able to talk to those kids because they're trapped in death. Like that's why she's communicating with them. How else? The whole point of her being a medium is talking to the dead.
No, in the middle of the medium said the medium group says they already said they only said that they connect the future, present, and past. They didn't say about the dead people.
They say that those kids are trapped there, like dead.
She says they're dying.
No,
Who would want
she
to
didn't
poison
say
you?
she didn't say they died.
Well, why would they say dying and poison if the kids all live?
Someone's going to
can
kill
see
us.
the
Someone's going to
past,
kill us.
future, and present to connect it.
There's no reason to say that they're dying. So the things that are said are they're dying, they're poisoned, they're screaming in pain, and also that those kids are their souls are trapped there. Like those kids are trapped there. These are all things that are said. How can you hear all of that and not assume that those kids, just because she didn't said like those kids were killed here, doesn't necessarily. She basically outright said it.
I can see how you can get away with that legally in the real world, but like
Just because the words
everything
weren't
that
said.
she says in this scene tracks and makes sense within the logic of the movie. So if it's fake,
it feels like
all
you
of
have to
that
work
logic falls
harder.
apart.
It feels like you're working harder
and
to defend it being fake than following the facts.
No,
of the movie.
exactly. That's what medium guys, like a fake medium guys do. They
In the real world, yes, but in this world, mediums are real and they do real work. In this world,
I feel like
they
you're
have
using your
supernatural
real-world
abilities,
definition.
full stop. This is just what is in this world specifically. In the real world, they're all a bunch of scam artists and they're taking advantage of people in grief. in this world, she actually has superpowers. She has them.
Yeah.
And if she
Because
doesn't,
those kids were
You
poisoned.
then-
can say that.
But
I have to because that's what the movie shows
But
me.
the movie says it.
never says she was fake.
The movie never shows us that what she said was fake. It only substantiates everything she
Everything
said.
else that's revealed in this movie supports what she said. And if that's the case, then I just have to believe that that's true, because if she's faking it, there's no narrative significance to her faking it. It doesn't matter if she's faking it or not.
You can't just put a blanket statement like all mediums, no matter what, are just going to be, because like it's a like
It's
in the
Because
movie,
again, in the
supernatural
real
things
world,
don't-
this is what mediums do.
Obviously-
This is how they operate. In
obviously,
this world,
supernatural stuff doesn't actually exist. But in the realm of the movie, supernatural stuff does exist, which means mediums can exist to interact with the supernatural world in the confines of the movie. So
Again,
it's feasible that it is real that she is talking to these ghosts.
No, again, I'm not saying this is like exact. My point of view is exact or nothing, but it is possible, and I don't think even it's a fake. I don't think it's blurring the point of view, because in the whole scene, until we find out her kid is dead, we are like conflicting between the real world and this supernatural world. Like, is this real or supernatural? And it actually supports it, even if it's fake.
But it doesn't though. From a movie perspective, none of the story makes sense if it's fake.
No,
Like,
even
you
if
have
it's
to
fake,
bend over
the story makes
backwards to
sense. I don't get it why
Alright.
if
Jerry,
it's
does it
fake,
not-
it doesn't support the movie.
Andrew, can you explain your logic process again of if this is fake, the movie falls
if this
apart?
is fake.
Yes.
Jerry,
Step by step.
If this is fake, and they said that because you may disagree with this. She says that those kids die from being poisoned because in this situation the kids are screaming of being poisoned, saying someone's trying to kill us.
Mm-hmm.
And she says like, you're dying, like who did this, whatever. And then she says that those kids are trapped there. By all accounts, that is basically saying that those kids are dying of poison. Can we at least agree on that?
That's what she says is happening. Whether
That's
it's
what she says is
that's what she
happening.
says is happening. Okay, so that's what she
Okay,
says
so
is
it's-
happening. Let's hang on to that.
That's what she says is happening. And using that information, then Laura pieces together, because she finds the bodies of dead kids, the same number that she said was dying in the fire. 5.
Because there were 6
5
kids.
Okay,
5
so
kids.
let's say
doesn't
she
make
looked
any
let's say
sense,
she looked
yeah.
up online and said that 5 kids vanished. All right, cool. She said they were poisoned and she said they were dying.
Yeah, so kids dead of 5 kids die of poison. That's how much these people know, right?
Yep.
First of all, how would you know the poison? But whatever. Let's say that they made up the poison. So so the only thing they could know for sure is that there's 5 kids. That's the one true fact.
There's
But
5
the
kids and they're
poison, if it's-
missing. That's all they know.
And they're missing. The poison would have been the one trick that they're playing. They're making this up. It's all part of their fiction. If that's true, then Laura piecing together all of these things using her memories, using that information would then also be false. So her putting together like dead kids.
No, it's a delusional. You cannot say it's a pulse or something. In the movie, it's a delusional, like a mind that also because I heard this.
It's true or it's false.
It's not. The movie is not about the true or false. It's about like piecing, piecing together. No, they put. She put together the idea that the medium put her in mind, and she assumed that they were poisoned and they were killed.
Okay, so she assumed. So she came to the wrong assumption that Beignet.
No,
I don't
it's
even
not-
remember her real name.
Even it's wrong or not, it doesn't matter.
Let's follow this logic then.
Because the medium put this idea
Okay,
in her
I see what you're
mind.
saying.
Now she
I see what you're
believes that they were poisoned and killed.
Okay, so I see what you're saying. So you're saying that like it is possible that
So even if it's
Hang on,
fake or
Jerry.
not, it
Don't
doesn't
make
matter.
me redeem a mute on you, my guy.
Believe.
We need some
sorry,
people.
yeah.
So
Okay,
I
okay,
want to follow. Let's follow the rest of that logic, where like she is manipulating Laura to believe these things, right? Okay, so I know you're saying true or false doesn't matter, but we need to entertain both to understand either things are real or they're not real, and there needs to be some rationality one way or the other, correct? So if what she's saying is not true, it's a manifestation, then what Laura is saying is also not true because she's putting together pieces of fake puzzle, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then that means that Benigna didn't kill those kids, which means that Tomas has no reason to exist, which means the whole point of Simone missing has no motivation or plot relevance.
Also, why was Beignet in the shed with a shovel?
Why was she there? Like the fact that dead kids exist after, and Benigna exists, and the fact that the fact that poison was said and Laura has a rational explanation for that based on her memories from the house only points rationally towards it being true, especially once you
all
confirm
of that if all of that is fake, if all of that is made up, why?
Then what?
Why? Then what's the narrative of this movie? Like,
then there's no drive, there's no plot. If you do that, there's no plot. Sorry, there's no reason for anything to happen. I know it sounds like a lot, Jerry, but if you say that actually is fake and it's confirmed fake, and I understand that your whole point is that you don't know if it's real or not, but to have this to make it successful successful questioning, you should be able to rationalize in both directions. But here, unfortunately, we can only rationalize in one direction. If you rationalize in the direction of fake, everything in the movie falls apart and makes no sense, which means it can't be possible. Based on the movie, not based on outside logic of the movie. Based on the movie, rationality only works in the one path where what they said was true. That's just the movie. Like I don't know how else to explain it.
Okay, so let me explain about like how that logic is not like make a sense in the movie sense, as you said. Let's say, like you said, like the if it's fake, what Laura believes is a fake, and you said like the kid was not dead, Benigna was not necessarily needed, and Tomas was not needed. That doesn't, I mean, that's like a two totally different things. It doesn't have to be lead there, like because it's fake, this is fake, this is fake. That is not how the logic works. But because they put the idea like poisoning the kids to the Laura's mind. If it's fake, it doesn't make the other things, other aspect of the movie fake. Is it's so hard to explain in English.
Well,
so
why?
no.
Okay, so how does it still make sense though? If so, the whole point is figuring out the whole reason that Tomas and like the kids and Simone is only missing and dies because of Tomas. Like we know that because the movie tells us later. So for all of that to be true, Tomas needs to exist, and for Tomas to exist, Benigna needs to exist with those kids, and they needed to all die based on the way the movie explains it. If you take that away, then the whole plot goes away with it.
No, I'm not taking away. The thing is, I'm not taking away Tomas dies and the five kids, six kids.
Yeah.
A kid, bunch of kids. I'm not taking away they were the bunch of kids was dying and Tomas died and Benigna killed them. No, I'm not taking away from that. And make this medium scene fake doesn't even like slightly relate to the things that is taking. How can I say this?
You think they're not connected? You think that they can be isolated from each other?
Okay, even if it's fake, it can be truth. It's the making it fake doesn't mean the other movie expect like they were dead and they were killed and by Benigna. It doesn't make that truth fake.
Okay.
If it doesn't make that truth fake, then it makes.
Yeah, I was actually surprised you made that logic. Like if it's fake, it made this fake, and it made this fake. There was like a one-sided logic.
If it doesn't make that truth fake, then it makes the medium faking that whole scenario pointless. And if that part of it is pointless, then it should be real instead. If it serves no narrative purpose, then it shouldn't be in the movie. But it is in the movie, so like unless they explore the idea of these mediums actually faking this stuff and having that have some actual ramifications to anything, if it doesn't become important later, then all we have to do is either take it at face value or come up with some like it could be possible fantasy that like this could happen. But
let me say it's not pointless because with this scene, whether it's real or fake, it doesn't matter. Now Laura believes in. As you said, like in the last movie, you have to be in the Laura, right? I don't believe it's fake, but I believe Laura believes it. And now Laura believes the kids were poisoned and kids were dead by the Beninia or someone. No, we don't know at this point. But Laura didn't know Beninia was dead. It doesn't matter if we believe it's fake or not. Now Laura believes it. Laura believes the kids were poisoned.
Well, then why does that matter then if it's all fake?
Because it made me confused.
So
like made the audience confused, like the whole movie did.
Wait, so I don't want to give the movie credit for just being confusing. It needs to have a reason. And like I think we're trying to give the credit, or you want to give the credit, the movie credit for making you question whether or not things are real or fake. Right?
I already told you the reason. Now Laura believes it. It's a turning point. Now Laura believes the kids were poisoned and dead. And now Laura is worried
but they were though. They were.
How is that but it turns out they were. They like even if you're saying
if they weren't poisoned specifically, they were dead. They were killed. Full stop.
Like Boots said. Now I'm just saying that a medium is driving her imagination. Like a medium is putting some new idea into her mind, which is already like a half crazy. Gone crazy.
But it's not wrong.
Those dead kids exist. We find their remains.
Those kids are dead. She finds them.
Until that point, we didn't know that.
Well, nobody knew it.
Movie didn't show it.
Well, nobody knew it. Even the mediums didn't know.
The fact that the medium mentions it and it turns out to be true. Like, there's no way that the medium could say all this stuff and be.
I already explained why it's not important it's fake or not. But you wanna believe it has to be real, then.
Well, because but Jerry,
based on what the movie, based on
Jerry, do you not agree?
You have to make it real, right?
Wait, hold on, Jerry.
It doesn't matter if it's fake or real. It doesn't matter what Laura believes in now or not. It has to be real.
It's more of just like if the plot of this movie wants to make sense. Like if we want to have like a narrative thread that the audience can follow and make sense, by necessity this medium thing has to be real.
There has to be cause and effect in a movie. Like there has to be a reason for things to happen.
If we're analyzing this from like real world logic of like, yeah, we don't know whether or not this is real or fake until we physically see those dead kids' bodies. You're absolutely right. But if this movie is trying to like set up foreshadowing and setting up like world building and consequences and cause and effect stuff, like if that medium scene was fake, then it's an ineffective scene.
Well,
essentially,
then it's just meaningless.
It doesn't progress. It doesn't progress the story. If all it does is like try to confuse the audience, then I don't think that justifies that scene existing in the movie.
Again, I said it actually progressed in Laura's mind.
I don't agree with that
in the movie
but
scene.
I think if
Laura believes the kid were poisoned, how can you not?
If the whole point of the movie was that Laura is just making all the stuff up in her head, then I agree with you that would make sense. But it isn't just like she's just nuts the entire time. That's not the whole point of the movie. The whole point of the movie is like the real things are happening, but there's also supernatural stuff happening at the same time.
And I can listen. You guys have the movie that y'all are watching in your minds that you've constructed like a defense for doesn't exist, because the idea of her just being like she's thinking all this stuff and being pressed by the medium, it's all true based on like if for that to be poignant and meaningful enough where I agree with you, it can't then be just supported by the movie, because then it is true. Like there's no rationale. There's only rationale to support it, no rationale to not support it.
If the point of the movie is meant to be like, oh man, like Laura's getting pushed to the edge because of the stress of her missing kid, and now she's being like led to believe these awful things that aren't true. but they are all true. So like that
They're all
whole
true.
that whole aspect of that I agree that's an interesting thing to explore, of like maybe this grieving mother is being sent down a path because she's in a vulnerable state right now. But that's not what the movie explores. It instead explores the supernatural stuff of, look at these kids that were murdered 20 years ago, and like, oh, it's happening in the same place. Spooky things are happening. Like that's what the movie was about. It wasn't about this mother like deteriorating mentally because she was in a vulnerable state and people were taking advantage of her. Because the movie never paid off any sort. If that was happening, there was never any sort of payoff for, oh, I've discovered that I have been tricked and now I've done these horrible things. No, it's more of like oh, I've discovered that everything that this medium said was true and now my kid's dead as well. Like that's what the movie was about. The movie could have been about a bunch of other things.
But this is this movie we're talking about.
Yeah. Like, I think if they were trying to keep it ambiguous, where it's like, oh, it could go either way, they did a bad job of it at the end, where it's like, well, it could only go one direction. You can't just confirm
all of what would be psychotic from the other point of view. They can't just confirm everything. Yeah, that's a little unfair to say that it's confusing and then like just literally confirm one answer at the end and then say what it could have been.
The thing is, you can easily say her husband was just neglect and he doesn't care about anything, but the fact is he was living with her wife together in the whole movie, and he didn't see anything special or supernatural the whole time. He was there together, but he didn't see anything. It was only her, not other. See the supernatural things. So we don't know if it's real supernatural or if it's delusional. And that's the beauty of it, I think, the movie. That's why I like the movie.
Well, I understand, because if that
husband drinking damn blood.
I can't understand why you're still hung up on
the only people who actually regularly feed themselves that pill, the pill box with like pill, was only her. So there were a lot of logical way thinking that it could be delusional for her, but it also made us confused, made me confused, like it could be supernatural too. And that was the beauty of the movie, I think. And that was what movie director wanted us to watch the movie the way. That was my idea.
But okay, so this is all going to come down to whether or not you thought the movie made any absolute statements over the course of the film. Is there anything that it outright said?
This does seem like that something that we're never going to come to an actual agreement on.
Yeah,
we're just going around in circles on this.
I'm a little tired. One on three. I'm really tired. Can we just move on?
Yeah, sorry, Jerry. It's unfortunately not something we'll get to the bottom of.
Yeah.
Where were we at?
The medium.
The medium.
After the medium.
Yeah.
What happened after?
Okay, so I think we can go from there to like when she finds the actual kids. I'm pretty sure that's about like what happens.
She
next,
goes
right?
on the little scavenger hunt.
Yep. Carlos leaves essentially.
Carlos Brandana quits.
Out.
Yep.
Yeah, Brandana quits Ford. Yeah, and she goes on her second scavenger hunt of the movie,
and she finds the dead kids. I actually kind of liked the shot of her like just sitting there. I forget exactly what she was doing, but there was a perspective of the camera inside that little chute, and it was slowly coming towards her. Like something was coming for her.
I thought something was coming out.
Exactly, and that's what it was meant to invoke. I liked that. And then she discovers the ashes of all the kids.
Beneath Parkington Lane.
Rub their ashes all over her face.
Here at the wall.
Panini has amulet
on the bottom.
Yes, that's what leads her to that spot in particular.
She sees Benina's like little like key or medallion or something because she left it there the other night when she was holding her shovel.
Yep.
And that leads her into the actual hiding place.
Yep.
But
so she finds all the kids.
As soon as I find a jawbone, I am not touching that shit anymore.
I'm outie.
I'm not,
She's like ripping out all
I guess her her logic is like, what if one of them Simone? It's like clearly these are old as shit. Like Simone is not in here.
Yeah.
And you probably call if he's here, he dead. So call the cops now and then look.
Exactly. Like
absolutely.
You don't want to find him in a bag. I promise you that. So just call someone else.
Yeah, and pretty much after that is when she's like, just give me 2
Her
days to say goodbye to the place. And then this is where she basically starts like doing a bunch of laundry, and she's in her badass tank top, and she's like setting this place up.
The music's a bit weird. Like it's
montage.
Yeah, it was very weird moment. Like
puts
the music was like
back together, builds some beds.
She's ready to go. She's putting on her Sisterhood of the Traveling Nun outfit, and she's popping her Benadryl.
It's none of your business.
She's calling for dinner. She's setting everything up. She has all these dolls set up in place around the dinner table. Which
probably the creepiest tea party I've ever seen.
I mean, that's definitely a scene that I feel like was framed to be like, this bitch fucking lost it, man. Like, look what she's doing, sort of thing. And then she just gets frustrated with the spirits of the house and just say like, what more do you want from me? Oh, you want to keep playing? You want to keep playing? Is that it? And then this is where we get to like the 1, 2, 3 knock on the door scene, which again, I was butthole clenched this entire time. I thought it was pretty effective, but I'm also a pussy. So there was that. This is where we see these kids, which you can still argue because we are in the perspective of her more so than usual.
Still argue that
this is a hallucination.
Potentially, yes.
this can be hallucination or
this
not.
can be a hallucination, but they're slowly guiding her towards the Harry Potter closet, and she's like looking around. The kids close her in there twice. Like these spirits or whatever have guided her towards this. I don't know how this could have happened if she's just crazy, personally, because she's basically forced to stay in this room and find this little doorknob hole in this entire orphanage. She chased the kids to this point.
She has previous knowledge,
which means that she is responsible for her son's death.
Dissolves everything.
It wasn't an accident anymore.
Yeah, if she wasn't aware that this room existed at all, then she knew it was
supernatural. There's definitely supernatural stuff in the movie.
There is no rational explanation. None.
Obviously, some of it can. Some stuff can be rationalized away.
I liked the shot.
Most of it can be, but there are some concrete ones that absolutely cannot be.
That doorknob, no. Sorry.
I liked the shot of her turning on the lights in this dungeon, and it flickers, and you see Simone for a half second. He's just standing there in the background.
Do you?
You do. You absolutely do. It's at an hour. It's at an hour 28 minutes as she's turning on the lights. If you still have a rental, check that shit out. It's good.
Yeah. Okay,
it's silent and it's just there.
I'm gonna look at this. Where, in the background or the foreground?
The background. As she's flickering on the lights and you see her face, he's just standing there in the background.
Okay, yeah, you do see him.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, this is when, I do remember my feeling at this point in the movie after, because this is after she's already like basically playing with the kids and seeing them like just running around and stuff. I'm like, why are you still trying to scare me with the kids? Like, you've already revealed them fully.
Yeah.
Well, now I'm like, we're in Tomas's territory. Maybe he's like the scary one.
Yeah.
I personally, I'm not a fan of like, you've revealed something to be like a thing now, like this ghost or just kids. But now we're still going to try to scare you with them. I'm usually not cool with that.
Yeah. The scary part is usually the anticipation, and then once you actually show the thing.
Once she played the game with the kids and turned around and was running around the house with them, it was done for me. Like, it's like, we're past them being scary. Now they're just like a ghostly entity. They're not this scary unknown thing anymore. So for it to be all mysterious was a bit weird for me.
So she finds Simone. He's weirdly alive and well. And then she has a moment where she's like holding her, like, just get us out of this like world or whatever, where these like ghosts are happening. Take us back to like the real world. Like, think of things that make you happy, like what you're gonna do when you grow up and all that stuff, and blah blah blah. It zooms in on her face. There's a color grade change, which implies some sort of change in world or perspective or whatever. She realizes that she's not cradling her child. She's just cradling a bundle of blankets. And then she's looking around. She sees some thing in the darkness. It has Tomas's mask on it. It looks like a child. She slowly pulls the mask off and realizes that this is her kid, Simone. And she flashes back to all this banging that she heard in the house night one after Simone vanished. And it flashes back to her blockading the door with those metal poles as she was frantically looking for her kid. This is meant to be the gut punch twist of the movie. where like
And
the thing that
I
killed
honestly-
this child was
it.
I liked it. I liked this was
I like
This
emotionally
is the
effective for
good
me.
part of the movie.
This is emotionally
It's the
effective for
best
me.
part of the movie. We're like, oh shit, like this is all like the kid was
Nothing
just trapped here the whole time.
supernatural killed this kid. It was just an accidental thing
they
made by a
go and
concerned,
ruin
frantic mother. It
They
was
ruin
good.
it in the next like 10 minutes.
It's an outright. This is an absolute statement that the movie is making that kid did not die
Of
by
supernatural
a ghost's
causes.
hand. He didn't disappear. He fell and died from a very natural, explainable reason.
Yep.
And then it does the Ocean's 11 turn back time and see what really happened thing.
Yep.
So the movie is literally saying that like there is a true reality. This is not you don't know what happened. You can know what happened. There is a reality, which means there is truth and false in the movie.
Yep. So
They could easily save the kid.
yes,
They
he,
could have
he
easily
literally
saved the
died
kid.
under their noses due to an action that was accidental, but done in a
Complete
moment
accident.
of like frantic concern because she was looking for her kid and she doesn't realize that she inadvertently killed him in her frantic search. That's
Like that-
horrifically
like,
tragic
help her.
and effective.
That's terrifying.
Like you never hear him like yelling or screaming for help. You just hear like banging.
Just
and shit.
banging. Yeah, I thought
Mhm.
that was a little weird.
So like
So-
and that's
They were,
why I
he
think
was banging.
if I
Yeah.
would get trapped down in
I'd be
like,
screaming.
Yeah.
In the
I would
dark?
be my fucking ass.
You
off.
would hear me at the lighthouse. I would be screaming my head off. I also wouldn't be down in that basement place in the
You know
first
what?
place.
You know what? I thought the lighthouse was gonna play more of a role. If I'm being honest, I was like, oh shit, are we gonna have some like Marauders map, like Harry Potter thing, where there's like a secret tunnel to the lighthouse?
Yes,
where
I
Ben
thought the
needed
same.
all the Killing and shit.
Mm,
I was like,
Yes,
this
I
is
thought the
like
same.
that's like Tomas's house is the lighthouse. Like that's
Yes.
that's what Simone wanted to show. Like, nah,
And
the
suddenly it
lighthouse-
becomes Harry Potter.
Lighthouse is nothing, and also the fact that it doesn't work anymore. That also is nothing. And shut up about it already.
the only reason for the lighthouse is just to show like, oh, you're back in, or you're in a
The time.
separate
world
world
now.
where
Yeah.
the lighthouse can't shine.
Because the
on you.
lighthouse
Like,
starts shining when she like wakes up after ODing on those meds, wishing for her kid back, and then suddenly all these
Yes.
nice things start happening. Again, I think this is an agree to disagree moment. I thought this scene was
If you
pretty
see it as
effective.
a metaphorical construction of the movie.
not- it
I-
would
I-
be-
I liked
wanted
this
the movie-
scene.
that way for me.
I wanted
but-
the movie to end at her just dying.
Sure.
End it tragic. End it
I
tragically.
think
where she
I
gets
think you wanted the movie to
4
end
minutes.
10 minutes before it did, and I just wanted to have it end 5 minutes before it did.
Yeah,
And if you
either way, we don't need Carlos at the end.
Oh, fuck
if,
Carlos,
if,
dude.
if you don't forget about anything, like a medium said, he could see the lighthouse light too.
Mm.
Yeah, the medium says like
Yeah.
the lighthouse light.
There was a
shining through the
lighthouse light
windows.
shining through the window.
Like,
Yeah.
close the blind or something.
Yeah.
Kurt.
But unfortunately, the actual ending of the movie is Carlos putting flowers on the grave that has the name of Laura, Simone, and all of the kids' names. And he's exploring the orphanage where he finds the necklace that he originally gave to Laura for protection. He finds it on the ground. As he's picking it up, the doors mysteriously open, and then we cut to a close-up shot of him looking at the doors and smiling for some reason. And that's the ambiguous ending that they wanted to go for, which I
Blech.
heavily disagree with.
I kind of like it
Like,
though.
both Laura hanging out
Is
in the
it,
house.
is
now.
it an ambiguous ending? Is it ambiguous?
I don't
No,
know.
I don't know. There's nothing really ambiguous about it. It's just like Laura's dead and he's.
Laura is dead and ghosts exist.
I mean,
That's it.
your wife is
Blue?
dead and your kid is confirmed dead too. What do
Yes.
you do?
But now they're
Yeah,
ghosts.
that's just like
They're
another
ghosts
thing. That's
because
just
yeah.
ghosts are
thing where,
real.
like,
Now he
clearly
thinks he
ghosts
can.
are 100% real because of that ending, and then why have the whole plot of it being it was all fake the whole time?
What they did was make all of that,
They
the rest
just
of the movie
muddied it.
superfluous.
That was the
I
moment
wish-
that he.
That was the moment that he what?
That was the moment he started to see what Laura's seen.
Oh, what? So you're saying that Carlos is crazy at the end?
I think so. Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, in that
Hey.
situation, my wife is
don't
dead
think
and
it's
my
very
son is
strong.
confirmed dead. I would gone crazy too.
I just don't think for me it's
That-
very like.
how do you
strong ending.
interpret
I wanted them to really focus on the everything is fake thing, and I just don't think they did that very.
no, they didn't. If they did, they went.
They
went hard
leaned
at
too
saying
far
it
into the
wasn't that.
supernatural for the sake of making the movie feel a little spookier.
If I'm in agreement with you, Jerry, for most of the stuff you've been saying, regardless of like not in movie terms, but I wish it was that.
I
way.
like that.
I wish it was. I wish it was what you described.
I wish Benino talked to Simone and like made a bunch of
Scooby Doo the killer out of the house.
I wish the mediums were like lying, and then that just like. I wish it was revealed at the end that everything that supernatural that happened in the movie had some sort of real world explanation for it, and you're just like,
that too.
oh fuck.
Problem is, they didn't do that, and then they just drew even more confusion with, like, oh, here's 100% a supernatural.
This is a fact. And what you're saying, this is a fact. It's not up for interpretation.
Yeah.
Fact and supernatural is a really weird thing to combine with.
That's what that's what fiction does, though, right? Like they make the non-real real.
I'm not saying like sarcastically. It's just weird that the fact and supernatural can be together combined with.
That's why the movie had something like that it could have done interestingly, like the fact of like true and false, real and fake was a very important part, but they didn't actually do that. Like the fact, like in a movie like that,
they did a little,
well, but not enough to be effective for me.
The second, you can't have a theme be you don't know what's real and what's fake. You can't have that be what the movie is, and then have any instance of an absolute fact, because then that one absolute fact has consequences across the breadth of the narrative. If something is true, then it is true based on everything around it. This movie is only successful if you can't say whether or not anything is real, but you can actually point to things in this movie and say that's true and that's false. And the fact that you can do that makes everything like that.
It's just that's just like how logic works. It makes the twist a lot weaker.
It does.
It does. It's like giving the powers back to the Encanto family.
Yeah, and like I was all in on that twist.
Family Madrigal.
Like, oh hell yeah! But then the problem is the more you like, aside from like the very ending part, like, and then you start thinking back, like, oh well, there's a bunch of stuff that can't be explained rationally. It's just kind of ruins it.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
That's the thing.
It's not like a greatest movie ever, for sure.
Again, I'm even after this discussion, I'm still positive on this movie.
Sort of deal.
I am not.
Shall we get into scores?
Right?
Yeah,
I think it's scoring.
It's already 2-4.
Yep. So, this movie, I again thought it was effective in the way that it was shooting its scenes and presenting horror and building tension. As somebody who doesn't watch many horror movies, I was very susceptible to that. I thought I did enjoy the back and forth of is it supernatural, is it not, in like the first half of the movie before it really started to lean into the things that were harder to justify in a real world sense. And to see it try to continue to insist that it still could go either way, that personally fell flat for me near the end. The twist I thought was very effective for me. I liked the idea that this movie posited of just like, this shit just happened. Like nothing supernatural really caused this kid to die other than some very unfortunate circumstances, and that's tragic. That's the kind of that's the kind of like not like in your face, look at all this blood or this gross looking thing kind of horror. That's like inherent horror. Like that's horrific to think about happening.
Yeah.
I do think that this movie kind of stumbles a little bit in the end. I personally like the little metaphorical, like happy sort of tragic, happily presented tragic context sort of scene there. I thought it works for me. I can understand how it doesn't work for everyone else, but I think that the way that they actually decided to end it was no bueno. I didn't like it. So all of that considered, a movie that I find a lot of flaws with, a lot of stuff that doesn't work for me, but there was a lot of stuff that did. I'm gonna give this a 6 out of 10.
Ooh, same score as me.
Ooh. Whoa. Spoilers,
Jerry.
Because you're up next, Jerry.
I mean,
now we know what you're gonna.
I was actually surprised all the thing we talked about, and we have the same number.
That's usually how it goes.
Well, give me your justification.
Yeah, it's 6 out of 10. It's not a great movie. I mean, I agree with you guys like that. If you want to show something that in the movie, you gotta back it up. You gotta back it up. You gotta back it up and make
Back it up,
like
back it
a
up.
make it like a concrete. Make it concrete. But yeah, this movie, as I told you again, I like the movie. I like to watch the movie the way that I think it has to be watched. And this movie was while I was watching, I enjoyed the confused, and I enjoyed if it's real or not, if it was delusional, if the even like at some point even I thought was the Simon even was a real? Like something like that. No, just like a blip of the second, blip of the second, even this is like a real world is real or something like something. Yeah, there were a lot of things that didn't make sense. Like could be like a supernatural or delusional or something, and I enjoyed that conflict in my mind. And I even enjoyed that medium scene, because even if it's fake or not, it actually changed the Laura's mind, and I enjoyed that like a plot, how the plot goes, and I enjoyed obviously I enjoyed that little bit of the twist that the kid was not killed by any supernatural thing or thing. It was just things that can happen in real life. It can happen in real life. I enjoy the ending too. So yeah, 6 out of 10. I can say for sure. This is not great, like a great century of the movie, but it was enjoyable. I would watch it like maybe 2 years later and finding new things if I can.
Sweet, nice. 2 6s. What you got, Steven?
Hit him.
Yeah. So for me, like, honestly, for most of the movie, I was pretty much enjoying. I was on board. Like, obviously, there's some very weird tonal shifts that were happening, and I wasn't really sure. But I'm like, oh, maybe this is just like more.
Oh no, Steven.
Movie instead of strictly horror. But then they start getting more into it, and then I'm like, oh, they are trying to go into a horror movie. Now I'm confused a little bit, because obviously you have like the weird like treasure hunting section, which just seems like a weird like Nanny McPhee moment or some like weird shit where it's just like really like magic. I don't know why that movie came to my mind. I haven't even seen that movie, but it just gives me that vibe for some reason.
I don't know why, but that also kind of
like just running around the garden and like searching for treasure and stuff, and like that kind of bothered me a little bit. And I know I wanted more tension. Maybe I'm just like numb to it at this point, but I didn't find myself really getting into like the stress of it.
Sure.
I think the only part where I really felt like any dread was the twist at like near the end. I was like, tragedy. Oh shit, that's really cool.
Yeah.
Like holy fuck, like that's like it's realistic
up.
that could happen.
Yeah.
Like I'm picturing that's like super fucked up.
Yep.
And then the next scene happened, and I'm like, we're having a Peter Pan moment. Honestly, like that almost ruined.
I forgot about the Peter Pan reincorporation.
It shot a hole through this plot, man.
It's just like Neverland and all the kids never growing up and stuff like that. It's just like you just turned this into like a fairy tale, like kind of feeling weird thing. I don't know. I was also
felt like it was trying to give it meaning, and I didn't like that because there was no meaning.
I would have preferred the movie to just end on the dread and let me linger on the dread, because that's a horror movie to me. Is like there's not a happy ending. People aren't smiling at the end of it.
Like except for Carlos.
No, Carlos was happy.
Yeah, like honestly, I like when I was watching that, I was like,
happy man.
This is gonna be just like The Mist, where I'm like, oh shit, that's a crazy ending. Oh my god, that's so fucked up. And then they made it happy. It's like if The Mist, like he actually finds out, like, oh, I missed all the bullets. Oh well, I'm actually different to mention.
He what? All the bullets?
He missed. He didn't shoot him.
He missed.
Yeah, he missed him. And then they travel to the other dimension and live out their days, just the 5 of them. But it's just like the kids just I don't know. There's just something about that just was like, I'm just not a fan of this. And it kind of ruined the twist for me, which was like the only thing that really had that the movie had going for it.
Mm-hmm.
So honestly, because of that, I'm gonna give it a 4.
Boom.
Because I think the just how much the rest of the movie just didn't really vibe with the twist, and how much I wanted the twist to be good, and how much I liked it initially. It just kind of like made everything else feel pretty flat. It just kind of ruined the experience.
I kind of like the ending because it gave me the like that way, like in the future.
You cut out the moment you said, I kind of like the movie because it gave me, and then silence.
Oh, yeah, it's all right. Let's go. It's already late. So Andrew?
Jerry, or
we're not gonna hear what you said. Oh, damn.
That's all right.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. Oh, come on.
My overview of this movie is similar to Secret of Nim.
Ooh.
Ooh, wow.
But the score is higher than Secret of Nim. Because I think what we've been talking about all night is like the version of this movie that people are scoring highly is an awesome movie, and I would love to watch that movie. And it has the mechanics and the pieces to do it, but it didn't do it. And I get more mad at a movie that wastes potential than a movie that had nothing to begin with. So in that way, like I'm definitely, I mean, before I got here, I thought I was being overly critical. But the more we talked about it, honestly, I felt like I could even make my score lower. Just because I get mad at movies that waste the potential of a good idea. Because this is the kind of movie that I would want to fall in love with because of how powerful that sense of dread is at the end.
Yeah.
Like I'm the same as Steven. Like that was the only time that I felt like really a part of what was happening in the movie. So it was a shame that none of that was culminating in anything, and that it wasn't actually developing anything. It was a movie wrapped around just that moment. And unfortunately, they didn't know how to do that. So, like my score for originality is a 4 out of 10 because it's really, honestly, that I think that's being generous because I don't know how y'all feel, but this is a very generic horror movie to me. The idea of like,
I agree.
Someone actually is responsible for a death. Oh no, it was them all along. Like it wasn't ghosts and supernatural. Like that's a super like used idea. And also just like the whole execution of the movie. Like, I give it a 3 on creativity also because there's really nothing creative about this movie. Like considering it's horror, they don't really do anything unique with scare or feeling or atmosphere. There's nothing that they attempt to do with making things feel more interpretive or illusory. It's really straightforward and pretty much like it just puts things in your lap and it either tells you it's true or it's false. And I know that the movie is trying to be ambiguous, but even when it's doing that, it does it so deliberately that it feels flat. Like I don't feel like there's any atmosphere to anything. So I don't get to come along for the ride. And unfortunately for me, the idea of just being confused is not a thing to me. Like that's not a win for the movie to make me feel confused. For it to make me question everything is cool, but it didn't do that. It made me just not understand. And this is one of the first times after a movie where at the end I'm like, huh? And I had to like literally look up like what the movie, not what the movie meant, but what happened in the movie because it didn't make sense. So the lowest score I give this thing is the theme, 2 out of 10 in theme. I was mad that this movie could not commit to any motif. It could not commit to a theme. It didn't know what the movie was supposed to be about. And if it was, and it had, like we talked about, it has the potential for a really core theme that you could carry the whole movie with from start to end, and it would have been really beautiful and simple, but they didn't do that. They're all over the place. And because of that, that's why you get these weird tonal shifts. Because it has no theme to glue everything together, it doesn't know what it needs to be. What sort of emotion it's trying to pull from you at any given moment? It's only confusing, and because of that, I don't know what to hold on to, which means I'm literally just waiting around for something to make me feel something. We're relying on just the story to do all the work, unfortunately. And that part wasn't strong either. Now, I gave the story 4 out of 10 because I think it could have been lower, but I give the story a 4 out of 10 just because I thought what they wanted to deliver was good, and that the actual, like, climax of the movie was good. Everything else wrapped around that is bad and poorly written, and we don't really need to go into detail because we just talked about all of that. But understandably, the story gets a 4 out of 10, and then presentation 4 out of 10 as well. Like it's below average for me. It's pretty generic. Like some of the filming isn't even really good to me. It has some good moments, like sure, but because the visuals are so predictably horror. Like it doesn't attempt to pull on any sort of new personality or use what it can do with visuals or audio to try and take advantage of your perceptions, which I expect horror to do. It I'm not even on just a horror level. I think just from a movie level, it gets a 4 out of 10. It's not the worst thing in the
Cinematography-wise,
world,
it was
but
pretty generic.
it felt really generic. So the overall score comes out to a 3.4 out of 10, which I think is generous.
Hot damn.
Uh-oh, you got to round down to a 3.
This is
It's a
like
3.
one of your least favorite movies you've ever seen.
Like I said, this falls under like how I would describe Secret of Nim, where I hate movies that waste potential. I hate a movie that had a good idea that it wrapped with amateur execution, or it didn't know how to actually take that idea to the end. Because now what they've done is they've basically taken a good idea off the market, and if you try to recreate it, it'll only ever be compared to The Orphanage instead of just being an original idea. And what all they did was make the first iteration of it kind of poor and feel weak. So now I don't trust the concept either.
Jesus.
I'm less mad at a movie that was damned from the start. A movie that had something and fails at it. Like if you're Secret of Nim and you had a bunch of brilliant artists, but then you didn't know how to write a story with them, like that's worse to me than having nothing.
The medallion.
This is probably one of the bigger splits that we've had on a movie, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Other than maybe Transformers, where I gave it a solid 3, and then everywhere, I think some.
Well,
people
you've been
like
moving Transformers down since.
No, I don't think I've been moving. I've been moving Smoking Aces down.
Well, Smoking Aces has been moving down.
Yeah,
because that was a 6 the first time. Can you imagine a Smoking Aces?
I think
was
it was
still
a 7. I forget.
no
I
way.
do not remember. It's like a 4 or 5 now. I forget.
I like the story of it just continually going down until it's just not even on the board anymore.
I was a naive lad.
I don't need it.
Alrighty, well there you go then.
What is this song? I know this song.
You do know this song.
How do I know this?
I don't know.
Oh, it's time to pick a new movie.
It is.
Oh, you gotta tell me. Oh, fuck.
Tell me what this song is.
Silent Hill
Silent Hill
2 remake. Let's just talk about the Silent Hill 2 remake for a little bit.
I think we need to open up that discussion.
Oh!
Are you still trying to figure it out, Jerry? I literally showed you the album cover.
Oh yeah, I was like thinking. I was like looking up the sky and like, oh, what was this?
Oh my goodness.
All right, let me just make sure I didn't miss anyone here. No, we didn't. Okay, cool. So, what we currently have on the wheel.
I'm pretty okay with this.
Mastiff is increasing.
Mastiff is redeeming, I assume, for
your name. You got it.
You wanted a light movie? I will give you the light movie.
3 times.
Oh, 3 times. My goodness.
3 is the max, so don't do it again, Mastiff.
I think he's
right?
only limited to 3. Yeah. My goodness.
Okay.
He's gonna be really upset if this doesn't get picked.
Oh my.
Alrighty. I'm not mad about that. Well, you will be mad when we hit Harold and Kumar go to White Castle.
Oh no, Harold and Kumar.
Hey, we haven't just watched just a completely comedy movie yet.
We haven't. And I'm sure that that would probably be one of the spiciest discussions we ever have.
Comedy is going to be divisive, I think.
Yes.
That would be interesting.
It's very subjective.
All right.
Comedy is very subjective, that's for sure.
Well, then just hope it doesn't get hit, Pomo. Because here we go. Zing!
Here we go. I like that.
Over the gums, through the lips, look out stomach.
Oh, Harold and Kumar.
Oh,
it's your name. I mean,
so close.
Roka.
Oh man.
So
your
close.
name
Listen.
has won.
Hell yeah.
What is your name?
Why do we have to keep watching movies I've already seen?
Roka got fucking edged. I'm so sorry, man. I kind of wanted it to be you.
I did too. I was like, oh shit, Fifth Element, let's go.
Give this one to Roka.
Oh,
give him
give
him something to watch.
Oh, the anime.
It's okay. Your Name is a good movie.
So I've heard.
Actually, a song from Your Name is in the latest, or was in the last one.
It's in Road Family Christmas.
Oh, really?
Yeah. There's like a piano song that plays when the elves show up. I
always forget about that.
I need a palate cleanser for the last 3 movies. Well, people seem to be excited about it, except for Roka, which again, sorry.
Well, hopefully Roka's just upset that Fifth Element wasn't picked and not upset that this one was.
Alrighty. Well, that is what we'll be watching next week. Next week. Tomorrow, we are going to have our Halloween shenanigans with a couple of surprises.
Diesel.
Shenanigans.
Yes. I guess the one thing that I can spoil about our plans is that if anybody has played the game, I'm on observation duty. That is what we will be playing through. I'm planning to just pick up the whole series because it's super cheap and it looks like a lot of fun. But there's going to be some extra things tacked on top of that to hopefully make it a more enjoyable experience. And a couple of other surprises as well. So if that sounds interesting to you, join us for what is going to be our Halloween, essentially.
Yes. We have no parties. No one's waiting for us.
Tomorrow.
Just sad.
Same bat time, same bat channel. Let's rack that.
Oh, by the way, your
potion.
name is on Netflix. Now I don't have to pay extra.
Perfect.
Oh, Mastiff, what was your score of this movie before you leave? Throw your number up there.
Yeah, figure it out while I try and find out who we're rating.
Who we're rating. Jitspro was on, but it looks like he's off. Oh, Roka.
It's like everyone is like between 4 to 6.
That sucks, man.
Except Andrew.
So we're all, we're all just kind of like in middle-ish, I guess. 4 to 6.
Yeah, kind of middle-ish.
Andrew's the outlier.
Well, I think most people were torn because they liked what the movie wanted to be, which is why everyone was so mid on it. I'm probably the only one that was mad that it wasn't what it was.
Honestly, I would have given it a 5 if it didn't make me so mad.
Exactly. Damn, Pomo's just coming out hot with a 9 for your name before we've even watched it.
It's a good movie.
Shit.
I can't wait to be the only one that hates your name.
We'll see.
Good luck.
Good
We're going to Cats.
Going to Cats.
Going to Cats.
Alrighty, so until tomorrow, at the same time we normally do. Oh, I still have Silent Hill music playing. Whoops. Jerry, take us away, sir.
Love you, Mr. Minute. Later, Cabbage Patch.
Later, Cabbage Patch. Bye-bye. Awkward silence. Waiting for the lag.
Pause.
Hold on, just stay quiet.
Pause.
Shut up.
Pause.
Hold your breath.
Ocean man.